she's like super hot. She doesn't even wear those glasses. And she would do these reactions like what? And I would always be like, I hate it that like these people put all this work into these thumbnails, but that pulls your attention. And then the other person who did it was this guy named Mr. Beast. And I would look and I'd be like, this guy looks like such a loser. I remember on the stream, this is like 4 years ago, I would be like, who is this loser guy who is all over YouTube? This guy is a dork. He's got these stupid thumbnails and he looks like a nerd. And I would just like make fun of him. And then he would turn out to be, super huge. So you mark my words, I think that Mr. Beast is sitting on a bed of lies or a throne of lies because if you look at how many subscribers he has, it's 500 million or something like that. That means that 1 in 16 people in the world are subscribed to his channel, and I just don't think that's true. I don't think that, like, I'm not subscribed to any of this shit, and I have a really good fucking house, and are you subscribed to Mr. Beast? Oh, you are? Okay, yeah, you are. Well, maybe people do, but I don't know. I don't think like I think that you do a lot of YouTubing and stuff, but I just don't think that I just don't believe those numbers. Is what I'm trying to say. He got into this company. No, he wouldn't. No, he wouldn't. No, he wouldn't. No, he would not. He brings in once you get to a certain size on YouTube, they don't care if you use bots, and the reason why is because they know that you're uncancelable. They can't cancel Mr. Beast unless he did something really bad. Even like he had that thing with I don't know, he had somebody working for him who was like transgender who did something. What did they? You know what I'm talking about? You know better than you do. And they didn't cancel him for that. Yeah. Now, if Mr. Beast were the size of like had 10,000 subscribers, he'd be gone. No doubt. Mr. Beast would not. And let's say Mr. Beast had 10,000 subscribers. He would not have the ability to appeal to YouTube to say like, "Hey, it was somebody on my team. It wasn't me." But because he's so large right now, that he just has a connection at YouTube, and then they wouldn't cancel him. Does that make sense? He absolutely would. Yeah, if they're under his team. According to YouTube. Wait, according to YouTube, they call it child endangerment. They call it under the terms and conditions. It's considered child endangerment, and you can't do that. You know, but just get rid like transgender person did, basically like groom children. He would just be gone. But because he's so large, he has connections that they didn't cancel him because of that. And in the same way, you just have bots being created uh, that subscribe to his channel. Yeah, 100%. I should have said that. Yeah, that's immunity, and Oh yeah, definitely. They do the eye dot face with like a shadow around the head. Sometimes it's a three panel, and or sometimes it has a white outline around them, or it depends what they want to do. And it's really bright colors. And the font that they use is like almost like one that you see in comic books.
Yeah, I mean, I started with this YouTuber that I used to watch for like good drawing analysis back in like 2017, and he just had like this blonde, like Swedish guy, and he just had like a bunch like outbreak with like expressions and stuff else. But I can't find this channel. And actually, I think he got like all this money. He lost all his money or something.
That's what happens, man. That's absolutely what happens. And I would put a lot of work into my thumbnails, but I never know when I'm going to lose an account, so it's not worth it to me. Fortunately, I haven't lost an account in a long time, but um,
Yeah, other YouTubers never spoke previously.
no, they're not. Especially around COVID time. It was ridiculous. Joe Rogan would be talking about something, and I'd have to take an exam or like a quiz on medical health, what can be shown and what can't be shown, because he was playing in the background. It was ridiculous.
And he was like, yeah,
He didn't even say that. He would just be like, look, CNN changed the filter on my video to make me look green when I allegedly came down with this. And I don't think that was right. They, they would incredibly, they would know that clip was something they didn't want on their platform. And then I get something in my inbox that says you went on strike because of medical misinformation. Yet I didn't even talk about this. I don't talk about that stuff because not that I don't feel comfortable doing it, and not that I don't feel that I know a lot about it, but because or like I'm well informed on it. I think that I'm as well informed as anybody else, but it's a very controversial subject. That's I do my best to stay away from.
do you think there are nanobots grappling with vaccine?
I can neither confirm nor deny that information. Subject to information.
Oh, that's like, if you don't want to speak on it.
All right, people out there, enjoy making your. Does AI make it really a lot easier to do thumbnails?
Yes, and I guess sometimes it takes like a million prompts. Sometimes, like if you're trying to edit something, it does not do a good job. With like, the Adobe, it's kind of like fired, but it's kind of like I can access the photos on my computer for years and years and years. So I finally got it, and there's a lot of new features that I might not be able to tech usage, so being added like the narrative field thing,
Right.
and that usually works pretty good. I think that's an interesting development. I never saw this to where it's flying, but it makes a lot of sense. And it would be interested in using AI.
Right. So can you just write your prompt in Photoshop and then close out what you need?
For doing the base image, I'll use
And then your brother just approves it with the everything you have it.
And I haven't even gotten to that stage just starting yet.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I'm sure that will be good.
Right. Best wishes
Are
come
you
back.
gonna be a ghostwriter for this season?
I would like to, honestly, I think if he just said, Rabbi, will you help me come up with a minute or 5 minutes of material? We could come up with stuff that's so funny and that's good. Now, would he remember it? I don't know. He doesn't have the work ethic, and I would tell him this if he were here right now. He has not shown that he has the work ethic to be able to memorize 1 minute or 5 minutes worth of content within 1 week. I don't know if anybody does. Like 5 minutes to remember everything is different. I think it's doable, but you'd have to work like a lot. But he just wants to go up there and rip. And yeah, you know what? He he's going through a lot right now. He has said that this is like the most difficult time of his life, and I do my best to be there for him. I give him shit, but at the end of the day, he's my friend, and I want him to be successful. I don't want him to hurt. I want him to be happy most of all. And he had this diagnosis or whatever that really got into his head, and he was very frustrated that basically, like he says that like they can say that you are neurodivergent, that you are almost allergic to, like what's the word that he says? Something like um, unstable or something like that. That's not the word, but when really it's just, or they say you have ADHD or something, when it's just it's not unstable, but something like that. Um, yeah, uncoordinated or something like that. It's something like that. And he's very passionate. But he was telling me this morning, like, I really want to help people who are neurodivergent. That's what I want to do. And I watched this Sunday, and I want him to know that I support him in that. For as much shit that I give him, you know, that thing that his girlfriend told him years ago, and there are a million guys who would want to look like you. I don't know if that's true, but maybe some people want to look like him. But no one wants to have your brain. They want your body, but not your brain. And it's got to be really tough. He he's got a lot going on. Yeah, I wish he was able to manage it better. He does, I feel, as good a job as he can, but it didn't help. Like he had a couple of things that he was working on, and then he goes to this expert or whatever, and they tell him he's got like a billion things wrong with it. No, you don't have that much wrong with it. In fact, you're quite normal. I tell him that I think he's smart when it comes to cryptocurrency. Even though I tell him I don't know about the choices he makes with cryptocurrency, he knows a lot about cryptocurrency, or you know, more than the average person. And I admire that about him. But um, I want what's best for him. And then he'll do this thing where he'll come in here for like 5 seconds and he'll be like, I don't know, he's just very um, indecisive and very erratic with his behavior sometimes. And then other times he'll come in here and he'll be like in the best mood. And I want what's best for him. But I hear where he's passionate, and it's not in cryptocurrency, and it's not in being an actor or a comedian. He's passionate about helping people who are neurodivergent. And if I can help him with that dream, I want to. And
He,
don't either. I don't either. So he just says it a lot. It's really fine. Well, truthfully, like just like the past 2 days, but I hear how he talks about it, and it's passionate. Like it's something that he like almost good. He wants to help people. I really mean it. Like
as he said that he wants to help people.
that's exactly what he said that belief. He talked about it. He talked about it as
Neurodivergent refers to individuals whose brain functions differently from what's considered typical with autism, spectrum disorder, and ADHD, dyslexia, Tourette's, and otherwise like dysgraphia, bulimia, data processing disorder. Um, yeah,
the first four things that you read. Those are all things statistically correct. And the only one that I really see like is the Tourette's. But I mean, I see it with some other things, but he has this thing where it's like, I'm just he'll say about himself, I'm severely autistic, and I'm like, I don't see that. Like, I don't even know what I'm doing. But like people who are like severely autistic are like not broken. They like can't. They're like in wheelchairs and stuff. Like, you're a functioning individual. You have had jobs.
yeah, definitely have autistic,
And he can be quirky, but
seeing that when I hear him.
right. Um, so I do like let's go for him. Welcome. How are you? Well, I don't want to talk to a person. Um, but it's like they can go J J girl. Well, and for themselves it would be J toy. Trip themselves off wrong. But J girls are kids. So I think that
Nobody calls
that's J girl. Exactly. Um, what do I think he needs? He needs a job. He doesn't have to be in high finance. He can literally just go work at Macca's or McDonald's. He wants to be a trillionaire, though, and that's cool. But it's like he just needs something consistent to teach him life lessons. And
Does he have a job right now?
that's,
Working right now.
yeah, I don't think he's ever had a job that he's had for more than a year, probably. So it's just been off and on things. And maybe he has. I don't speak on his behalf, but I think he has a lot of things where his personal life or his personality gets married, perhaps. I mean,
Does he live with his parents or
he lives with his family. I mean, imagine even if you work at McDonald's, if he's got Tourette's as severely as he does, like he's just numbers. Right. But I mean, that is something that has, like he says that to me sometimes, I just say, whoa, watch yourself. I'll be like, calm down. I'll just say something like that. And I understand. Like when he gets frustrated, he'll say that. I notice like the one that sticks out in my mind is I just find it sometimes I need to sleep when I'll sleep with him. And he'll come in and he'll be like, oh, Rona, Rona. And then I just hear him. And then he'll leave. And I know he doesn't mean to say that. And he's told me uh, he, it gets worse when you're in a crowd, things like that. And so, with that being said, I think it's hard
That's
for
not bad. Wait a second.
yeah. So I think that if he can have a job, like there are some issues with that. Um, but at least as a comedian, he looks big media. That's great. When I ask him to tell me a joke, he gets offended by that. And then I said, well, what are you going to talk about? And he says, I'm going to just go up there and talk about being married with a virgin. And I said, nobody thinks that that's funny. And I mean, most people, I've watched comedians, I watch every Kill Tony, I've seen every Kill Tony, and I've watched comedians. I've got comedians right now, I got a Tim Dillon podcast on, like right in front of me. Like before this, I watched The Fighter and the Kid, that's two comedians. I watch comedians all the time. And they have rehearsed bits, and they will tell you when you get up there and you're looking at a crowd, you, it's just really difficult to see. So if he were to come and say, help me with a stand-up routine, what would I do? We would go to street jokes. We would go to a joke book and find funny, cute little jokes that we know will work, that are thought out, and they're just in the they're called street jokes. They're jokes that you would find in the joke book that are cute, but nobody has claimed them. And we would take those and we would come up with a minute, and then 2 minutes, and then 5 minutes worth of material. And I think he could do really well if he could memorize those things. And I know he could, but he doesn't want that. He has it.
Just got trash for that. You brainstorm first. Decide if you go attack.
I, dis- I disagree. I disagree. I think joke books will get you great fun at the beginning, where you just need to get comfortable on stage. I'm not saying you can't work out your own material, but you literally have zero jokes and you're going to be on stage in 4 days. What else do you want? Come up with jokes that not everybody's heard. Maybe some people have heard them, and at least get a minute with the material. Look, I'll tell you this: I can be funny, but I don't have like routine. But I've given my pickup line, that I've got like a minute worth of pickup lines, and I've done stand-up comedy uh, on at least Twitter Spaces, and I've had a lot of success with them. And those are all just street jokes. They're jokes that some people heard before, but they work because they're short and they're to the point, and I'm not wasting anybody's time. And if that didn't hit, I've got another one for you, or another one, or another one. And I'm going to get you with one of them. Over the course of a minute, I'm going to be able to put a smile on your face, one, two jokes. That's what you need. Now, I'm not saying that he can't, or any comedian can't have their own take on things. But if they're going to spend a minute building up a story, and that story at the end is not funny, they're going to be booed off the stage. At least if you have jokes, you're not going to get booed off the stage. And right now he doesn't have any. Right now he doesn't have any jokes. So if he wanted to, if he was like, hey, I want to work on something, well, so this is the okay. Here was one. Here's this joke that he kind of came up with. So we were talking about his experiences, and I was like, well, you could, if you want to just have 1 minute, it's not the funniest thing, but if you want something that's personal to you, you could be like, this one time I went on Reddit and I saw this gigantic whore who was willing to have sex with a bunch of guys at an adult bookstore. And I went down there
And fortunately, I was number one on the list. And as this movie was something I did, I had 20 guys watching me at the exact same time. And as I'm trying to come in her mouth, I'm unable to. It was like I was attempting to defuse a bomb. And if you've never been in that position, it's quite awkward, but it's something that happened to me. And then you move on to your next joke, whatever. I'm not saying that's super funny, but it's something that happened to him that we were able to punch up with some jokes. And people get, I'm not saying connect with that, but it's something that happened to him that's funny. And I mean, what else you got? What?
You know, whatever. It's just like every detail of the story builds, you get funnier, stranger, weirder,
Exactly. The one punch,
more gravity.
exactly. The one punchline in that was, it was like defusing the bomb. And I, that was just something that I was like, oh, that's kind of what it would be like. Um, now, you can make that
You can just go and chat GPT, build a story, and be like, yep, tell me the story of Joey Diaz and tell me.
exactly.
Say that.
I think that's an absolutely fine way to do it too. And to memorize it and change it, make it your own, put it in your own voice, and go up there. And but the thing is, it's so self-deprecating. Like if I heard somebody tell the story, I would be like, that dude's a loser. But some guys could pull it off. Other people can't. Um,
Yeah, maybe it's,
it's
he was like embarrassed to tell people.
exactly. It's too self-deprecating, perhaps. But it's kind of a funny little story. I mean, we were like, he doesn't talk about that much in his life. He doesn't have that much going on. But like, I was like, okay, you can talk about your failed cryptocurrency investments, and you can give them funny names. Some of them have funny names, like Fat Girl Investment Card, and you could just use that, like buying Bitcoin in 2009 or whatever the tagline was. But you could come up, like, I could just do it right now. What's the deal with these crypto? Does anybody here know anything about cryptocurrencies? It's something that you can absolutely do really well with. You could buy a helicopter and you could vacation with the heat, or you could be like the rest of us schmucks and be, you know, essentially powerless because of some cryptocurrency that's named Capital Investment Fund. Who is naming these things? Dog with head, Fat Girl Investment Code, jerking yourself off raw. You just name a bunch of them. Whatever you want to name. Just come up with funny names. Eating Ass Incorporated. Um, Doggy Style to the Moon. Whatever. Who's coming up with these names? And what do these things even mean? Whatever. You can make fun of things like that. There aren't a lot of people who really connect with that, but it's personal. It's from him. But instead, he wants to go up there and talk about neurodivergency. And I don't really know what's funny about that. Honestly, if he were to do that, I think people would just feel bad for him. And I don't want that to happen to him. I really think that, the next time I speak with him, which is hopefully tonight, I'll give him my advice. Dude, if you want my advice, just take it for what it's worth. Why don't you just memorize a minute worth of jokes? And if you don't want to do that, let's come up with a story. It doesn't even have to be a real story, but just so that you have some success and you can build on that for the next week and the next week and the next week. And you can talk about being neurodivergent and all those other things. But he doesn't seem to want to do that. He just wants to talk about being neurodivergent. Which, when you say that to people, they don't know what that is. And
This is like that meme. It's like zoo on one hand is like I really want to help neurodivergent. Zoo on the other is like 5 minutes later doing 5 minutes of material on joking about neurodivergent.
this one. There's this guy in California. I feel bad for him. His name
So maybe he is doing like a thing about his experience with consciousness and how it like twisted.
right. There's this there's this guy in California named I forget his name. But he has had no, it's not really. It's how could it be? I don't know. Just let me know. Yo, dog, who's that guy with the traumatic brain injury from Kiltony? That's hilarious to say Hans Kim. It's not Hans Kim. Kiltony traumatic brain injury. Drew is named Drew Nick. And he was like a veteran who got attacked by other soldiers. He was like raped and like all kinds of bad stuff happened in the military. And they like threw his head against the ground and he had what's known as a traumatic brain injury. And he refers to having a traumatic brain injury as a TBI. So he'll go up there and he'll be like, "Hey everybody, one of the benefits of having a TBI is all kinds of energy companies, energy drink companies want to sponsor you. So I've been doing taste tests of different energy drinks on Instagram and rating them. And I'll tell you what, I never thought it would happen to me, but it's like my dream job." Okay, he hasn't been that funny. In fact, the last time they were in Nashville, they did an arena show, and they took up they had like four golden ticket winners, and whatever one got the lowest applause was couldn't perform for 6 months. And Drew Nickens was that person. Well, Tony and Red Band and those guys, they did their best to coach Drew Nickens to explain to him, Drew, nobody knows what traumatic brain injury is. Like, nobody knows what a TBI is. You can't just go and say TBI. People don't know what that means. You have to say, I have a traumatic brain injury. Then they'll understand it. But basically, if you use this lingo that people don't understand, you're going to lose people right away. And I feel like Zoot will do that if he just goes in there and says, does everybody know what it's like to be neurodivergent? People like that, they're going to be like, what is that? What does that mean? I feel like he has to explain what neurodivergence is. You could be like, hey, there's some people who have, if you were to just go up there and say, this is my first time doing this, I haven't done this in a while. I am doing my best to overcome some fears that I have and some issues, including things that are neurodivergent, like having Tourette's and these other things. I think that the audience would be much more supportive of him, but he's got to give them jokes. But if he lets them go up there and talk about it, he can educate people on these things. But it's not basically people go to an open mic to hear jokes. They don't go up there to like learn people's journeys so much. Yeah. I want to be successful, so the next time I see him, I'm going to try to tell him, if you're really going to do this, which it sounds like you're going to, come up with some jokes in addition to the middle, or see if you can have some jokes within it. But don't just rely on feeling like you're just going to nail it. You're going to just feel it out, because what I'm afraid will happen is he will bow and he'll never want to do it again. And that's what I don't want. I want him to do really well. I don't know if he has that capability. but at least do well enough that he does it again, and then again, and again. Basically, have some momentum going into it. If he doesn't have that, then he's just going to go up there and bomb. Somebody's going to lose him, and they're just going to take him off the stage. And I don't want that to happen.
Hopefully, if someone episode he has like maybe to this like show up that
Yeah, and he's not even anywhere near that.
like he has no.
No. He, yeah, probably there's an art to that as well. Um, some of the funniest ones I've heard just off the top of my head are like let's say some ladies like to see items. You just say like, "Sir, nobody wants your opinion right now." You just call her like a good dude. It's just a slap in the face without like, or if some dude yelling at you, you're just being like, "Is somebody's drunk uncle here?" Or like, if somebody knows it, like I like the way that William Montgomery does it, where he's just, "Hey, why don't you just shut the fuck up?" That's the funniest to me. Like, I right, like when I want your opinion, I'll give it to you. Shut the fuck up. Like, those are hilarious. Um, but he's yeah, you stupid bitch. Hey, you. Hey, you. Why don't you get your stupid bitch of a girlfriend out of this fucking place? What the fuck? Why would you ever bring such a whore into this establishment? Motherfucker, I'm trying to tell a story up here, and I got this stupid bitch who's interrupting me. Like, that shit, that itself is very funny. And that's, that to me is I don't know if it's the best way to do it, but if I were doing it, I would be like that. I think I would be like, all right, if somebody comes up and tackles me, I am just going from 0 to 10 on them immediately, and people are gonna fucking love it because it's like, okay, that's funny in itself. If this person's just yelling profanities at this one person in the crowd, so long as they were doing it, you know, like if somebody were like, I don't want to say there's never like a natural heckler, but the basic parts, when can a heckler add to? I don't know. Sometimes like, let's say you're talking about like a really hot chick, and somebody whistles in the audience like, "We too." Like, I'm not saying that's beneficial, but that's not, you don't have to freak out over that. When somebody starts using words, they're like, "Oh yeah, well you think you're so funny?" Like, yeah, I do think I'm so funny, you stupid bitch. How about you shut the fuck up? And hey, to your fat husband, get your fucking pig of a wife out of this fucking thing. Like, that to me is there's just it, here's why that works. You have the microphone, and so you're so much louder than they are. So it's like it's like they're like a fly in a restaurant, and you hit them with like an AK-47. You just get them the fuck out of it. And William Montgomery does it so fucking.
One of the funniest classic visuals for like funniest photos, they'll be going or whatever, and they on the joke, and I just hear out of the darkness, it's like, when's the comedy start?
That is so funny. Exactly. I love your like. I hate hecklers sometimes, but I fucking think they're hilarious too. When's the comedy start? But you can come right back at that. And just be like, the comedy has started, you stupid piece of shit. Haven't you been listening? If you haven't, why don't you fucking go home, look in the mirror if you want to look at something funny?
And jerk yourself off.
Yeah, there you go. Hey, on that note, go work on your thumbnails. Practice Practice your practice. Go watch Moncala videos. That's what you need to do. Oh, hold on. Before you go, we have to look up what Moncala means. We have to look up what Karen. Karen, I think this or something. What does Moncala mean? And what does Karen mean? Or Karen means movement or something like that. Okay, Moncala. The word Moncala comes from an Arabic word. Oh, Moncala means to move, and Karen means to rebound, like a puck bouncing off over the wall in the building. Okay, so Mankala means to move in Arabic, and Karam is, I don't know what language it is. Your dog, what language though? Mankala is Arabic, from Nakala, meaning to move or transfer. Karam likely comes from English or French, related to Karam in English, a term used in billiards, meaning a ricochet or rebound. Okay, now we know. Do you know why it's called soccer?
It's how football
Yeah, but do you know why it's called soccer?
is football.
Yeah, it's associations, like associations, association. Let me get this straight though. Yo, why is it called soccer? Isn't it from like association football? Yo, dog, you're exactly right. The word soccer actually does come from association football. Why it's called soccer in England, the late 1800s, there were different types of quote unquote football being played. Rugby football, association football. The time it was just called football or soccer. To tell them apart, people were calling rugby football rugby, and association football is soccer, short for association. They just dropped the A and made it soccer. It's British schoolboy slang, uh, which they would do where they would add ER to words for fun, like rubber. Rugby. So Americans, Canadians, Australians kept using soccer to avoid confusion with American football, Canadian football. Do you watch Canadian football, the Grey Cup, anything like that?
No one watches football, but American football. Football. Industrial.
What is what connection does Wayne Gretzky have to Hamilton, Ontario? Wayne Gretzky himself from Hamilton. He was born and raised in Brantford. Oh, it's 30 minutes west. I knew it was close.
Uh,
No. I know. But like they sometimes talk about him being from around Hamilton. Okay, that's why I thought that. That Wayne Gretzky's from like 30 minutes away. If the cheerleaders were topless, you don't think that would make it more entertaining?
variation. Each team had like a sniper, and the sniper, and basically, you know, that board,
So do they actually have to shoot the person? Okay. Do you know how paintball guns were invented? So, somebody, streamer on TikTok came in here at his or his brother time. His friend of mine from on Kick, Straight Savage. So it comes from the cattle world, and when you would have like a bunch of different cattle, you sometimes want to march them, but it's difficult to march cattle because they're like, there might be like, let's say, 500 head of cattle, like 500 cattle, and you're trying to claim like a, a certain group of them for yourselves, maybe to buy or whatever, just to mate or whatever on your for your ranch. So they came up with paintball guns to shoot the cattle to be able to march them on the other people. That's interesting. Yeah, we can find that out. Dog, did paintball guns when they went from like cattle marching? Can you give me a quick breakdown, like just like I don't know, like 5 bullet points? Dog, straight up Uncle Joey would say, straight up like paintball guns started as some cowboy rancher shit, not some tactical war game. The cattle marching. So the paintball guns were originally used to mark trees and livestock. Like, tag that cow over there, not to shoot your buddy and not to have a bash your buddy. It was a 1970s invention. In the early 1970s, this was came out as Nell Spot 007 rifles made by Nelson Paint Company to shoot lots of cane and trees for forestry and cows for ranchers. Some maniacs turned it into a game. In 1981, a few wild dudes, a stockbroker, a rider, and a ski were like, what if we use these cow guns to hunt each other in the river flow? First paintball match in the New Hampshire for trees and tournaments. What started as a Arthur became a global sport in Jersey's and continents and later bunkers, but it all started having cows. From cow butts to one get cows on the industry, speedball, woodsball, military training, but deep down it's just a cattle zone with a good life crisis. How do you like that? Yeah, that Australian girl, her name is, what's her name? It's like, it's like Rachel, what was her name? Yeah, her name is Rachel. Who's that Australian lady who is a great dancer? Her name is like Rachel something. Rachel Dunn. Yeah, they call her Rachel. Right. That's how I remembered it. Because I knew, it was like, why did they call her Rachel? Why did they call her Rachel? Or I looked it up one time. I called her name Rachel. Last name was Dunn. Isn't that wrong? No, she just didn't do like what it really was, in my opinion. What it really was, in my opinion, it just wasn't that good in comparison to people who you're finding in inner city. So people mocked her. She's not really that bad, but she just wasn't that smooth with it. And like, when you've got like inner city break dancers, if you've ever seen people who are like who do that, they're very impressive. They're like spinning on their heads, and they're like, but they're not like they're working in McDonald's. Not to put that down, I'm saying in a good way. They're doing their best to like make money so that they can survive, And Ray Gunn doesn't have a job and is able to spend your money to be like, it's a lot of money to be able to. Basically, what I'm saying is like, give it some time. Those people who are doing it on the street or working, people who are working 9 to 5 at McDonald's and then doing everything just to make money, they'll be able to do it. And it'll be a really big sport. No, I think they took it away from the 2028 Olympics in LA, but I think it comes back for 2032. Something like that. Let's check that out. Dog, didn't they take away the breakdancing part of the 2028 Olympics? And it'll be back to 2032 or something. Also, why was Ray Gunn not seen as a good dancer? All right. Debuted in Paris in 2034, died in 2038. Could return in 2032. What years? Why was she busted? They said it was a mix of yoga, interpretive dance, and convenience food. So they just didn't think that she scored 0 points. She did a kangaroo style bounce, offbeat movements. Some say it was artsy, some say she missed the beat. I think the big thing was she scored 0 points. Exactly. It's one of those things that I'm very suspicious about. And I'm suspicious about it for it's like when it's in every subreddit instantly within like 6 hours, I'm like, what is going on? Like, it's in stuff that's like not even like I don't know, like it shouldn't even be in the subreddit. Exactly. Right, but it's like pushed out by the news wires as, as something that should be discussed. It's like not a story, but yet everybody knows about it. We just go through these things in news cycles. It's just distracting, basically. AKA J. Florida. All right. Well, about the Australian guy who got who the only I think he's a medalist in the history. Oh, yeah, the only medalist in the history. The only Winter Olympic medalist in the history of Australia. Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, this one's hilarious. So, Australia had never had a medal ever in the Winter Olympics because it's like they don't have mountains or like any snow, but they had it. Okay, but not like seriously. Um, so they had a speed skater who they were just happy to have this person in the finals of the speed skating competition. And, like the people who were going to win were like China, United States, Japan, all these like Norway, all these like powerhouses, and then there's the other person. What ended up happening was at least the United States, it was one of our big people is Apollo. Exactly, exactly. And he was like the Michael Jordan of speed skating for the United States, or the Michael Phelps. But they made this huge deal about this guy named Apollo and one of the people slid and took out all the other people, and the Australian guy is just way in the back and just ended up skating through and won. And then he became a huge celebrity in Australia. He was on Australian Survivor and a whole bunch of other stuff. Yeah, he's like a big time celebrity in Australia now. All because, like all the good speed skaters got wiped out. Yeah, let's get it. Right. Exactly. Yo, dog, what's the deal with that Australian speed skater who is the only Australian Winter Olympic person? Give me a 5 bullet point breakdown of what happened. And what happened with his life? Wasn't he on Australian Survivor and anything else that he did? Yeah, so he was an underdog icon at the Salt Lake City Olympics. His name is Stephen Brett. The men's 1,000 meter short track final, which is the big one. Bradbury stayed at the back while the favorites traveled ahead. Incredibly, all four front runners crashed in the final turn, letting him skate and play both. It was Australia's first, oh yeah, the hemisphere's first Winter Olympic gold. So the whole southern hemisphere. He perfectly played Bradbury's strategy. He deliberately hung back in earlier rounds too, benefited from collisions and disqualification at the quarter and semi, leveraging his conservative approach to advance. He survived career-threatening injury and life beyond the ice after retiring. He transitioned to motor racing, Olympic commentary, motivational speaking on reality TV. He even appeared as a villain on Australian Survivor, where he founded the 47 Alliance on Alliance's race. He was a hero on and off ice. Oh, in March 2023, the 14-age girl from Dangerous Youth later received the Bravery Award from the Queens of Government for his quick thinking characters. Bonus tidbit: the phrase to do with Bradbury has entered Australian slang, meaning to win unexpectedly, often thanks to others' misfortune. I do like that. Absolutely. All right, go do what you gotta do. Come back. Come back soon. Exactly. Come back soon, though. Okay. Peace, buddy. Ready? All right. Then teach me all of the strategy from Macau. Okay. Sweet.
To the present day. If you go to the local bookstores, by the way, for those of you who were born after 1990, a bookstore is kind of like a store where you can actually walk in and buy paper books. And you can find lots of these popular books about Orthodox Jews who leave the fold and then explain orthodoxy to the secular world, usually with a kind of a negative bent associated with it. It's a long, long story in Jewish history, and maybe one day we should, kind of catalog these individuals to see what's psychologically similar about them. At any rate, let's focus in on one of his most famous scientific books, and you have to place this within the context of 12th-century science. This is a period, of course, when people believe very deeply in astrology, the power of the stars to determine a person's fate. And we saw it in his Andalusian period in many of his poems, talking about how the stars determine his fate and he should be poor and so on. So he wrote many books, actually most of them within the space of one extremely productive year. He wrote many books on astronomy and astrology, one after another, and he made a huge amount of money with them. He actually sold them several times over, principally in France. Then one of those books we look at right now, which is most fascinating, is called the Sefer HaMoladot, which literally means the book of things that will be born, or nativities. And because the astrolabe used with astronomical tables to determine things that will happen in the future, we have here the genesis of a scientific calculation of what could happen to a person's life, and in fact, the entire world over a period of time. Because you can figure out, well, Venus will be in this place, and the moon will be over here, and you'll predict an eclipse and all kinds of things. So he wrote a book on how to figure out what is going to happen in the future astronomically, then what that means astrologically. And this is the foundation, essentially, of horoscopes, right? But it's tremendously more sophisticated than what you read in a newspaper. So in this section here, he writes about, yeah, this is true. This is the way it works. That everyone's life is determined by the stars. There is actually a huge discussion in the Talmud about it. Question of whether or not Ein Mazal Israel is there. Don't say in Hebrew. You say Mazel Tov, right? Which means literally good constellation, meaning the stars are aligned. If someone gets married, you say Mazel Tov, meaning, oh, may this be an auspicious moment of the constellations for your marriage. Mazel Tov doesn't mean congratulations or good luck. It means auspicious astrological moment. As we would say in Canada, we would end that with A, auspicious astrological moment, A. So, so the Talmud has this whole debate. Ein Mazal Yisrael or Yesh Mazal Yisrael. Does it apply to the Jewish people if they're bound by the stars like this? The Gemara concludes yes, but there are some exceptions. So in Ibn Ezra's Sefer HaMoradot, it goes through 8 exceptions to the rule. How it is that you can overcome your destiny. Okay, so I thought we should look at some of those. Okay, let's look at some of those. So the first one is, he says, you got to understand that the stars give a destiny both to entire nations and to individuals. So it's possible that you may be born under an unfortunate constellation, but you will be swept along by the general positivity of your national horoscope. Meaning, and that sense of nation, by the way, really more synonymous with or ethnicity than with what we would call nation. But he says, like, the Jewish people are destined to survive. Netzach Yisrael lo yishaker, right? The eternal Israel is not alone. But individual Jews, Chas v'shalom, may have a different horoscope because the stars predict an entire people as well as individuals. So even though these, in many ways, these are kind of reasons why you shouldn't feel bad if you don't get the horoscope it says in the newspaper, because there are all these exceptional rules. But if you were really an expert, you wouldn't be able to figure them out. So the astrology refers to entire peoples as well as individuals, and sometimes they come into conflict, and you don't know which one is going to win. Borders and climates. This is another aspect which I didn't want to take too much time on, but he was also very, very particular about vocabulary, and he was unusual in that he refused to adopt Arabic words to express Hebrew philosophical concepts, which made it sometimes very difficult to understand. People like Petrus Alphonsus would just borrow terms from Arabic and then would use them in Latin, and then people would say, okay, that's the word for it. Like the word for one of the most important Arabic mathematicians is algebra, and so that becomes algebra, right? So many of these words just sort of transfer. Another one is the Arabic word klim, which refers to kind of like a region or zone, which becomes aklim in Hebrew. I'm sorry, in I think klim was, I forget what it was, Hindu, perhaps, and that becomes aklim in Arabic, and then it becomes climate in English. But he refused to use that term. He used the term gvul, boundary, in Hebrew. And so he was really quite, what's the right word for it? Not ethnocentric, a stickler, but I'm trying to say something like this, like he's like national pride about this. The Hebrew language says everything. We don't need to borrow nothing from nobody. We take only Hebrew words. Like the famous word in Hebrew, you know what they call the rear axle of a car in Hebrew? We have an axle. You know how you say the front axle? The real axle hakadmoni, right? The real axle that's in the front. So, yeah, the French are like that. They have an academy where they're very particular. They don't accept words of the French. They try not to borrow words from languages, and they invent their own that are French. And they too, especially in the 1950s, they had an institute that tried to keep people pure. Instead of using the word like economia, right, economy, they use the word kalakala. Anyways, I'll try. Borders and climates, how can this affect it? Well, as I mentioned, the astrolabe is like specifically associated with particular areas, and the stars are aligned for your horoscope in that particular area. What happens if you move to cities? Well, the stars are aligned differently for you for this. And in fact, anyone get the reference to this week's parsha? I think you did, right? Mishana Maka, Mishana Mazel. You literally place to change your mazal. And in this week's parsha, Abraham is how you never have kids. Because Israel, they'll have a different mazal, a different constellation that will apply to it. It's really cool stuff. Another thing that changed the world year, the whole cycle of years, it's not 364, there's a whole cycle of years where the general Earth with regards to other planets on like a 500-year horizon of change. Positive horoscopes individually in terms of climates, it could be that the entire and your socioeconomic background, this is fascinating stuff. You may have a mazal that says you're going to be a king, that you are going to be melech, that you have all of the qualities of a king. But let's say you're born into a slave household. Well, you become a big businessman instead. You'll end up, owning your own company. I just think of things I shouldn't say because it's going to offend somebody. But you'll end up, you'll go from. It's true. Like if you were a slave and you had the mazal to be a king, you're not going to be a king. It's too far elite. But you have a slave to being a huge business owner. In other words, the general trajectory of your mazal will point in a certain direction, and the realities of where you live socioeconomically will dictate the starting point of that change. Also, forces of nature that you may have the mazal. A person may have a mazal to live a long and healthy life, but if you decide that you want to be a skydiver and you want to, try hang gliding and all kinds of risky sports, and you want to challenge the law of gravity, all bets are off. Use the example if you want to go out to sea. You may have this great mazal, but if you put yourself into a position of danger, it could be that the forces of nature have a stronger mazal than you do. So they can be overpowered. So don't push your life, right? Exactly. Which is the translation of "Ein mashkitim al avisim," right? We don't wait for miracles, which is a beautiful thing. In Muncie, New York, I lived there many years ago, and they have very few street lights, a lot of suburban streets, and it's a good thing. The Hasidim there, they dress in very bright, vibrant colors, so. At night, it can be quite dangerous, right? Because people are driving and the Hasidim are all in the traffic. So the local trade store, he's still there, I think. Tukias. He sold these fluorescent bands that had set on the Imashkik and Alanese. We do not rely on air, right? Very beautiful thing. Anyways, so the forces of nature could overwhelm us as mazal as well. And here's the last one. This is perhaps the most important one for us. The wise soul, because he says that we do have this concept that I referred to earlier, Ein Mazal Yisrael. There is no sign for the Jewish people, meaning the Mazalot, the stars do not have power over the Jewish people. He says when a Jew is occupied with Torah or mitzvot, with chesed, with kindness, then they remove themselves from the gravitational pull of the stars. When they're engaged in the study of Torah, that's possible to remove them altogether from the entire gravitational pull, and the mazalot during that time do not affect them, which gives rise perhaps to the concept that we have at the top of shluchei mitzvot emet zaken, right? A person who's involved in doing a mitzvah is not harmed at that time, nor on the way back, and so on. There's a lot more to say than I can in this brief period. But anyway, here is a quick selection of Ibn Ezra's thought. You see both the influence of astrology and also the influence of Jewish philosophy, Jewish texts, very much involved in determining how astrology works. It's a book that's definitely worth studying. Anyways, let us go now to his legacy. And one of the more amazing things about Ibn Ezra is that he is the only medieval rabbi after whom a crater on the moon is named. There is actually a crater on the moon named Ibn Ezra. And the reason for it is because it looks a little bit like a matzo ball, as you can see. I thought that was funnier than it actually was. But no, his contribution to science, even though, we Jews tend to think of Ibn Ezra, we think of his commentary on the Chumash, the short commentary, the long commentary, we think of these things. But in the larger world, his introduction of Andalusian Arabic science to the Christian world was incredibly important. His description of how to use the astrolabe, his description of the way you chart the stars was so significant that modern science is deeply indebted to his contributions. And so much so that when they mapped out the craters of the moon, he was a leading candidate for should be express gravity. It is ironic that we know of him only in one smaller maybe aspect of his activity. It's closest to home, but nevertheless he was a figure that strode tall on the world scene. I have omitted many other aspects of his work, the influence of poetry. There's a John Lennon song that is taken from some of his early poetry, because he influenced a tremendous amount of Christian thought far beyond the much more narrow audience of just Christian religion. So with that, I'd like to conclude. I hope you found the life of Ibn Ezra as fascinating as I do. We will return, as I mentioned, next week with a very special program. I hope you're all going to come. It's going to be really great. Chance to celebrate. My family will be here, God willing, to celebrate with us. And I hope you have an excellent. I haven't really told you what is this book about. This is the very last one for the book. I will put in the lectures. The section of Rabbi, very holy. So there's this nice photograph of see all the ways very holy people. Was a major Hasidic thinker of the 20th century and already published a very important book called Tolas and Talmud, the obligation of students that was extremely popular in the 1930s. And he had this grand plan for reinvigorating world Jewry with more enthusiasm for their Jewish background. Unfortunately, it was interrupted by the Holocaust, and he found himself in the Warsaw Ghetto and ministering to his followers for the duration of the war. Even though he received many offers, even from the American Jewish Congress, the Joint Distribution Committee, and the Underground Resistance, was offered many times to be taken out of the ghetto, insisted on remaining with his followers throughout, administering them in a pastoral sense throughout the war. Luckily for our purposes, he recorded his weekly sermons, and when he realized that the ghetto was going to be destroyed, and he along with it, he gave them to the secret Monik Shabbat Society, which was documenting Jewish life in the ghetto, and they were buried in this tin milk container that I put on the cover of the book. They were discovered in 1950 by a Polish construction worker, and they were published under the title H. Kodesh, the Holy Fire. A fascinating story overall. Now, the small contribution that I've made to the research on H. Kodesh is the way he describes his sermons. There's no reference whatsoever to Nazis or Germans. I mean, there's a lot of discussion of death and destruction and persecution and suffering, but if you didn't know the specific context, you might think this is just a really depressing 19th century Hasidic book. It's only from the context that we know he's talking about the Holocaust. However, since we know the dates when he delivered each of those sermons, what I did is I went back to the various journals and memoirs, newspapers, German documentation, and I found out what was happening in the ghetto that very week, street by street, on a micro historical level. And then I compared it to what the Rabbi said on Shabbat, and I saw that in many cases he was speaking directly to the concerns of his congregation. In other words, he was using his pulpit as a way to offer consolation and guidance and theological direction to assist specifically with the processing of the horrible events of the past week. And it's absolutely fascinating. It's a sustained work of spiritual heroism. And I believe that reading his Rothschild, his sermons, in the context of the historical setting is really the best way to appreciate what his works. Essentially, what we see is a Egypt of God's greatness. I'm very pleased that one of the premier students of the session of Hasidus, Rabbi Moshe Weinberger, has a synagogue by the same way, Kodesh, and in his letter called a Haskama, or sort of an approbation letter, he writes that basically he has had this book, the Kodesh, the original Hebrew, on his desk for 40 years, and so much of it was opaque to him until he read my book, which made me feel really great, and coming as many as I can. Anyways, we have the book launch on Monday night, the 30th. I really hope here in Brooklyn you're able to join us and to celebrate the life and the work and the contribution to world culture through Hasidic thought that is representative of the session of Rabbi. If you can't make it to Brooklyn, I would be very honored if you wanted to get a few of the books. They're available, of course, on all the internet outlets, and you can certainly ask if your local Jewish bookstore to see the banner people that support local business. And I guess that's what it is for the fun. I'm very proud of the work. I think it represents something useful for people, and I hope you like it. Welcome, everyone, to the last class of the secular calendar. We'll be continuing as normal, next Wednesday, January 7th. We'll take one day off this month for the yeshiva break, which is the week of the 26th. But otherwise, we're walking on through the cusp of the secular new year. And I hope you enjoy the extra and special foods that we have prepared. I'm not allowed to tell you that we have a special donor wishes donation to remain completely anonymous. In fact, there's an anonymous donor still anonymous. We haven't broken quite that but obviously, in honor of the auspicious occasion that this is the eve of the fast of the of David, we have to have a special meal with champagne, things like that. But it's also, it's life is tough, but father, our question always say, when we have a chance to get together and wish each other any applications, definitely top of line, and wish each other a happy new year, secular calendar wise, and it's any sense of together. So that's the welfare. Joe, today we're talking about a complicated topic, a very important topic. So I'd like to tell a couple of jokes. It's been a while since I told this one. I have to move on to funniest jokes. I know, therefore I repeat it quite often. So I'm going to forgive me if you remember this joke. The joke centers around this holistics device that many communities use in our own Jewish side. Arrows. The arrow is the arrow is essentially it's like a tremendous utility for the Sabbath because the Sabbath rules otherwise prohibit carrying all the Sabbath keys or pockets like that, or just controllers, things like that. So it's often filled with controversy. Quite often, people, because these are difficult things to construct, people cannot rely on them, especially people with a very high level of piety. As you know, I'm not relying here or engineer. It's also a lot of controversy because quite often when you build an error, that makes an error more attractive to Orthodox Jews. And if you don't happen to like Orthodox Jews and what they do for the property values, then you may oppose the error, as happens quite often. Joke goes like this. So we have two study partners. They're sitting in yeshiva learning together. And they're learning, studying the Talmud back and forth. And one day, Reuben says to his friend Shimon, I have to confess something. You know, we've been learning together for many years, and we've grown so much in our appreciation of Torah and so on. And I'm afraid I've been hiding something that it's time I actually fessed up. And Shimon says, what are you talking about? He says, well, the truth is I'm not Jewish. And Shimon says, so what are you talking about? You are so careful with your kashrut, you're sitting here learning Talmud, yeshiva, your Hebrew skills are amazing, your Aramaic is great, you know, you ask a Shidavit from Yama, you do all these religious things, you know, he says, no, the truth is I'm not Jewish. It just happened like that. I was walking down the street one day, I was traveling on the way to Saudi Arabia, and someone said, you want to have a Shabbos meal? So I said, okay, why not? And one thing led to another, and I really enjoyed it. You know, here I am. Nobody ever really asked me if I was Jewish. They just swept me away. So, and I'm not Jewish. And he said, well, you live a completely Jewish lifestyle. Well, actually, the truth is, I violate the Sabbath every week. I don't tell people, but I violate the Sabbath every week because actually, with a law, and I'm actually not allowed to observe the Sabbath. I violate the Sabbath every week. Conformity to the law. So he says, I don't believe it. Says, yeah, it's true. Like, for example, I carry my keys on the Sabbath. He says, yeah, but you have an error. And he says, I don't hold my keys. Okay, here we are. Let's go to Sarah. That's what you paid for. Not for the jokes, but I did get an email from comment from someone in. I forgot where I was from saying my jokes. So, all right. So tonight's topic is the Rashba. Very topic topic. I think great honor for you for the opportunity to speak about him because he has a thinker, really had a big influence on my whole Talmud history. He's an overwhelmingly important figure in the yeshivas. You may not have heard of him. You know, I like to ask any mom and my daughter who's now doing the film. Of course, because she's going on to take graduate courses on Wednesday night. So my daughter, Malka, is doing Malka. Your extensive education, have you ever heard of the Rashba? You have. How about Raphael? You're in the back there. Have you heard of the Rashba? Okay, so my daughter's not to be exceptionally well educated. But I think outside of yeshiva, it's starting to never hear the name Rashba because he's so associated with the Talmud, which is not necessarily taught in the English seminary. He was a tremendous teacher of Spanish in the heroic 13th century, right towards the end of the Spanish Golden Age. As we'll see, he's not only renowned for his incisive wit and his encyclopedic knowledge of traditional Jewish law, but also for his tremendous leadership qualities. In many ways, he is eclipsed only by figures like Maimonides, his teacher, or like Maimonides, who comes from the same era. If we lived in this time, in the late 12th century, we would have regarded Rashba as one of the shining stars of the Jewish constellation. And in fact, his life extends to the present day, where we still live very much by his teachings. The name Rashba itself is an acronym, like so many of the rabbis had names that were made as parts of marketing. Rabbi Shlomo and Abraham Adret, sometimes vowelized Aderet, but known as the Rashba. Rabbi Abraham or Shlomo ben Abraham, the Rashba. And his years are 1235 to 1310. He's associated with Barcelona in the velocity of time, there are sort of large chunks of generations that come together, primarily for theological reasons, but it also has implications for how Jews work somewhat involved. And the concept behind the division of these generations is the notion that the closer that Jews were to revelation at Sinai, the greater the level of spiritual sensitivity, the greater the level of openness to Torah, to divine information, and so on. Not necessarily greater intelligence, not necessarily greater sophistication. Those things actually come later because you have the ability to access much more information than earlier generations. But the idea is that they were on a higher plane than earlier generations. And the Jewish philosophy of time breaks them up into several groups, which is outlined in Scripture. In other words, the period that we're especially looking at right now is known as the Rishonim, or the first ones. A little bit of a misleading term, because the word here is before the Rishonim, with the Olam, the Amoriah, and so on. But the Rishonim is the first major generation after the Talmud. The previous period, the only there were certain practices and Talmud practices. Rishonim was the first generation of the Talmud already canonized, so they are the first major commentaries on the Talmud. Famous Rishonim that I'm sure you're familiar with, Rashi, who is exemplary of the Rishonim because one of the main tasks of his 200 years of scholars was explaining the basic text. Rashi is famous for his very pithy, concise, and revealing commentary on the Talmud and the Torah in particular. You also have Rishonim who engage in codifying law, meaning taking all of the complexities of Jewish law, which is scattered throughout a vast corpus of literature, and then bringing it down to an organized fashion where it's all set out more or less in Greek terms, with chapters, and sections, and subsections, things like that. The Rabbi, Maimonides, is shown here in the statue of Villanova, is perhaps the most famous of Rishonim in Jewish codes. You also have the so-called Monei HaMitzvot, those who counted the mitzvot. I mentioned a couple weeks ago, but Talmud says there are 613 commandments. The Talmud does not list them. So by the time you get to Rishonim, around the turn of the 10th century, several rabbis say, well, okay, let's put these down on paper. What are the 613 commandments? And of course, then they have the difference of opinion, which ones should be in, which ones should not be in, which ones are just customary or rabbinic, and so on. But that's something that Rishonim do. They try to analyze and synthesize so that we have the Torah presented in a very good format. So these are the kinds of things that are Rishonim engaged in very heavily, and the Rashba is firmly in that tradition. The most significant area of this work in terms of literature, this is actually the master writer of responsa. The term responsa is Latin, and it is plural of responsa, which is the same word as we have in English, response, answer. Basically, it would go like this. And by the way, this is the way it works even in the 21st century. A typical Jew would have a question in observance of Jewish law. He would ask his wife what to do. She would tell him, he would disagree, and so therefore he would be forced to go to the rabbi to find out that his wife was actually correct. Here's how it goes. A typical Jew has a problem. He goes to his rabbi. Rabbi, what do I do about this situation? I got involved in this business deal, and it didn't go well, and he says I owe him money. I tell him I don't owe him money. What do I do? Rabbi tries to answer to the best of his knowledge, but it turns out that if it's beyond his capability to answer, he'll pass it on to a higher rabbi. And this is all, by the way, decided by consensus, not by any sort of formal mechanism. It's like a more well-learned rabbi, and that rabbi may pass it on to another rabbi. And this would have someone who's known formally as the Gadol Gadol, the great one of the generation. Once again, it's not a formal designation. It was somehow elected to become the Gadol. It's just based on consensus where enough people agree that this person represents the apex of learning in our generation, and he becomes the person of the country. The Rothschild, and by the way, because we're talking about here. It's rare in any generation that you would have an absolute agreement on one person. There will always be several, maybe half a dozen, that various groups regard as the struggle for door at the same time. We did have a generation back, well, 40 years ago, there was widespread consensus that government diplomacy was considered the struggle for door across all of movements, but that's very rare and very brief, and many episodic cases. It was the case in the era of the Rothschild, who was really the struggle for door. To him were addressed all of these very vexing and difficult questions, and he composed written responses to them all around the Mediterranean basin, in particular in Spain and also in Provençal and various parts of Central Europe. And communities would cherish these letters from the Rothschild, and they would become, copied over and over again into their communal records and research and so on. And later on, in several hundred years, they were eventually published. Over 3,500 of these letters, these responses in Jewish law, have been preserved and have been published and continue to be studied to this day. So it's extremely accurate. They to put it in kind of a way, it's sort of like a Dear Abby, what the name of the column? Dear Abby? It's kind of like Dear Abby, except for Jewish law. People really pay attention to what he has to say. And by the way, as I mentioned to UNESCO, responsive literature is still being created today. It's quite fascinating to see all kinds of questions which are usually initiated by technological innovations or social innovations. What is a microwave? There's a microwave in an oven, in which case you have to treat it with all the laws that pertain to an oven. So if you put meat in it, and then you want to put milk in it, you have to touch it. How do you sure the inside of the microwave? Not the way I did it one Passover, putting a cup of water in there for an hour. And that's the right way to do it. In fact, I actually broke the last plate. The metal fucked up on the inside. Okay. So let's go on. His background. He was from a very well-to-do family of money lenders. Spoke about them a couple of weeks ago in the lecture of talked about the institution of money lending as a practice. And he was actually quite gifted in his business acumen. Already at a very early age, he achieved tremendous success building on his family's wealth. And among the people who owed him money were, in fact, the king of Aragon. As a young man, he was already parlaying his wealth into tremendous success. But he ended up using his wealth to become a rabbi. He retired by the age of 40. He took the position of rabbi of Barcelona, which was one of the most and this is really when the Rothschild becomes the man that would go down to Venezuela. He was especially known for his impeccable integrity and his absolute unswavering dedication to the law as he saw it, according to interpreted vision. Early on in him, he was especially impervious to bribery. There was nothing that could shake him from his position, regardless of the forces that may be punishment. Just a couple of examples. One is early on in his career, he was called to adjudicate a case where an orphan who had a substantial estate was disputing with some wealthy Jewish aristocrats and their wealthy Christian nobles who were supporting these aristocrats, arguing that they were unfairly encroaching upon his estate. And here's a young child without parents, and the Rashba staunchly defended early on his career. This young child against much greater powers that were arrayed against him. But on the other hand, another case that indicates how these people there was a case brought against a Jew who was accused of informing against his faith. Rothschild did not want to hear the case. Aragon said, "We want you to review this case and trust that people will always do with this Jew." After an exhaustive review, again, trying to recuse himself, but the man participated. After an exhaustive review of the evidence, ruled that was in fact a traitor are some rare exceptions where we would be permitted if we had, for example, a threat to the community as a whole, the time frame. So ruled against the Jew in this case, ordered that the family appealed, and the king agreed to forward the Rothschild decision to the great Maharama Rothschild in central Germany. Very important figure we spoke about a few years ago. And the Maharam upheld the ruling of the Rothschild and got the Jews put to death. What you see on the one hand, here is defending innocent orphan against tremendous money, wealth arrayed against him, and at the same time we see him standing up for the rights of the state against the which was accused he was so well regarded that the figure with her actually called upon him quite often to treat him that the state regarded him as federal ador, kind of like Glenn Sachs, and that sort of thing, that his moral authority was so great that it should penetrate Jewish boundaries and as well as regarded as perhaps the Dalai Lama of the time. They were regarded so well as a paragon of virtue and intelligence, and to some not persuade was render unfair judgment. He established a yeshiva and attracted some really fine people. I should mention, by the way, his background in terms of education is quite fascinating. He was educated at the feet of two of the greatest scholars of the era. One was Rabbi Rona al-Sharona. I think it's Rona, pronounced Rona. Corona? Okay, that's good. Actually, it's funny. There was a gas station called Chevron. Chevron. I always pronounce it Chevron. So, Rona is especially known for glorious book, Shari Tziva. It's repentance, which is one of the classics of Jewish literature, which is called the Gates of Repentance because it describes in tremendous detail how to repent for the wrongs of your past. Like, for example, in the section on regret, he lists 20 different forms of regret, 20 different ways to express your regret, and 20 different sort of nuances of regret. It's almost like a tremendous comparison of that, which is very, very good for perspective. And at the same time, it was also educated by Nachmanides, Rabbi, who was the older scholar, the last gentleman to go before the Rothschild, who was extremely involved in all aspects of his study, including Talmud and including Kabbalah, which is going to get short, one of the aspects of his associated with the Rothschild history. So he had a tremendous collectively, the Rabbi and then when he established Shiva, he was able to make these values to a later generation. History with the famous draw. Again, if you spend many time in Shiva, you'll study the works of the Rashba and the Ritzvahs go hand in hand all together. And they really did because the Ritzvah was God's history. And also, Rabbi Messiah, who was very famous interpretation of the Torah, commentating on the Torah, studied the So again, you have a full picture of this man, very wealthy, and yet his wealth gave him his independence to be able to focus solely on Torah, regarded as a fearless leader, sterling moral character that was respected by Jew and non-Jew alike, and very much involved in ruling issues that spread throughout the Jewish world. Again, 3,500 correspondence. Work that out. His career lasted about 40 years. So let's see, how many years that? 2,000 lectures. 80 or 90 letters a year. That's huge amount. That's what big letters. These are very brilliant letters that have tremendous amount of knowledge packed into one. Now, of course, since we are talking about Jews, there's going to be some dispute involved. And I'd like to concentrate on three main areas in which the Rothschild was involved in some very significant issues, which persist in some way to the present day, as we have a teaching in Pirkei Avot, the great classics of ancient Jewish literature, any controversy for that is for the sake of heaven, the controversy of Rothschild. People are arguing for the truth and for the betterment of the human race, then that controversy is not going to be solved. If the controversy is solved, maybe it wasn't so much for the side of truth. So we see that very much so with the Rothschild secular knowledge. So what's going on in that? One of the interesting things that's developed in the 13th century, Judaism as a body of thought was bifurcated. It was getting more complicated. And there were people who were specializing in certain avenues of research more than others. One of the last great systems, well, I'm not going to say that. Let me back up. There were three main bodies of thought on the Jews of the 13th century about how to approach Torah. You had the allegorists of many highly rationalistic Jews, many who came from Arabic lands and also from Spain, who felt that the Torah as a whole must be understood as a passive allegory, kind of like in a Byronic sense. That it's not everything that says in Torah should be taken exactly as it's written. It's all meant to mean something else. And of course, the danger inherent in that way of thinking is that all of the commandments then become debatable. But there's no hard and fast rule. There's no horizon. There's no common denominator. If you want to say that, like for example, if you want to say that it's protect to let's say, thou shalt not steal. So you say, well, I'm not actually stealing if I photocopy this book and then sell it. It's not actually stealing, right? So I didn't actually take it away. It was a library book. I put it back in the library. Now I'm making money from the photocopy I made of this book. Right? And you can make all kinds of allegories. You say when it says this kind of word really means something else, and so on. And so there was a trend in the Jewish world that was excessively rationalistic and taking the Torah away from its basic meaning. Then there was a people on the other side who were highly Kabbalistic. They were reading everything not as a rationalist allegory, but as a mystical allegory. And everything meaning much something totally divorced from the simple text it says. And then finally, you had sort of a moderate camp that was trying to distance themselves from both extremes. And Rothschild found himself in the middle of this movement, and especially where it became most pointed is in the place of secular knowledge. What do you do with mathematics, physics, chemistry, astronomy, all of the sciences that were growing in this 13th century? What is their place in the Jewish curriculum? So, as you might assume, the rationalists said, wow, it should be, deeply entrenched in this curriculum. It should be, lots of study of physics and of astronomy and so on. Jews should know tons of that stuff. The Kabbalists said, not at all, because all of this stuff is plus non-Jewish wisdom, which is which defiles the soul. Jews should just stick to or Jews on the Talmud alone and not study any of this secular stuff. And the moderate camp was really arguments we stand for both in some ways because the rationalists, when you study some of these things, there was worry that you'd be drawn away from basic faith and you'd be drawn into heresy, especially if you're studying, let's say, Greek philosophers, the multiple gods and things like that. So they were concerned, how are they going to push this to extremes here? If I can jump ahead 21st century, the debate rages in Jewish schools today how much Torah belongs in the Jewish school system. Do you have Torah, for example, only taught in the mornings when the kids are a little bit fresh, and that way they get their best energies in order to do Torah, and if you squeeze in yourself during the day, that's a very expensive endeavor, especially if you hire full-time teachers and you don't get employment for a few hours a day. Or you say, no, big self-Torah here, and second there, and you don't find it a ton of school to do math per se in the morning, and then when the teacher's free at the end of the day, they have to learn a little bit of English. Do you say that the balance should be pretty empty, that if you have an 8-hour school day, 4 days, 4 hours of secular, and 4 hours is Torah? Or do we say, no, you know what? It's just enough that they come here and they learn a little bit. So let's have 70% is secular and 30% is Torah. And so the debate is still very much alive today. What exactly do you hold? What ended up happening is the Rothschild is the only figure who had the stature to be able to set down a rule. In the so-called Compromise of 1305, when they were ruling, which was basically held in the present day in many communities. Basically, it said nobody is allowed to study philosophy until 25 years old. You want to study philosophy earlier? No way. It's too dangerous. There's too many crazy ideas. There's too much, nourishment in there. So young people who want to study philosophy, you've got to wait until you're 25. Presumably, by the time you're 25, you'll be married, you'll have kids, you'll have Chinese food many times, you're very secure and stable, and then you can handle the questions of philosophy. But before that, definitely not. Just later, if you get to a man on the study of Kabbalah, so you're 40 years old. However, he exempted many non-Jewish sciences from the ban. Mathematics, okay from the very beginning. Physics, okay from the very beginning. For certain hard sciences, that we call it today, that do not have any potentially ideologically risky components, were prevented from the youngest ages. But any kind of sciences, and again, at that time, the distinction between philosophy and mathematics were not that clear. But he was saying that anything that has an ideological tinge to it, it's all right, but only local. Younger kids are not allowed to study. And that compromise has basically directed Jewish education for the last 800 years. Okay, questions or arguments this time? So, astronomy is fascinating because it involves a lot of the hard sciences and mathematics and things like that, but it also slides over into astrology and the zodiac and all kinds of things like that. So astronomy was one of those sciences that began until 2020. So it's a very important statement, and it essentially set to rest all of the disputes. There was a ban that was clear, it was easy to follow, it was not too strict that people couldn't abide by it. So there's also an interesting sort of political dimension to this as well, because at this time, France in particular was beginning to centralize its government. And one of the issues that was of concern to the French community, I kind of wrapped up that before, was that is it possible that we have Jews living in our country who are ruled by our hated Spanish rivals? Here's a Jew in Barcelona who's telling our French Jews what to do. That's not okay. And so, the Rothschild was living in a time where these kinds of communities spilled over into that the Rothschild was an illustration of the proverb, showing proverb, there's no happiness like the resolution of doubt. Like when you don't know what's going to be, yes, no, or not or once you know, that's a special kind of setback. And so the Rothschild, he resolved the doubt and have kind of shoulders that could say, this is what we're going to do. Okay, so he also was very involved in defending Judaism, particularly from attacks from without. This is a period that was very popular for so-called disputations, in which the church, usually with state support, would arrange for these kind of debates one of these, the Rothschild teacher, faced off against Catholics and Christianity, the converts to Christianity. And one of these, we have both the Hebrew and the Latin account of what happened. Both sides say they won. What we know is that the court ruled the judgment for all the Christian judgments ruled in favor of the Christian trader, but the king gave Carnegie a huge amount of money and said, "You better get out of the country because we're in trouble now." And, the very strong performance that he showed. Carnegie was banished. He ended up in jail. These accusations were very, very popular, and Rashba was very active in participating in them. Whenever he was called to, in particular, in his writing, he wrote tracts that criticized books like the Fulvio Fide, Fighter of the Faith, by Raymond Martinez, radical church thinkers who criticized Jews and Hebrews. And he also wrote tracts against Ahmad ibn Qassam, who was a Muslim thinker who was Christian of Judaism. So he was very much active in the literary scene in defending Judaism against his detractors from the faith. And then finally, he was involved in defending himself, besides his responsa literature, and besides his commentary on the Talmud, which we haven't had much time to discuss, he also wrote a few sort of halachic volumes that deal with particular topics. One of these topics dealt with the laws of keeping kosher, and it was called Torah Tabayit, the teachings of the home, or the Torah of the home. And it was criticized within the realm of appropriate debate by another great thinker of the period, Aharon of Barcelona, who you may recognize is widely believed to be the anonymous author of the Sefer Shakir and its 5-volume Hebrew English translation. We have several copies in my house because it was very popular from history. It is actually the first. It itself was about history. Rather, his book. Let's take a second to tell you what the book is about. The book is written anonymously, so it's attributed to Aaron Barcelona, but we're not positive. And basically, what he does is he wrote this book for his son on the occasion of Bar Mitzvah. It is organized according to each of the sections of the Torah, the parsha of the Torah, and it goes through each of the 613 mitzvot in turn. And it says, a couple paragraphs about what the mitzvah is, how it is observed, and then most fascinating and very uncommonly, he says why the mitzvah exists, the reasons behind the mitzvah, which most of the commentaries do not treat. God says this is the mitzvah, the canon, and most commentaries say that's what we're supposed to do. But the canon actually provides for something that makes it usually fascinating question. But anyway, I want to criticize the Torah Tabayit. He wrote a book called Dede Tabayit, which was the examination of the house. Like if the house is so good, it can stand up to a little bit of criticism here, in which he took the Rashba to task politely on some of his ideas. So the Rashba apparently was not pleased with the criticism, and he anonymously wrote a defense of his work, written in the third person, as if it was some other person which is defense Rashba. We find out from a later responsa that the Rashba was actually defending himself, and his book was called Mishmeret Habayit, guarding the house. You have the laws of the house, examination of the house, and the guarding of the house, all in one kind of like triad of works that they're doing. So he was involved in defending his own ideas against criticism as well. So we take all of these works as a whole. The Rashba has a phenomenal writer. Just by the way, the 5-volume set of his commentary on the Talmud separate from the responsive original text. The Rashba was a communal figure of tremendous proportions. He was an astute leader and a profound Talmudic thinker. Very, very active in protecting Jewish communities all around, both intellectually and in many ways on the leadership level. And perhaps the most lasting contribution to Jewish thought, besides literary literature, is his compromise in 1305, which laid out boundaries for the acceptable incorporation of non-Jewish instruments into Jewish educational curriculum. So with that, I want to thank you very much for your attention and your endurance as always. Next week, we're going to speak about Hieronymus and other scholars who especially involved in translating Arabic wisdom into European languages and on the reasons why it's a phenomenal contribution to world culture. Thank you for your attention.
The next stop is Avenue J.
Tonight we're going to speak of Julio Acosta, also known as Julio Acosta. We are continuing our discussion of the Spanish Inquisition and the Portuguese forced conversion of followed for the next 100 years or so. And Acosta is one of those extremely tragic and moving figures in Jewish history. The story is a sad one. We will not leave here tonight feeling great about someone who heroically, stood up against tremendous persecution. We're going to speak tonight about someone who had succumbed to persecution, albeit under incredibly difficult and unimaginable pressures. To give away the story at the end, at the beginning of the lecture, Acosta was one of the victims of the Inquisition. He was several generations along Marano, so-called Marano, or Verso, a crypto Jew who had submerged his Jewish identity in the Catholic environment. He ultimately returned to Judaism, but his return was fraught with difficulties, primarily because Judaism that he had anticipated returning to was no longer there. It was, in fact, a figment of his imagination. And the disconnect between his imagined Judaism, which he had largely constructed while he was living in Portugal, and the actual Judaism lived by Jews in Amsterdam was totally different. He was unable to find a place for himself and his Jewish identity, and ultimately he ended his life after composing a very brief autobiographical statement that will be our discussion tonight. So he is a tragic figure that illustrates the problematic nature of Marano identity and the perils of living in that kind of bifurcated existence. In my humble opinion, perhaps the reason why I'm so fascinated with the story of Julio Acosta is because in many ways it reflects the phenomenon that we note at the turn of the 21st century, the so-called OTD phenomenon, which is an acronym for off the Darren, sort of like an internal observant sort of catchphrase, meaning Jews who were observant and then chose to not or no longer remain observant. Israel, they refer to OTD phenomenon as people who are observe the She'elah. Just like there are those who are observe that those who return independence. They look at the pun on the word repentance, which means literally answer. They return to the answer. They say there are those who return to the question, those who go back to the ambiguity of non-completed existence. And this is exactly what happens to Acosta because he is so desperately attempting to find his place in a religious, social, cultural milieu, and he is unable to do so. Now, the story that we're going to talk about also involves issues of most likely mental illness. From internal literary evidence from his own writings, we can see that he had significant conflict with his family that was completely unrelated to his religious persuasions and religious yearnings. But nevertheless, just reading it at face value, you can see that, as he will say later in his memoirs, he has suffered much as a result of religion. Religion was something that he was at the same time obsessed with and persecuted by simultaneously. Um, it's also illustrative of phenomena that would occupy Jewish identity for the next 400 years. Phenomena that we're still very much dealing with. That is the transition to modernity. Now, I'll speak about this in greater detail in a few slides. But basically, one of the things that happens between the 16th and the 18th century into the 19th century is the coercive control of central rabbinic authorities wanes. It erodes under the political and social pressures that are associated with greater democratization of society, scientific discoveries, and a general skepticism toward religion in general. The society that we were all born in the 20th century was radically different than the society that Jews would have been born in the 15th century, primarily because the rabbis do not exert the same control. They don't have the same coercive powers that have the positive and the negative aspect. The positive aspect, you might like to think, is that, after all, Jews have the sort of American voluntarism and freedom. They can choose whatever they want to do. They can express themselves however they want. At the same time, this plethora of choice lends to a dissipation of the power of gravity of the Jewish center. And Jews, of course, are assimilating at alarming rates as a direct result of the greater freedoms that modernity has afforded. We begin to see the roots of this really emerging as a result of the Spanish Inquisition. It will become full flower in the French Revolution, and that, of course, will be things that we'll discuss in February and March. Okay, one last. So, anyways, the parallels of Acosta's life are very much present in today's society. A lot of the artwork that I'll show you here is ironically emerging from Eastern Europe. For reasons that I think would become clear, the whole idea of the submerged identity that Acosta himself maintained under an oppressive, even totalitarian regime, very much like that of what he lived in Portugal, and then with the new freedoms of the collapse of communism, all of a sudden his ability to assert himself as it were an Orthodox Jew and finding out that Orthodox Jews were not all that cracked up to be is quite difficult. The parallels are here. Now, last thing I want to say here is there is this concept in halakha, Jewish law, of the tinok shenishba, the captured child. There is this concept that there is mandatory observance, right? The child has to have impulses or something. He gets the Ten Commandments, it tells the Jews these are what you have to do. And if you are not compliant, then of course you are a heretic and you are outside of the pale or off the derech, off the path, so to speak. And then there are people who return who say we're going back to the derech. Now, what about people who were kidnapped as children, for example, in an act of war, and very common in the ancient and medieval period that Jewish children and Christian children, Muslim children would be stolen and put on the slave market. And then they would be raised as slaves in a totally foreign culture. And then at some point in adulthood, they're able to gain recognition, and they know they're Jewish, they return to the Jewish community, and they find a way, not allowed to eat that. I can't make a fire on Shabbos and on Saturday. What's the big deal? So, according to Jewish law, these so-called kidnapped children, even though they may return to Judaism as adults, and even though they're perfectly intellectually capable of understanding all the ramifications of traditional Jewish law, they are held non-culpable for their actions. They are considered, beyond the pale of culpability of being blamed, primarily because they did not receive the tradition while they were children. It was not, so to speak, mushrash. It was not rooted in their personalities because they did not receive those children. The great Israeli scholar Chazon Ish once ruled that all American Jews, regardless of their parentage, are in the category of tinokos shenishba, kidnapped children, which is an amazing statement. Which says that our entire culture is one of future. We'll have to explore what that is. Let's talk about, first of all, his family background, the basic biographical data. He was born in 1583 in a small town in Portugal to a new Christian family. For those of you who were not here last time or spoke a little bit more about the Spanish Inquisition, you will recall that, particularly in Portugal, in 1497, when there was this massive first conversion of all Portuguese Jews to Catholicism. Only a tiny number of them actually fled Portugal. The others were tortured into submission and forced to become Catholics. Even though they were technically baptized and should have been accepted theologically completely into the fold and still within the general category of conversion, there was justifiably a lingering suspicion that they were secretly, yearning to return to their Jewish roots. They really wanted to be Jews and only had succumbed to the pressures to convert because of the torturous policies of the church. So this created a category known as the new Christian, as opposed to the early Christians who were never Jewish and converted to Catholicism. These were Jews who had become Christians, and therefore they were kind of like a second-class new Christian. And this designation of new Christian would persist for centuries, generation after generation, for people who were new Christians. There was a tremendous amount of persecution directed against new Christians. They were suspected, again, correctly, of having Judaizing tendencies, and restrictions were placed on their travel, on their, in some cases, on their promotion in various fields, although they managed to get around that in many areas. And they themselves, Jews who had converted to Catholicism, maintained a strong degree of endogamy, constantly marrying within each other's new Christian families, and a whole series of practices which were openly Judaizing in nature. And this persisted for centuries. So he was born to one of these families, putting it in terms of the time frame. You'll recall that the forced conversion is 1497. The Inquisition formally comes to Portugal in 1531. That means the Jews had about 3 decades where basically they could pretend they were Christian only at a very, very thin level, and then later became much more serious. And so he's born 50 years after the Inquisition has been active in Portugal. By his own testimony, he refers to his father as a very devout Catholic, and it's clear from internal literary evidence in his autobiography that he idolized his father somewhat, although other sources indicate that his father may not have been such a firm Catholic after all. He may have been just as much a crypto Jew as his mother was. Because his father died fairly young, our protagonist did not know much about this, but other evidence suggests that perhaps he was just keeping his own Jewish nature as secret from his son. One of the very common things in so-called Marrano religion, I use that term with some difficulty because it is a term of opprobrium. It means pigs, although it is the most common term for these new Christians or these conversos or crypto Jews. By the way, in Hebrew, they're often called anusim, which means the forced ones, the ones who were forced to pretend that they were Christians. It's most anusim who did not find out they were Jewish until their adolescence. When they were too young, their parents were afraid that a child would banter in the playground and reveal their Jewish identity, and so therefore they led their children to believe that they were in fact just as Catholic as the next door neighbor. And then when they became adolescents, they let them in on the secret that in fact they were Jewish. And adolescence is a tough enough time as it is. Can you imagine finding out that you're actually Jewish, and all this time you find you're Irish or something? It must be very difficult. So it's quite possible that his father wasn't a devout crypto Jew as his mother was, but he did not know that to himself. Mother, we know much more about. She, of course, survived the husband, and she fled with Uriel and the rest of their family to Northern Europe. And we know that as soon as they landed in Amsterdam, they began practicing Judaism again. He circumcised himself and his brothers, and were fighting God. We also know that the Inquisition was remarkably detailed in its record keeping. We actually know of generations upon generations of extended family members of the Acosta family who were persecuted by the Inquisition and were burned at the multiple auto da fe or the certain fate that were held for Judaizers. The Inquisition was known, for example, to pursue cases over decades, including the one woman who was sentenced for the third time when she was 80 years old. She was acquitted after 2 earlier arrests, and she was arrested at the age of 80, and she finally died under torture in prison at the age of 85. The Inquisition simply did not let go. One of the great historians of the Holocaust, Rothschild, compared Nazi bureaucracy to the Spanish Inquisition, and in many ways I don't think he was very far off. So we know there's tremendous data on his extended family, and it was definitely a family of very active crypto Jews. So-called underground rabbis were noted in. These are people who practice as religious leaders for the crypto Jewish community and so on. But there is evidence, as I mentioned earlier, that Acosta did not get along well with his brother and his cousins, and in fact they were amongst who denounced him to the Inquisition later on in life. Now, one of the terms that I have not introduced you to yet is the so-called Barak phenomenon. The versos are also known as Barakers, a very strange kind of reference, which is borrowed from the miraculous steed that Muhammad drove to heaven on his ninth journey, according to Islamic theology. Barak is a horse that was neither male or female, donkey or horse, but it's not. So it was some kind of like miraculous animal that is often depicted as in this Persian representation here with the face of a woman, who had no gender. And the crypto Jews were called Barakos, Los Barakos, because they were neither Jewish nor Christian. They had no clear place either way. In the Christian church, they were always suspect for their secret practices. And in fact, one of the interesting phenomena that occurred in many Portuguese churches is that when a person was accused of Judaizing and they were forced to wear this humiliating tunic, I showed you a picture of it last week, the San Benito, they would then take this after the person who was victimized and burned. They would take it and they would mount it in the church, like a reminder, a public place for all generations of that family, all extended members of that family, that in fact there was a member of the family who was so shamed. So they could never really completely buy into the church. They were not completely absorbed by any means whatsoever. And at the same time, they had nothing to go on Jewishly. And this I find absolutely fascinating. What do you do with Judaism when you don't have any of the key propagators of the elements of the faith? When owning a Jewish book is a death sentence, you recall that early on in the Inquisition, doctors were allowed to keep Hebrew books because they were going to have, doctors could have consult the Hebrew language medical textbooks. But after a decade or so, that was revoked, and anyone who possessed the book would immediately move into Judaism. Let us not forget that the kinds of things that typically get you into the clutches of the Inquisition was nothing so grand as like holding a prayer gathering or circumcising a child. That was obvious. But it would be something like doing your laundry on a Friday, changing the sheets on a Friday. That would be sufficient. Or simply not eating pork with everyone else. Pork was a major part of Portuguese diet. And to always be substituting this for other kinds of foods, that was absolutely inexcusable. Fasting on non-Christian fast days, feasting on non-Christian feast days, any of these little behaviors would immediately put you in the clutches of the Inquisition. So what do you do when you have no longer any books, you no longer have any rabbis, you don't have any anything except torture, historical memory the songs, because that's part of the Bible. It's hard to make that fit, right? So they would typically memorize the entire book of Psalms, and most of their prayer gathering consists of reciting Psalms, because they knew that was authentically Jewish. On the other hand, many other things would slip in, like, for example, praying on their knees. Kneeling is completely forbidden to Jews, and except under very rare circumstances, very rare things like prostrating on Rosh Hashanah, Kippur, and so on. But otherwise, completely forbidden. And they would pick it up from Catholic practice, and that was considered a personal. For my sake, if I can tell you a short story, it's such a depressing topic, so I'll tell you a very short story. When I got my PhD at the University of Toronto, it's a very old-fashioned school based on the Oxford model, and they have this huge da-da-da, as my grandmother would say, you have to go present yourself, go to the chancellor, and the chancellor would then take the hood off your left arm and put it over your head, and that's the official conveying of the conferring. So when they stood us up in the rehearsal, they showed how to walk up to the chancellor, sit on a big right thing, and they had to kneel before the chancellor, and I'd say, wait a second, I can't do that. I'm not allowed to do that. Oh, yeah, I forgot. We kick guys like me every year. Don't worry about it. All you have to do is don't climb up all the steps, because the chancellor was quite high up on the steps. So just climb up a few steps, go automatically, look lower, and so they called my name up and walked up there, and stand at the door, and I have my hood, and the chancellor takes the hood and the sort of, she says to me, lots of times. So we have to imagine young Uriel, who is growing up, and he is, up until this point in his late adolescence, he's totally into the gospel. He actually achieves an order in the church. He actually takes an ecclesiastical position. He admits that he's a sensitive young man. He often breaks out into tears. I mentioned the mental health maybe part of the whole story here, but he's quite a spiritual, emotional Catholic, and he learns that he is in fact he has some Jewish roots, and he begins to explore these roots while he is actually an officer of the church, and he starts reading more and more of the scriptures, and he decides, you know what, it can't be that Christianity is right. It must be that Judaism is right. He gives a few examples in his autobiography, like, for example, both Christians and Jews agree that the Old Testament is the Word of God, but only Christians agree that the New Testament is the Word of God, must be the Old Testament. And then he talks about some arguments which may have been brought from Maimonides and otherwise, but anyways, he says, okay, that's it, I'm going to be Jewish. And then he doesn't know exactly how he's going to be Jewish and what he's going to do about it. So he ultimately ends up fleeing with his family to Amsterdam. But before we do that, I just want to give you one sense of the mechanics of Inquisition, to give you a sense of the kind of threat that people lived under at that time. Read from the brilliant work of Cecil Rhodes, first published in the 1930s. And one thing is I have to find the actual page I was going to read it to you. Yes, here we go. So this is, I'm not going to comment the entire transcript. And these are examples of inquisitorial records of which we have excellent examples. But just to give you a sense of what the kind of twisted logic of the Inquisition was. So this is from the Inquisition of Toledo in 1567, where there was a woman named Elvira del Campo. Her husband was a scribe, and the Inquisition was already convinced of the guilt of its victims before they even began to interrogate. The interrogation was solely for the purpose of healing other people that could be drawn towards the thing. Therefore, the Inquisitors were absolutely merciless and would not cease no matter what. It's very Kafkaesque, very the trials, very much like Franz Kafka's descriptions of what it was like in prison. So this particular woman received a fairly assessment of torture, she was to get 1 jug, which was a reference to how much waterboarding she would do. So waterboarding was literally the expansion. So this is the translation. She was carried to the torture chamber and told to tell the truth. When she said that she had nothing to say, well, by the way, she was accused of not eating pork. That was her crime. She was ordered to be stripped and again admonished by the side. When stripped, she said, Senores, I've done all that he said of me, and I bear false witness against myself. For I do not want to see myself in such trouble. Please God, I have done nothing. She was told not to bring false testimonies against herself, but to tell the truth. The tying of the arms commenced. All that on the outside chance that perhaps a person was telling the truth was actually a Christian, it was considered inappropriate to shed their blood. So therefore, tortures that did not involve bloodshed, like waterboarding or stretching of the limbs or burning of the soles of the feet, were considered much more religious than the being. One cord was applied to the arms and twisted it. She was admonished to tell the truth, but she said she had nothing to tell. And she screamed and said, I have done all they say. Told to tell in detail what she has done. She replied, I have already told the truth. Then she screamed and said, tell me what you want, for I don't know what to say. She was told to tell what she had done, for she was tortured because she had not done so. And kneeling toward the court, she cried, loosen me, senores, and tell me what I have to say. I do not know what I have done. O Lord, have mercy on me, a sinner. Another charge was given. She said, loosen me a little that I may remember what I have to tell. I don't know what I have done. I did not want for me to sick. I have done everything. Loosen me and I will tell the truth. Another term in court was ordered that when she said, loosen me and I will tell the truth. I don't know what I have to tell. Loosen me for the sake of God. Tell me what I have to say. I didn't. They heard the Senor loosen me. Loosen me and I will tell it. She was told to tell it and said, I don't know what I have to tell. Senor, I did it. I have nothing to tell. Put my arms, release me and I will tell it. She was asked to tell what she did, but I don't know. I did not eat because I did not wish to. She was asked why she did not wish to, and replied, I listen to me. Take me from here, and I will tell it when I am taken away. I say that I did not eat it. She was told to speak and said, I did not eat it. I don't know why. I have returned the sword, and she said, Senor, I did not eat it because I did not wish to. Please me, and I will tell it. She was told to tell what she had done, contrary to our oath upon her faith. She said, take me from here, and tell me what I have to say. You heard me, on my arms, which repeated many times and went on. I don't remember. Tell me what I have to say. Oh, wretched me, I will tell all that you wanted, Signore. They were making my arm, breaking my arm, Signore. I did everything I was said. This goes on for 3 more pages of simply ongoing relationship. Say, make something up, tell something, not tell something, and just be searching desperately for the right answer to what exactly they want from me. Ultimately, she would betray several dozen other people that she could think of, and then brought them to that position where look for any tiny little aspect of what they might have done, and the process would continue. Absolutely torturous, something that was unprecedented. So they get to Amsterdam, and they're so happy to finally be in a free state where Jews are allowed to exist the way Jews are allowed to observe their faith open. As I mentioned, he circumcised himself and his entire family, his brothers and his mother, all converted to Judaism, and they're living there without too much difficulty. They later move on to Hamburg, Germany, which also has a very significant family or population of Portuguese Jews. By the way, Portuguese for most of the 17th and 18th century is sort of shorthand for these refugees from the Inquisition and raised in Europe. And there he begins to get into trouble because he begins to say, wait a second, why are you guys, why are you rabbis doing these things? I never heard of any of these things. In all of my detailed study of scripture, I have never seen, for example, the way you observe the Sabbath. Because in fact, if you look in the Bible, you will see nothing of extensive preparations and observance of the Sabbath that is common to Orthodox Jews. And this is one of the ironic sort of epiphenomena of the inquisitorial process that the divorce from traditional Jewish teachings or Jewish texts means that these are intensely religious people who nevertheless have no access to the realities of how Judaism is practiced. Justice simply could not be alone. So find one more document. Here we go. This is the document. And so he was censured. He began to write a little bit. He was a highly impressionable individual. He began to write and publish a little bit, and he got himself into some trouble. The leadership of Hamburg placed him under his first excommunication. He would ultimately be excommunicated 3 times. This is the first and largest of them. Now, let me take a moment just to discuss what exactly is excommunication in Judaism. The term itself is actually Catholic, borrowed from the Catholic faith. Hebrew actually has a fairly rich vocabulary of various types of excommunications. The most common one is known as parem. We also have shanta, algor, and a few others that are referenced in Talmudic literature. But it's basically a form of social ostracism that is typically imposed on someone who refuses to submit the decree of the court. It's kind of like contempt of court, I think, in modern legal terms. It's still very much practiced today, typically in cases where, let's say, there's a business dispute and the two parties agree to go to a baked-in, court. When the court finds in favor of Ruvain, Shimon, however, refuses to pay what the court felt he's supposed to pay, and therefore the court places him in the form of terror. You read the Jewish press or any of these Jewish newspapers, and you look at the back, you'll often find these legal notices that says so-and-so is placed under a ban, with a serial various terminologies usually. And let us understand this within the context of the kind of punishments they can vary from fairly mild things like he's not allowed to honor in the synagogue, to no one's allowed to do business with him, or speak with him, or stand within 6 feet of him or up on the property. So it depends entirely on the nature of the private discretion of the court. Perhaps the most famous ex that had birth, Tara, the victim of a Tara, well, Spinoza shown here has a very significant connection to what criminal or related. This is the text of the ban placed on Baruch Spinoza some century later, which is probably similar to the kind of text that was used in the same town against Augustus. So let me read this paragraph to get a sense of what this must have felt like. The lords of the Mama, this is referring to the village elders or the town elders, having long known the evil opinions and acts of Baruch Espinosa, have endeavored by various means and promises to turn him from his evil ways, but having failed to make him mend his wicked ways, and on the contrary, daily receiving more and more serious information about the abominable heresies which he practiced and taught, and about his monstrous deeds, and having for this numerous trustworthy witnesses who have deposed and borne witnesses to this effect in the presence of the said Espinosa, they became convinced of the truth of the matter, and after all of this has been investigated in the presence of the honorable Chachamim sages, they have decided with their consent that the said Espinosa should be excommunicated and expelled from the people of Israel. By the decree of the angels and by the command of the holy men, we excommunicate, expel, curse, and damn Baruch Espinosa with the consent of God, blessed be he, and with the consent of all the holy congregation in front of these holy scrolls, with the 613 precepts which are written therein, with the excommunication with which Joshua banned Jericho, with the curse with which Elisha cursed the boys, and with all the curses that are written in the book of the law. Cursed be he by day, and cursed be he by night. Cursed be he when he lies down, and cursed be he when he rises up. Cursed be he when he goes out, and cursed be he when he comes in. The Lord will not spare him. The anger and wrath of the Lord will rage against this man, and bring upon him all the curses which are written in this book. And the Lord will blot out his name from under heaven, and the Lord will separate him to his injury from all the tribes of Israel, with all the curses of the heaven, which are written in the book of the law. But who cleave unto the Lord God are all life this day, in order that no one should communicate with him orally or divining, or show him any favor, or stay with him under the same roof, or within 4 cubits of him, or read anything composed or written by him. Very strong, almost hyperbolic language and all over the Kulturkampf ideas that Acosta, and of course much more famously Spinoza, was they challenged the dominant thinking of the Jewish faith, and would the Chachamim, the sages of the community, would bring the full weight of rabbinic authority down upon this area. Now, for us living 5 centuries later, it seems, perhaps it's just me, but it seems like overkill. It seems like here's some possibly mentally ill individual who's criticizing how we observe the Sabbath, and yet you bring a whole ton of bricks on him like that. I think we have to try and place ourselves within this 17th century context where the boundaries of religious authority are rapidly eroding under the assault of these less educated Jews coming from Portugal who are skeptical and questioning the authority of the rabbis and dominant Jewish practice. Furthermore, they certainly have tremendous street creds for the persecution that they endured under the Inquisition. And for them to come and say, you really don't have to do all this Shabbos stuff. And, like when my mother, who was a really good Jewess, she only washed the meat. She never, soaked it in salt. She just washed it. That was good enough. So the traditional boundaries are under attack from this strange kind of internal threat, and the decision of the sages of Amsterdam was to just super harshly think about whether or not that was an acceptable strategy and whether or not that is an appropriate strategy today. But it gets worse. My father always told me, it always gets worse. So the second excommunication happened in Amsterdam. He fled from Hamburg, went back to Amsterdam, large Jewish population. It wasn't happy in Hamburg. He didn't speak German. It sounded very difficult out there. And he began to be much more aggressive in his critique of rabbinic Judaism. Remember, this is not a Catholic critique against rabbinic Judaism. This is a Jewish critique, an internal critique, where he says, I've read the Bible very well, and it doesn't say any of this stuff. He specifically used a lot of Christian vocabulary in his critique. As in this book, for example, the examination of Pharisaic traditions, the Pharisees, that's actually a reference to rabbinic Jews. The Hebrew term is pollution, those who separate. If you recall, we talked about this a little bit when we were talking about Abner. These are the progenitors of the rabbinic tradition. But in the Christian tradition, they are the Pharisees essentially identical with hypocrites. So to use Pharisee in literary context for anyone who's familiar with Christian thought, that's considered an insulting term. So he's saying the rabbis are just like the Pharisees. He says this openly in his autobiography. They're full of lies, just like their ancestors were, very stubborn and sick-headed. And he's saying that they're just making things up that aren't in the Bible. Some scholars of Acosta have opined that perhaps he was heavily influenced by Karaism, which is a movement that began in the 9th century that argued that the only authentic divine portion of the rabbinic literature is back in Torah. Everything else is all completely fabricated. It's very hard to draw a straight line from Karaism to Acosta. He published this book. The rabbis knew that he was coming out, and they actually anticipated it. They, before it even hit the press, it's not even much of a book, it's really a pamphlet. They published a counter pamphlet that accused him of all kinds of nasty things. The book, as soon as it appeared, was burned by the rabbis, and he was excommunicated a second time, and he fled to Utrecht. He originally wrote in Latin. He wrote in Portuguese was his mother tongue, but he wrote quite excellently, actually, in Latin. I don't think there's a Karaite community in Utrecht or Amsterdam at this time. And also, he thinks he is a regular Jew. He thinks he's like mainstream. It happens that these crazy rabbis are not Karaites. So the Karaites, I've read just about everything. He never refers to Karaites. I don't think he's even aware of their existence. He would have more Karaite communities toward the east, but not in the west. Okay, so he flees to Utrecht, and he lives there for several years. Then his mother passes away. He is married for some time. We don't know much about his first wife, but he apparently was very close with his mother, who sheltered him through much of the worst of this. And he decides that it's just too lonely to try and live in this excommunicated state, which he had endured for 7 years. No Jew was allowed to stand before the Jewish something. He felt absolutely terrible. So he decides, quote unquote, that he will become a pig among pigs. I don't believe any of this stuff, but he wants to live alone. So I'm going to go back to Amsterdam, and I'm going to pretend to do tshuva. I'm going to repent, and that way at least I can live with human beings. I can live among other Jews. At least I can have some kind of society with them. So he goes back to Amsterdam, and he agrees to rather humiliating rituals in the synagogue, which perhaps I will read to you right now, because I won't read to you in great detail, but I'll read you just one paragraph of what he endured with his second. Now, don't forget, he's already been excommunicated twice. It's not like he doesn't know what's coming here. This is not a first-time excommunication. He says, so he goes back and says, okay, I want to be sure about, I want to be accepted. And they agree, but they force his business to. Then my sentence was read out of a little book. It declared that I must enter the synagogue dressed in the clothes of mourning, holding a black wax taper in my hand, and there to read distinctly before the whole congregation a form of recantation in which they described in blackest colors the magnitude of my crimes. Then I was to submit to a public whipping, the scourge made of leather thongs. And by the way, this was a mechanical device that the rabbis used right up until the French Revolution. That the rabbis had the authority, and many countries it was utilized to give a person lashes in order to ensure conformity to you recall a nice lecture a little bit about the positives and negatives of modernity. One of the aspects of pre-modernity for Jews is that the rabbis had the authority of corporal punishment. Rarely used, obviously. It's typically in things like a husband who's used, like things like that, but definitely utilized. Anyways, after that, I was to prostrate myself at the entrance to the synagogue that they might all pass over me. Moreover, I was to fast a certain number of days. Right? So his punishment was he had to read this public confession. He had to be whipped 39 times, and then he has to lay down again in the synagogue, and everyone walks over. He describes this with how he endured this and how furious it made him, not surprising. But nevertheless, he goes through it. So that he is now, so to speak, he's done but he does mention, by the way, at the end, it says, now let nobody say that he did not do me honor. For if they scourge me, yet they lamented over me and struck my name, meaning that they at least gave him some hesed, gave him some kindness after he went through this very humiliating rituals. But again, trying to imagine what it must have been like for the heads of the rabbis in 17th century Amsterdam. We're trying to make sure this doesn't happen ever again. We're sending a really strong message. It would, in my humble opinion, backfire, but ultimately that's what we're trying to achieve. So, but he's not done yet, because Acosta now, after having ritually humiliated in this manner, begins to wonder about more than the specific practices of what he calls Pharisaic. He begins to say, well, what about the doctrines? What about the very basic elements of Judaism? I'm not talking now about how to make a cow kosher. I'm not talking about how to observe Shabbos. What about life after death? And here he begins to contemplate that perhaps the entire superstructure of Judaism is this. And at this point, not only is he attacking Judaism, he's also attacking Christianity by saying, and he ultimately comes out explicitly and says this, that he doesn't believe in any organization new Christians, but like younger, more Jewish Christians happen to come across him, and they say they're kind of interested in becoming Jewish, and he convinces them not to become Jewish. And when this gets back to the community, this again is Acosta explaining his own behavior. It's hard to believe it actually happened this way, but they say that's it. 3 communications, 3 executions, that's it. You are totally out of this one. He ends up being ritually humiliated yet again, and so he goes home and he sits down at the table and he writes a 10-page document, his autobiography called Exemplar Manai Vitae, an example of human life, in which he basically tells his whole life story in a very short period of time. After he completes it, he waits at the table for his cousin to arrive. He picks up a revolver and fires it at his cousin, listens. Then he takes another revolver, and I imagine he's like shot muskets, and he ends his own life. That's the sad story arc of the life of the story of that Costa's experience with Judaism. This is a great example of a tortured soul, deeply spiritual individual. He is horribly damaged by the Inquisition, who tries to find his place in Judaism, but then sees that the island of Judaism that he imagined is inside of a different part of the ocean, and he simply can't swim to those far shores. Again, he ends up taking his life. His legacy is remarkably important, even with the fairly clear strain of mental illness that took his life. He was one of these early thinkers of the modern period. He's really quite early. You have people like Voltaire who criticize religion for a couple hundred years ago. But he's beginning to question religion in ways that no one else has, especially in him. His thought would have a single impact on another Jew, Spinoza. This 1888 somewhat fanciful image they never met, showing Acosta here holding on to young Spinoza on his lap, indicating in the view of the artist the strong connection between them. And you could, by some emotional in 1888, is actually very penetrating. You see that Spinoza, the child, is very relaxed and contemplative. And in fact, Spinoza seems to be not terribly bothered by the ban that was put on him, and he lived his life normally afterwards. But Acosta was a tortured individual, and how his hand is gripping the chair of his man, and he's gone, bleeding, and his colors are all dark. Spinoza is portrayed in light and that stuff. He is, I think, in the final analysis, though, an illustration of the kidnapped child phenomenon. And even as an adult, and even having grappled with the incredibly difficult aspects of living any sort of Jewish life under the conditions of the Inquisition, he nevertheless was not able to gain full access and consent to concepts of practice by those who possess the tradition. And I would like to think, at least in a philosophical sense, I'm certainly not qualified to render any sort of judgment in a religious sense, that he's a classic example of that kidnapped child, and is not culpable for the damage he did to himself, and perhaps the damage he did to the Jewish life. That concludes my presentation on the sad life of Emilio da Costa. I'd like to thank you very much for your influence and your attention. Please applaud now because it sounds good.
Stand clear of the closing doors, please.
Fascinating individuals. Doing the research on this individual just blew my mind. I read another book, another biography that's absolutely fascinating, and I feel this is one of those tremendously underreported history. So this is one of those tremendously underreported heroines of Jewish history that makes such a phenomenal difference to our self-understanding and, in fact, our continued existence, as we shall see. And I'm excited I'll be able to convey some of that to you over the course of the next 60 minutes. She is affectionately known by many support as La Senora, as the lady, because of her phenomenally important work on behalf of Jewish people, her heroism, her unstinting willingness to stand up for what is right. Despite the tremendous legal odds against her, as we shall see. In Hebrew, she's often known as Hakiveret, the translation of La Senora, meaning the lady who looks for her. This picture is most likely nothing like what she looked like. It's a modern artistic representation. But we do have a sense of what she might have looked like from a slide I'll show you right there. But nevertheless, her personality was very appealing and attractive, and that's really what we're going to be concentrating on today. We're relying very heavily on her two principal biographers in English, Cecil Roth, the great interwar scholar and the post-World War II scholar of Jewish history, who wrote an extremely important biography, and the book that I just read for tonight's lecture, Andrea Elia Brooks, who wrote a fascinating account called A Woman Who Defied Kings, which is in fact a very accurate term to use to describe Gracia Messi, using a lot of more current research, archival materials that have become available in the almost 80 years since Professor Roth wrote this book. So we're very heavily indebted to the research of these two scholars for tonight's presentation. So let's start with her name. What shall we call her? This is an extremely complicated subject. So at her christening, obviously we're speaking about a woman who is a converso, a woman who lived a double life, posing as a Christian in the Inquisitorial Portugal and later on to Europe. So she led a dual existence, posing as a Christian while specifically holding Jewish attitudes and behaviors. So at her christening, she received the name Beatrice de Luna Duques. Beatrice is a name she never used in any formal sense. De Luna was one of her ancestral names. In Hispanic culture, it's very common for women to take their mothers and their fathers' names, and it probably alludes to their family background in Aragon, which is a region of Spain. Duques is also an interesting name. Both of these, by the way, were probably given to them by sponsors, because when a Jew was baptized as part of the often mostly sham conversions that they underwent during these difficult times, it would be accompanied by a sponsor, typically a member of the royal family or a nobleman or something like that, and then the Jew now converted to a Christian would take on the name of their sponsor, kind of a godfather-like figure. Hence, you have so many Jews with the name Nunez, Mendez, Rodriguez. These are all names of important Spanish royalty of the 15th century in particular. So the name de Luna is probably from a sponsor on one side of the family. The name Duques is kind of interesting because she actually had one family member, the name repeats itself several times in the family. He preferred to use it because it alluded to its date of birth, which occurred right around this time of year, Parshas Miketz. So he enjoyed calling himself Miketz as a result. She preferred, however, to use the name Gracia, which is a diminutive of Beatrice. Beatrice, however, is a Latin term originally, which means saintly one, beatus, saintly in Christian sense. She never liked using that term. She preferred using the term Gracia, which may have been a translation of her Hebrew name, Chana. This is, to me, it struck me in a very personal way because, of course, I also have two names, like many Jews. I have my, and I have what I like to call my slave name. Like Henry is my regular second that my parents gave me, and Hillel is also my Hebrew name that my parents gave me as well. But Henry is what I use when I try to pass in the street as a regular American, not too successfully, I think. But this whole dual identity and the whole dual naming is something that probably dates really from the Spanish Inquisition. I'm hard pressed to think of Jews having secular names prior to the 1500s. It's a very, very common phenomenon, however, and among Hispanic Jews, often the names are totally different. I mean, in English, Henry and Hillel begin with the same letter, but in Spanish you have completely wildly different names. Anyway, Gracia, she may have chosen that as a translation for her name, Hannah. Her surname, through her husband, who was also her uncle, a very common characteristic of converso families is that they're highly endogamous, always marrying within the same converso families. In other words, even though they may have lived as Christians for 3, 4, 5 generations, they're still married with other Jews who are similarly living as Christians. So she married her uncle, which quite a bit older than she, which is typical, which is actually sort of ideal in some Hamitic texts. It's not consanguinity. Is that a real word? Consanguinity. Marrying someone too close to you in relations. His name was Benjamin, also known as Benvenista, also a very common surname that is used by many Sephardic Jews today. I actually know some Benvenistas who claim descent from the house of Nassi all the way to the present day of Florida. So the bottom line, she referred to it by Gracia Nassi. Nassi is one more name to add to the whole mix. It's the family name. It's a Hebrew word that means prince, as in Yehuda HaNassi, indicating a royal lineage, or at least a lineage of leadership. And this is how she allowed herself to be known most commonly. But all of these names really apply to the same person. Confusing, complicated, but we're going to stick with Gracia Nassi in particular. What I find most fascinating about her life is that it is so illustrative of the liminal existence of the converso. We're talking about a person who is really living in two worlds. It's not that once a Jew converted to Christianity, especially under duress, that they could simply adopt this new identity. Because as we shall see and explore over the next 20 minutes or so, the Spanish Inquisition was specifically designed to root out those conversions to Christianity which were not sincere. And so even though these conversos had actually adopted a new faith, they were always being tested in that new faith. And the smallest little deviance from what was considered acceptable behavior could be grounds for incredible persecution, confiscation of their wealth, torture, and even execution. And this is a curse that they lived with for generations. The fear of being discovered as a crypto, or even the fear of being denounced as a crypto Jew, when it was not at all the case, was something that plagued conversos for many generations. Even those who may have wished to become complete and enthusiastic, authentic Christians, they always had to live under the shadow of suspicion. This is a rather interesting depiction of two converso Jews who have been accused of Judaizing, that is, of going back on their Christian vows and practicing Jewish rites. They're both wearing this ritual garment that was part of the Inquisition when they were taken to task for their behaviors. The figure on the right here, that's a little caption in French that says this refers to a man, a Jew, who was condemned to the fire, but he has acquitted himself through his confession, meaning he has, yes, it's true. I love bagels and logs, and I eat them every Saturday morning, things like that. And as a result, he's going to the flames, but with a clean heart. They would strangulation prior to their burning so that they could, die a less brutal death. This figure on the right is saying, I refuse to confess my sins. I am actually a good Christian. I just like liberals. And the French says a person who will be burned by the decree of the Inquisition. He's quite sadder because he feels it's truly unjust. But in both cases, we're talking about Jews who are forcibly converted to Christianity, and whether they confess or whether they don't confess, or they regret or they don't regret, they are still bound by these Kafkaesque rules of the Inquisition to the horrible thing. We'd like to say a few words about the experience of Iberian Jewry, including primarily Spain and Portugal, obviously, because today's lecture and the next two lectures are really going to borrow heavily from this experience. We should consider the fact that in the 15th century, the destruction of Iberian Jewry was a colossal event that can be compared only to the Holocaust in our times. Spain was a country that had housed the Jews for centuries, had given them a phenomenal golden age, had been the home of Yehuda Halevi, diplomats like Haskai Shaprui, scholars like Shmuel Hanagrama, scholars like Maimonides, who fled from Muslim persecution in the region, but nevertheless, Spain was like America back then. Spain was a tremendous home of the Jews for centuries upon centuries. And the rupture of Jewish continuity in this peninsula was overwhelming. And in fact, it took Sephardic Jews centuries to get over it, even if maybe they haven't even gone over it until today. And to be sure, the next 100 years, Jews are obsessed with the idea of how would Spain fall and what it meant for the unfolding of the Messianic period. So we really can't minimize the impact of the end of Iberian Jewry on the Jewish consciousness. Here's a map that gives you a sense of the diaspora of Sephardic Jews, that is, Jews from Spain. We're specifically going to be looking at Jews who were expelled from Spain around 1492, or some earlier, and we went to Portugal over here, where our heroine was born. She lived most of her life in Lisbon. Later, also, a map that shows how she fled Lisbon and made her way, like many of the expellees, up to England, and then to the Low Countries, down through Italy, and ultimately to Constantinople over here, Istanbul. The influence of Spanish exiles and Portuguese exiles throughout the entire Mediterranean basin had a telling impact on the future development of Jewish intellectual and creative thought for centuries. So let's look at the collapse of Spanish Jewry and understand a little bit of the roots of the Inquisition. As I mentioned, Spain went through several centuries of phenomenal acclaim. Jews reached the highest levels of cultural activity, their scholarship, their political activity. They had, they were really the leaders, like in America in many ways, the leaders of all cultural activity, of publications, poetry, literature. We had a Jew who was the head of the army in one region of Spain for a while. Incredible amount of Jews. It all came crashing to a halt, particularly in 1391, when there was a tremendous backlash after the few years after the death of one of the greater of the Jewish political figures in Spain, and there was a widespread pogrom that raged through Cordova. This is the Alhambra Mosque, the Alhambra Palace, which was possibly built by Jews, but is one of the great landmarks of Spanish Cordova. Following the 1391 boom, which was quite significant, there was more and more Christian influence coming down into Spain, and one of the attributes of the Iberian Peninsula in Christian context is that since it is not only the borderland both geographically, it's also borderland religiously as well. Spain, for many years, toyed with different forms of Christianity. Arianism in particular was a rival to the Catholic interpretation of the faith that was ultimately understood in the 4th century. And of course, Spain was Muslim after the 8th century. So it was almost kind of like it had the zeal of a convert. I can say that about the entire peninsula. The Spaniards in particular were often trying to demonstrate their Catholic fides, and one of the best ways to demonstrate that you were in fact true to faith was by persecuting Jews. So Spain had, once it became Christian again, it had a very, very strong anti-Jewish sentiment over and over again. In our context, perhaps the most significant are the history of disputations, which raged throughout Spain. 1263 is perhaps one of the most familiar with that, when the great scholar Nachmanides was called to debate a Jewish Catholic, Jewish convert to Catholicism and other than Christianity. Nachmanides ended up winning that debate, which lost, but that thereafter because he had shown up his interlocutor. And then a much more horrific example in 1414 in the city of Tortosa, which Jane River, a scholar has called more of a pageant than a disputation, where 2,000 guests were assembled in order to witness the rituals humiliation of the Jewish interpretation of the Bible. So there was more and more events that were culminating in Spain was no longer a hospitable environment for Jews. It culminates in 1479 with the establishment of the Inquisition. Now, what exactly is the Inquisition? This is a key point that we have to bear in mind. In Spain, in the 15th century, there were a tremendous number of forced conversions of Jews to Christianity. Many Jews, feeling the threat of immediate violent harm, had acceded to the demands of their persecutors and had taken on baptism. This is an issue we talked about a couple of weeks ago when we looked at the Ashkenazic lands and how many Jews there chose to actually commit suicide, murder their own children before they killed themselves. Horrific examples. In Spain, many Jews chose the route of pretending to be Christian and hoping that things would eventually die down. And this lasted for close to a century. And so when you get towards the end of the 15th century, you've got all of these Christians of Jewish origin who are sort of waiting and waiting to go back to Judaism. They're hoping that the political climate will change. They'll have a new king or things like that, and things will calm down. This incensed the church, and there was elements within Spain. And so they appointed Thomas de Torquemada, who was reputed to have some Jewish origin himself, as the Grand Inquisitor. And the Inquisition was designed specifically to root out those new Christians, so-called new Christians, who may have been 2 or 3 generations Christian, who were secretly practicing Christian Jewish rites. Note that, technically speaking, Jews who never converted to Christianity were exempt from the reach of the Inquisition. The Inquisition was directed at Christians who were Judaizers. Jews who were Judaizers were technically exempt. They would not be exempt from the expulsion a little bit later, but the Inquisition was directed specifically to these new Christians. And the Inquisition used the most horrific means possible to exact information they needed. It was almost Stalinist in its scope, where Jews would be, Christians, would be arrested, and then they would be routinely tortured in order to exact confessions of their Judaizing practice, and even more importantly, to portray others in the Jewish community or in the new Christian community who had also similarly Judaized. Because they, and in twisted logic of this claim, because they may have actually been innocent, they may have actually been Christian, and it was forbidden to shed the blood of a fellow Christian, torture methods were used only if they did not pierce the skin. And so a whole range of devices were employed to try to coerce confessions out of these new Christians, typically involving hanging, stretching, formal waterboarding, some really strange devices like lifting up involving extremely uncomfortable positions for long periods of time. And not surprisingly, as we saw in various in Stalinist Russia, that people would give up all kinds of things. They would say anything out of torture, and so then those people who were betrayed, who may have been innocent, would then be brought in, would also be tortured, and this expanded far out of control. In fact, it went way past the new Christian community and even attacked Christians with impeccable credentials. The Bishop of Toledo, for example, was also drawn into the net with problematic excesses, and hence the Spanish Inquisition became proverbial as a purge-like witch hunt that goes on and on for centuries. The Jews would be the new Christians, assuming that came on in the United States, they would be brought before a public tribunal, and you can see them wearing these hats of shame, these long conical hats, which may have had sort of related witches' hats, like the Gun Scouts, where they would be forced to either recant their ways, which would guarantee them a death by strangulation and then by burning, or if they refused to recant, then they would simply be thrown alive into the fire, which is of course, the auto da fe, the acts of faith, so called by the church at the time. So that's the sort of mechanism of the Inquisition. I reiterate that it's directed primarily at these new Christians and not at Jews per se. Let's also talk a little bit about terminology before I move away from this awful slide before we do it. The terminology is complex. You may have heard the term morality, which is perhaps the most common term. And many historians have tried to find fanciful derivations for this term from Latin and so on. In reality, it's simply derived from an old Spanish word, and this was a term used, a term of vocabulary used to describe these Jews who had become Christian and were, so to speak, returning to their old ways, like as the church would have a dog returning to its vomit. So the term morano is not exactly politically correct, even though it was overwhelmingly popular even among Jews themselves. Another term that might be more appropriate is conversos, these are Jews who had converted, or crypto Jews, that is, Jews who were hiding their Jewish identity. And let us bear in mind that the very tenuous nature of what could expose a person to a charge of Judaism. For example, the smallest kind of deviation from group standards was highly scrutinized by those who wished to denounce a new Christian. For example, the habit of many universal families of eating a kind of fried sausage or fried and bread sausage, but replacing the sausage, pork sausage, with partridge or chicken would immediately expose the family to the risk of Judaism. So the very diet of a Jew was considered very suspect. Of course, if Jews didn't show up for regular mass, if they had unusually large or frequent gatherings in their home, all kinds of things like this would point to figures of suspicion that would linger for decades and decades. And we should also recall that there was a very strong economic motive to denounce these Jews. The property of convicted Judaizers was confiscated and distributed to the church, and invariably rewards were given to people who had denounced them. So as a result, there was actually an incentive for people to rat out their neighbors and tell the church that they were in fact Judaizing, which is, just like in the Psalms example, it made a $1 return in margin. So this was actually the condition of Jews in Spain specifically for much of the 15th century. It ended horribly in 1492 with this document, which of course is the decree of expulsion that was signed by Ferdinand and Isabella, demanding that Jews packed up and within a few months' time leave the country of Spain, where they have resided for some 900 years. A terrible experience that left such a huge scar on the Jewish mind. Okay, that brings us to Portugal. Okay, so let's go on. Now, Portugal's a little different. Portugal, as you know, is the country on the westernmost point of the Iberian Peninsula, and they did not have the same history of persecution that the Spaniards did. Many Jews, of course, in 1492 felt that the easiest route to take to flee Spain would be simply to go maybe in Portugal, and in fact, they resided there. However, the Portuguese realized that they would have a difficult time with their Spanish neighbor if they had a much more liberal policy. So they adopted a policy which was economically prudent, and that is they agreed to accept the Jewish refugees on the payment of very steep and temporary residence fee. Jews had to pay a rather astronomical fee to reside in Israel for any length of time, and there were fees for crossing certain bridges and fees for remaining in certain places and so on. And the Portuguese hoped to profit as much as possible from the situation. Things changed, however, within a very short period of time as King. Now, I wish I had written this down. There's a king. There's several of them actually in Spain. Is often referred to as King John in English literature, but in more modern scholarship, his Portuguese spelling is which is spelled Joaa. Right? And my daughter who's fluent in Spanish, not Portuguese, I was trying to figure out how do you say that? J-O. She thought it was like a wow. Could you imagine naming your son a wow? How would you say? So she actually said ciao. So anyway, I didn't want to go with John. But luckily, today, the only Portuguese word I talk about is Manuel, which is pronounced Frank. King Wow died, I think, in late 1495, and Manuel was the younger man who knew the bride. Ferdinand and Isabella had a daughter, also named Isabella, but she refused to marry the king of Portugal, which would have united the entire peninsula. She refused to marry the king of Portugal, and now Portugal housed Jews. So Manuel had a choice to make. Should he expunge all Jewish presence in his land, which was economically not expedient at all? Portugal had a huge windfall by having the Jews come into their region, because after all, the Jews were incredibly experienced traders, very, very experienced in commerce, literate, and so on. And so he really wasn't sure what to do about this, but Isabella was quite fanatical about this. She would not marry him otherwise, and so he came up with a kind of a plan. The plan was essentially to forcibly convert the Jews of Portugal to Christianity, and then expel whatever was left. But in that way, it was hoping to keep the population and their business acumen and their business connections and so on, and of course their wealth. And then a small number would simply expel them, and he would move the field with Isabella. This is exactly the plan that he followed. With incredible difficulty, however, he began by looking at economically weakest elements of the Jewish population, and he tore away some 700 children from their parents' arms and forced them to ship them off to the little island of Sao Tome that you see over there on the equator, a relatively new possession of Portuguese who were at this time engaged in tremendous maritime activities. There it was the 700 children who were sent there that disappeared. It was assumed that the vast majority of them died. And according to a contemporary chronicle, many of them were actually devoured by the great lizards that lived on that island. I'm not sure if they actually had lizards out there, if that's what it is, or dragons, which is more island. It's actually, I looked at the more dragons, but this is a monitoring lizard. Okay, neither of them are Portuguese, but at any rate, I am not looking to a big lizard. I forgot the professor of biology. But at any rate, it's a sad soul. 700 children take Sao Tome and then The rest, under duress and under torture, were converted to Christianity, and as a result, Portugal now acquired a large Rothschild population as well. However, Manuel was not stupid about this. This was purely a political ploy with economic overtures, and so he signed into the conversion agreements that the Jews would be free from investigation for 20 years after the forced conversion. In other words, he said, okay, you all have to pretend you're Christian, but we're not going to look too closely at you for 2 decades. And that way, the Jews, unhappy as they were, definitely they were going to be exposed to torture. Nevertheless, they could more or less continue their lives as normal, more or less. In Portugal, with much greater freedom than they had enjoyed in Spain and the Inquisition era. There was no Inquisition in Portugal at this time, so there was no interference with the church demanding that they conform to the Christian norm. And so initially, the Portuguese experience was really quite different from that of Spain. And it was in this environment that when Gracia was born, probably in the year 1510, that is some 15 years after the expulsion from Spain. She was married, as I mentioned earlier, to a very wealthy family. The Mendez family were very big into banking, into jewels, and they really capitalized very heavily on the huge maritime trade that Portugal was really opening up in the late 14th and early 15th century. Vasco da Gama, the explorer, had already gone around the Horn of Africa and had discovered another route towards India. And so there was a tremendous amount of trade to be had by supplanting the overland route for spices from the Orient and taking it by sea and offering a much cheaper price to the expanding European markets. So the Mendez family were able to extend banking privileges to the Portuguese kings, loaning them sufficient funds to be able to mount these massive maritime exports, and then receiving their payment after the ships came in. So the Mendez is extremely wealthy and powerful and very closely related to the king. So the Universal family should marry really larger Universal community. And here you see a painting from the famous artist Arthur Zick, that shows Francisco as somewhat younger as probably was. He was twice her age when they married at 18. He was in early 40s. But nevertheless, they enjoyed their brief but very happy marriage together. They got at least one child named Anna. Well, the problem is that so well they had was with a promise of giving tremendous power at all times because they were able to leverage that wealth for policies that they promoted for the benefit of the Jewish community. They were extremely philanthropic and also quite involved in the realpolitik of offering grants to make sure that the Jewish community may remain safe. But at the same time, their great wealth made them a target. And so they were constantly under attack by people who wished to point out their obvious failures to conform to Christian practice in the hopes that their wealth would be confiscated. And so one of the many things that Gracia, her husband, David Gracia, really had to do over and over again was constantly pay off bribes to ecclesiastic and temporal officials to gain exemptions and protections from the depredations of those who would denounce them. Let's have a look at one more kind of interesting thing that Alfred put into this picture. You can see she's holding the scroll here. Now, when you look closely at the scroll, I guess what it says there. Right. Beautiful passage from the book of Psalms. If I forget you, O Jerusalem, let my tongue cleave my mouth, let my right hand use its cunning. The photo is on this, very prominent. In fact, she was a major figure in establishing a Jewish presence in Israel later on in her life. Yes, that's from. Oh yeah, look at this Jewish style. This is quite anachronistic. We weren't using this as a symbol for Judaism back then. But nevertheless, really cool. Okay, so let's go on. The same, anyway, she was married at age 18. She was a widow at age 25, making her the heir to a tremendous, is that me? Is that that's my microphone, right? She heir to tremendous fortune. Maybe if I walk it further away. Is that better? She was heir to a tremendous fortune, and once she was at age 25, that made her incredibly powerful. Now, her husband had a brother named Edward who was living at this point in Antwerp, and she would join him later, and she would later inherit him as well. The whole family that I'll share some details with you. But in 16th, 17th century Europe, widowhood was really one of those few ways that women could exert power in the world. Australia on a small scale, but when you're dealing with a woman like Gracia, who was working with and sometimes in opposition to kings and queens, incredibly powerful individuals, popes, her widowhood was really what gave her independence and her might, her ability to actually flex her muscles financially and achieve her will. They were acting in a clandestine fashion when they were married together in Lisbon, primarily to thwart the Inquisition, which eventually did make its way to Portugal, but they underwrote a lot of activities to try and prevent the church from extending the Inquisition there, including very liberal drives and perhaps even assassinations, inquisitorial officials. But the Inquisition was impossible to hold back. And the smallest thing could set them off. So, for example, there was in the Jewish quarter of Lisbon, which would still have like a Jewish quarter kind of a ghetto type setup, but it was more like what they would call in Boulder a gated community. There was a young Christian courtier who was seeking out a Jewish woman that he had met in the marketplace earlier that day, and he went into a house hoping to find her, and he discovered a whole bunch of Jews gathered there around the table, and this happened to be the Passover Seder. And of course, these are new Christians conversos. And of course, he came out and he proclaimed this in the streets, and it caused quite a hue and cry. Similarly, on another occasion, when there was a plague raging in the city, a whole bunch of new Christians and older Christians were gathered in a church, and they were praying for redemption from this plague, and the light shining through the windows in the back lit up a cross at one end of the middle with an unusual luminescence. Many of the Christians in the room felt that this was a miraculous sign that, in fact, the plague was about to be lifted, and a converso, you can tell it's kind of a Jewish approach, he scoffed at the idea that this trick of the light and the divine favor, this incensed the entire church population, and they rioted shortly thereafter. So you can see the kind of tinderbox that Lisbon was at this time as the Inquisition was approaching. So she decided to flee Lisbon and make her way to Antwerp, where her surviving brother-in-law was living and making business. Tremendous difficulty getting out of any of the places she tried to get out, because, of course, her phenomenal wealth meant that the ruling authorities refused to allow her passage. On the one hand, they didn't want to insult her because they wanted to keep her wealth intact and keep her working for the benefit of the larger economy, and so they couldn't simply refuse her passage. She is allowed to travel, but on the other hand, if they allow her to travel, there's always a risk that she would not come back. And that is in fact what she did. She made her way up to London, where there was a kind of a secret underground railway for Aranos, so she wanted to flee out of Spain and Portugal. And then from there, she went across the English Channel to Antwerp, where she met up with her brother. She brought with her a character that I have not mentioned yet, but someone who would be very important to her later life, her younger sister, Miranda, and Miranda will later marry Diogo would eventually have a child. The younger sister, as we shall see, did not share Gracia's attitude towards Judaism, and in fact, this would have disastrous consequences for all of them. Later on, just to jump ahead of our story, because we have this beautiful map here, she made her way down to France, to Venice for a while, to Ferrara, where she was a very active and she most likely is in Ferrara, where she finally renounced her Christian status and returned to Judaism, and eventually she made her way to Constantinople, which most likely passed away. Constantinople at this time was, of course, ruled by the Ottoman Turks, who were Muslims, who were openly inviting Jews to come to Muslim lands and were laughing out loud in print and in all kinds of proclamations that the Christian persecution of Jews was in fact enriching the Ottoman territories. Very famous passages from various sultans to this effect. And when she was in Ferrara, you recall at this point she met up with Diogo and one of the fascinating sort of behind-the-scenes negotiations over the will and estate that belonged to her late husband and her brother. Ultimately, her brother-in-law ceded her complete control over the entire wealth of the house of Nasi, even over his own wife and daughter. He felt that she would be a much better steward of that wealth than his wife, as we just see. So when she was in Ferrara, she was, up until this point, being extremely generous in fundraising and producing resources for Jews who were fleeing persecution, and actively promoting the rescue of conversos, in particular from various persecutions and depredations of the church. In Ferrara, she was able to spend money a little differently, and she becomes a great patron of Jewish scholarship. Two works in particular are associated with her activity. The first is the work of Samuel Luske, a famous work which has been translated to English, The Consolations for the Tribulations of Israel, which is a sort of a historical and a philosophical work about the nature of Jewish persecution over the centuries. And then the famous Ferrara Bible, which is a translation of the Tanakh into Judeo-Spanish. And this is, it's got a fascinating kind of cover on it. You can see that the frontispiece here has a depiction of a ship in a stormy sea with sea monsters and a broken mast. And it's an unusual kind of emblem to put on the front page of a Bible. Anyone have thoughts why she would choose to have it decorated so? This special Bible written entirely of the age, Luther publishing in German and so on, writing a Bible that conversos could read in a language that they were trained in, schooled in, and yet having this kind of image on the cover. What do you think about the experience of the Jews as a whole? Imagine these conversos traveling from place to place and trying to stay afloat, and yet, the mast is broken and no winds are blowing out of the window here in the corner. It's very dangerous, and nevertheless, they're making their way through the sea. I find it a very evocative and beautiful image myself. Okay, well, let's go on. I find it fascinating. I'll talk about it one more time. Now, it's a family problem, so let's recall that the way the wealth is managed out of this woman, she has all the money from her husband, and Diogo, her brother-in-law in Antwerp, has the other half. That's largely because her husband felt that Diogo had assisted in producing that wealth, but in reality, it was her husband who made most of it. At any rate, when she gets to Antwerp, she becomes right away Diogo's right-hand person. Diogo ends up marrying her younger sister and having a child who is known as La Chica. She's named Beatrice after Gracia, which means young wife, and that's often distinguished her from her aunt. But it seems that her sister, younger sister, is really not enthusiastic about all the shopping around and the secret converso culture stuff. She was really happy in Lisbon. She was happy living as a Christian. And all this, living on a razor's edge, worried about what's going to happen to the family, what's going to happen to our money. Do we really actually seriously talk about moving to Istanbul of all places? It didn't appeal to her at all. And she becomes more and more restive when it comes to the discussions that her husband and Gracia were having about the possibility of fleeing Europe altogether. Ultimately, after Diogo passes away, and in his will, as I mentioned earlier, he left all the money in the control of Gracia, his sister-in-law, not his wife and his daughter. Gracia, the younger daughter, younger sister, would formally denounce her own sister to the church and claim that her sister, truthfully, claimed her sister was secretly serving as a Jew, and that she, therefore, Riaza, the younger sister, deserved all of the wealth of the family, and her sister should be arrested, possibly tortured, and so on. It's a really difficult point in Gracia's life. You can imagine this human conflict in which such a fever pitch, but it was clear that there was no turning back between the two of them. The idea of fleeing Europe altogether and living in a Muslim country was something that was so foreign to Rihanna's way of thinking. She was not used to the life of heavy consumption that was associated with the brutal life of Europe, and she simply would have nothing of it. She applied her, Gracia had anticipated this and had very liberally greased the palms of all kinds of church and temporal officials trying to hold back on a formal lawsuit challenging her authority. She was not able to prevent a lawsuit from actually reaching the court, but she was ultimately able to defeat her sister in legal battle and lay authoritative claim to the entire inheritance, which is a rather amazing feat that just shows you how useful money is. On the other hand, in a related development, there was also a rabbinic court convened on this particular issue, and including some of the greatest minds of the era. Don't forget, this is the 16th century. This is the era when you have Moshe Dutrani, for example, and then none other than Joseph Karo, the author of the Code of the Shulchan Aruch, who debated this very point, and ironically, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, Joseph Karo, disagreed with Gracia Mendes. Even though he felt that she was a wonderful person and they did great things for the Jewish people and so on, it wasn't right that the sister didn't get an inheritance and that the niece didn't get an inheritance either. But that's another story beyond what we're going to discuss here. Part of this whole debate is surrounding as well, who would the younger child marry? Who would Beatrice Lachica end up marrying? One of the, at this point, I kind of omitted discussion of the role of kings here, but there are tremendous involvement of kings and queens, all having designs on the money of the House of Nasir. In this particular case, George V, the Holy Roman Emperor, had a wife who wanted to marry off Lachica to one of her closest friends, and in so doing, hoped to garner a large section of the assets that belonged to the Nasir family. When the queen approached Gracia Nasir about this, she actually avoided her several times by feigning illness, and when he was finally forced to answer upfront what would she say about this particular marriage of her niece to this older Christian man, Gracia Nasir said, intemperately, those whom I least found, then married. Very strong language, which meant that she really had to figure out, because there was no more excuse for her at that point. So they ended up finally making their way to Istanbul, and at this point, Gracia Nasir had revealed her Jewish identity and was quite openly, actively sponsoring Jewish causes without any vacillation or dissimulation whatsoever. But she met with several setbacks. One that's very important is the Altona incident of 1556, which is perhaps the saddest moment in her career. There was an Italian city with a port called Ancona, And we had a very zealous inquisitor there sent by a new Pope IV. And there was a very large conversal community. These are, and remember, what are we talking about here? We would have in Ancona, we had the regular Jews, the Italian Jews who had lived there since time immemorial, who were not forced to convert to Christianity. You had regular Christians. And then you had this conversal community, largely made up of Portuguese Jews, who were formally converted to Christianity, and or in such confession, but were nevertheless living pretty much openly as Jews, marrying with each other, keeping kosher, and all kinds of things like this. They could not, declare themselves openly to be Jewish, because that would be in contravention of church law. You can't simply convert to Christianity and then convert back again. But they were not prepared to live as Jews. So you had these three distinct populations in Ancona and in many centers of the Jewish settlement. The Pope and his very zealous inquisitor arrested approximately 100 of these conversos in Ancona and proceeded to, take the traditional inquisitorial route of torturing them, extracting confessions, arresting others, and so on, and threatening to burn them. Gracia Mendez was incensed and wanted to do everything possible to prevent the abuse of her co-religionists, but she was unable to succeed. She actually went so far as to enlist the aid of the Sultan of Turkey, when she had that level of confidence, and the Sultan sent an emissary to Ancona to indicate that any sort of maltreatment of these conversos would result in potentially military action from the Ottoman Empire. Gracia also, rounded up a huge number of Jewish communities who agreed to impose a boycott on the port of Ancona and to bring that city to its knees economically, because the Jews were extremely involved in all kinds of international trade and refusing to do business with that particular port. The port would actually bring their trade to a standstill. Unfortunately, she was unable to achieve unanimity on the question of a boycott. There were a few holdouts, notably the Italian Jews of Ancona, who felt that they were being unfairly drawn into this international dispute. There were, not always friendly relations between traditional Jews and conversos. They were really very, distinct communities. They had quite a bit of relations with each other. They were certainly not intermarrying and so on. So they felt that they were going to have their livelihoods destroyed by this boycott, and they argued against it, as did several local communities who were heavily dependent on the Ancona trade. And so despite her tremendous efforts, she was not able to bring together the Jews and Jewry with one voice on this issue, and the boycott failed. And 100 Jews were put to death as a result of the inquisitorial flames. She, however, devoted most of the energies of the last years of her life to developing the land of Israel with some very fascinating projects. One of them, most famously, is the city of Tiberias, which she essentially bought from the Ottoman Turks. She received an exclusive grant in perpetuity to develop the city of Tiberias on the Sea of Galilee, in exchange, of course, for funds that would be produced and would be given to the Ottoman Turks on a regular basis. So the very city of Tiberia, which is modeled in many ways on the successful city of Sfont nearby, is a result of Doña Gracia's specific intervention and her philanthropy. So if we want to bring it back to look at her legacy, this is perhaps our best chance of guessing what she actually looked like. This is a medallion that was struck in honor of her niece's 18th birthday. And you can see that it says in Hebrew, Gracia Nasi, and Hebrew here, on her 18th birthday. This is the niece known as La Chica. So to whatever degree there is a family resemblance, that's the degree to which we get a sense of how she reacts, how our heroine actually looked. The medallion was most likely struck on the occasion of her marriage to Don Joseph Nassé, also a family member. But the overall scope and trajectory we get of the life of this really phenomenal woman is one of unrelenting heroism and one of an indomitable will in which she's confronted with these very difficult challenges. The challenges of great wealth, the challenge of Jewish identity within a very hostile environment. And throughout it all, she maintains very steadfast support of the Jewish people. Um, she allows her burning love for Judaism to remain within her soul for the vast majority of her life while she's outwardly practicing as a Christian, and only when she is finally free to express herself as a Jew does she ultimately reveal her full intent. But we see her impact on the Jewish world in so many ways, not only in the language of the world, but also in the overall legacy of the Jewish people as a whole. Well, thank you very much for your attention and your endurance tonight. Have a fantastic week. Next week, we're going to come back to another somewhat more tragic figure from the Spanish and Portuguese experience. Thank you.
And clear of the closing doors, please.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to another section of Jewish history. You can also surround us with different because we're moving things around on this campus, different offices all together. Not entirely sure how much light so today's topic is going to be the Bible and divergence. This is what I want to talk about the 16th century. I want to identify three specific aspects of Jewish history that are really important for understanding modern Jewish history. What's the scriptures? Most really of the 16th century. Now we're talking about broad timing. First of all, dealing with some very important changes in Jewish demography. The distribution of the Jewish population, concentration, their ethnic makeup, a lot of things change from the 16th century and onward. So that's the first question. Second, we get some disruptive technology, which is something else that really came up. That's relevant to the same kind of period now. What we're watching is we're not disruptive technology which that represents. What's happening for our society is changing dramatically, even as we sit while we just change from okay. And third, more traditionally, the phenomenal spot circle or Sapphic circle of Jewish intellectuals that were very active in the 16th century and had a tremendous impact on contemporary thought as well. As I've just released a book on one of the members of the circle, so I can very close to that. Let's go first. Shifting demographics. Okay. Let's have a look at this map here. Well, in a sentence, what's going on? Major things that shift the bulk of the Jewish population. The first is the dramatic of the Spanish and the British Portuguese expulsion. That drive the Jews out of the Iberian Peninsula and primarily across the coast of North Africa into places like Ottoman. That's a huge shift, and it's really important to understand how that affected the Jews thought of themselves. And the second shift, which is ultimately going to be even more important, Ashkenazi Jews from the traditional Divine land, Northern Germany, let's say, moving towards these are very important factors that significant changes. Now, Jews are no stranger to expulsions, but the pace European region and then spreads northward from 1347 on. Jews suffered tremendously during the Black Plague, not only physically, but you don't have this living something of the rest general population. In fact, there was some evidence to argue that perhaps they suffered even more because they were primarily living in urban or semi-urban environments where vegetation was spread more easily. But be that as it may, the relevant factor here is that as the peasants trying to deal with the overwhelming impact of the Black Death in 1347, and they're looking for reasons why this horrible plague come upon us. Unfortunately, Jews constitute a very traditional approach to excuse for anything bad that happens, which reminds me of a joke. Should I tell them this series? So it's a very quick. So the joke goes like this. There's a big lineup outside the cucumber store. The cucumber store we do. And there's all kinds of nationalities there. So we can and they're all waiting for my cucumbers. And the cucumbers sale opens up the window and says, "It's this bird, there can be less cucumbers than we expected." All the Jews go home. Pick up and everyone's waiting in line. A few minutes later, we just heard that some of the trucks broke down on the way here. There were less cucumbers than expected. So all Uzbeks, Tatars, Ukrainians, Lithuanians, people like but when you do all these other non-titular nationalities, not as place and status, they have to provide violence is only pure Soviet stations there. Following Stalin, that's the standard line. And cucumber guy opens up the door and says, "We just learned that the last truck was taken over by the mafia. There are no cucumbers arriving today. Everybody go home." So he wants us to throw it. The Jews get all the breaks. So the Jews suffered quite a bit in the 14th century as the Black Death swept through the region. Yes, got a taste for expelling Jews, and often had economic implications as well. Watch the video on Jews. But more significantly, if you look at the larger map here on the right hand side of the screen, you'll see that the red line on the map here shows the large phenomenon of Jews leaving the Iberian Peninsula and finding new homes in Italy, Greece, particularly Salonica, and especially the following in Istanbul, Constantinople. Those are regions where Jews felt more welcome at the time. Many of these regions were under Muslim rule, and the Muslims welcomed Jews because of their potential economic contribution to the society and so on. But it represented a tremendous end of era. What you do is think about in the 15th century how Jews regard themselves as sort of a post-Holocaust generation, much like we in the later half of the 20th and 21st century are still reeling from the incredible demographic assault of the Nazis on the Jews of Europe. The Jews of the 15th century were really trying to understand what would it mean that the golden age of Spain became such an abrupt and painful end the expulsions of the 15th century. So it's not just a shift of population, it's not just a migration for economic reasons, it's an upheaval, it's a destruction of a civilization that then had to be replanted elsewhere. It's also important to note in this regard that there were a lot of Jews who were actually heading west, not to the east. It's not necessarily what our discussion today, but many Jews chose to go to Brazil, Curacao, and eventually perhaps then New York. These are really later ripple effects of the expulsion. And finally, Charles mentioned a smaller note, many Jews chose to leave Spain and Portugal for Northern Europe, particularly the Netherlands, Amsterdam, as more liberal times for Jews who practice their faith with less fear of exploitation. So that's one really important about demographics is that the population of Spain was totally destroyed and was spread out to other regions. One last thing before I forget, of course, there were no Jews who chose to their Jewish sensibilities and identities. A Christian guy, sometimes called Moranos, which is a derogatory term. Their history is also fascinating, but not sort of so the second major element of the shift demographic is what you can see there in the blue line at the top of the map, which shows the Jews in Western Europe making their way to Eastern Europe, particularly Poland, Lithuania, Ukraine, and those regions of Baltic. This was for two basic reasons. One, increasing levels of anti-Semitism in Western Europe, based on factors we discussed in earlier videos, and secondly, very significantly, the attraction to these economic zones, where much of the economy was very poorly developed, and there was tremendous opportunity for Jews to move what used to be our doctors, land, missors, or seas. There would be middlemen for landlords, owning large tracts of land, called agriculture, tax farming, all kinds of things like that. So the shift in demographic means a lot in this context as well, because we're going to see that this population is actually going to grow significantly over the next few centuries, meaning that the Yiddish language is going to expand tremendously as well, because English is basically, as Billy Crystal once put it, German with flag. Basically, it's a medieval German dialect with letters with a tremendous number of borrowed words from many other languages. So Yiddish becomes something we're planning about the largest ever in history by the time we get to the 19th century. Okay, so that's the first major point, shifting demographics. Let's look at the second, disruptive technology. Okay, so what is this technology that's changing everything? What do I mean by disruptive? This is kind of a business term that's used frequently nowadays. This is when someone invents something that changes the way we do business. And in this case, it changed much of our society as a whole. The invention, of course, I'm talking about the printing press, invented by Gutenberg in the 15th century. This basically took the world from a manuscript culture in which you had to have monks who were painstakingly copying out line after line of written text and then circulating them one copy at a time, which was incredibly expensive and difficult endeavor, which meant that actual books were very hard to come by, and you would only see them very varied. This, kind of like a Torah scroll today, it's an incredibly valuable and expensive thing to procure and generally purchase. The only exception of individuals within their own Torah scroll, even though it is actually a commandment given by the Jewish count that every person must write their own Torah scroll and stand on top of it. The Jews seized on this technology very early, particularly the Sonsino family in Italy, who started producing this amazing, high-quality, beautiful works. This is, for example, a beautiful page, the first page of their Bible, Genesis. And you can see how it's very beautifully illuminated, multiple colors, much like a manuscript. They're trying to absorb that aesthetic into a printed text. Later, they, of course, abandoned it because the cost was not necessarily the driving factor behind the profit. But nevertheless, you can see some absolutely gorgeous work. Later, particularly with the Talmud, this was expanded on by a Christian printer named von Blomberg, who printed an entire set of Talmud that was not necessarily as high quality as what the Sonsinos were producing, but it was complete and it was produced in a fairly quick fashion, and it rapidly essentially put the Sonsino back out of business because this new Talmud was one that could be circulated with some standardization throughout the period. Now, think back for a second now, what does this mean? Why is this so disruptive? Tremendously disruptive, because all of a sudden it means that populations move from the hierarchy of those who possess the text to a more democratic sense of, well, of course, you don't possess the text. This is something that becomes cheap enough that everyone can have. And these large groups of people can own significant numbers of manuscripts. All of a sudden, information literacy becomes populist, becomes available to so many people, and not only access to existing information, the creation dissemination of new information is also possible. So brand new ideas that maybe never would have had the kind of institutional support to allow them to make multiple copies of a manuscript to later influence hundreds of people. All of a sudden, it's like blogging. You know, you just write a few ideas down and you're bang, it's out there for like 2 billion people to read within moments. So it's a tremendous change, the shift from this manuscript culture to a written culture. And at the end of this lecture, we'll just outline a couple of ways in which that can impact what we feel to the present. But let's go on to the third major element of the 16th century. We'll talk about it, that is specifically the amazing Safed century. So what's one? Safed is this town, the northern spot, or spots. It's in the Galil, very beautiful area, very rolling hills. You can see this photograph here. And it basically was a nothing town until the 16th century. And in the early 16th century, the Ottoman Empire took it over. And they put in place some new tax laws that made it really advantageous for people to settle there, particularly the textile industry. So it was a multicultural population, but with a lot of Jews suddenly congregated. And if you think back to the expulsions of the Iberian Peninsula, obviously a lot of the Jews who had fled Spain and Portugal made their way to Spain. And what seemed to happen at the beginning of the 16th century was there's a collection of absolutely brilliant minds, a collection that rarely happened in Jewish history. And so, in the space of about 50 years, an explosion of Jewish creativity that was expressed in so many different ways. At the center of it, you have people like Rabbi the author of the Chag prayer, very noted Kabbalist, who together with his student Rabbi Moshe Cordovero would go out wandering the hills around Tzfat and would like mystically sense the presence of the graves of the Tzaddikim from earlier generations, and would engage in mystical exercises, meditations, and then those places that they identified would become sort of like spiritual tourism destinations that would try to steal more Jews there. You also have people like Yosef Karo, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, who's living in Tzfat now, who's actually baked in there. And you have people like Rabbi Yaakov Rav, who was a brilliant rabbi who said, you know, we have so many brilliant minds here in Tzfat, we could actually reinstitute smicha, meaning the ordination that originally Moses gave to Joshua, and then Joshua to his students and on until it was lost sometime in the diaspora. He said, we can reinstitute right here. We can all agree that we're the most brilliant rabbis of the world, which is most likely the case. So let's all give each other smicha and let's pass it on. This movement didn't gather a lot of force, although it gives you a sense of what's going on. And finally, of course, the incredible Arizal, who you can see his grave is actually on the description. The alphabet is on the right, and the Ramak is on the left. The Ramak is the author of the phenomenal Tomer Torah, which I translated and published under the title Kabbalah of Forgiveness, and also one of the great systematizers of Kabbalah. He took the wide range of writings. It's so hard in places to kind of like make a system out of them that you can actually comprehend without falling into some kind of mystical translation. At least that's what people say. I still don't understand it, but nevertheless. The Arizal, great Rabbi Isaac Luria, left Egypt and came to study under the Rothschild, under his system. And although they studied it for a period of a few months before the Rothschild died from plague, the Arizal went on to eclipse his fame once he becomes sort of the most important Kabbalist of the early modern era. So this is all happening in Tzfat. The author of the Shulchan Aruch, according to Jewish law, you have these world-altering Kabbalist writing, and you have this idea of social change. Maybe we should be a tznicha, new models of leadership, and it's all happening in Tzfat. Now, if we bring these three things together, I think we can make new sort of generalizations as to why these fit together and are very important for Sephardic population dominated by the scholarship in Spain at its heyday a couple hundred years earlier is now really on the way. Their base in the Iberians was destroyed, and although there are still very strong expressions of Sephardic Judaism in Northern Africa and the Ottoman Empire, it's definitely declining. Population-wise, the Ashkenazim grow, and they themselves move towards the east. And ultimately, they will overtake the Sephardi in terms of population numbers and become the dominant political organization of Jews as well, although it's in the century. Ladino and other Sephardic languages decline, but Ashkenazic and Germanic language becomes the most important language of the Jews. Second, and related to this, disruptive technology of printing changes the way the Jews look at themselves, look at the Torah, look at their rabbis, and ultimately create some tectonic shifts that alter the Jewish phenomenon. The textual tradition becomes reified, which means to be made concrete. That has like it's not even a bad thing. It's a good thing in that here it is. It's reliable. This is exactly what's the halacha. This is the halacha. It's straight. It's written right here. What you have to do and so on. That's great. But on the other hand, by setting it down in black and white in print, all of the other oral traditions lose their impact. And some of those oral traditions could have been plainly wrong. Like for example, how much wine does it take to make kiddush? How much wine do you have to say the prayer, sing the psalm, and so on? So all of a sudden they are not located. We have a controversy because we've lost the sense of these sizes. Something that for the Shulchan Aruch, before, people kind of pick up a cup and say, well, yeah, that looks like about right there. And I'll say, no, that's not big enough. I say, you should have a much bigger cup. So there's like a whole discussion, which ultimately becomes reified. What does it say in the text? That's what we're going to follow. In fact, one of the reasons why there was such an objection in some circles to the Ramah's way, the Ramah, Rabbi Moshe Yisrael's wrote a very important commentary on Rabbi Yosef Karo's Code of Jewish Law. Code of Jewish Law is called the Shulchan Aruch, the set table. The Ramah's super commentary is called the Mapa, or the table Tanakh. So some Ashkenazi community says, who is this Polish guy, Rabbi Yisrael, telling us how to do it here in Germany? We don't do it like that. But the German rabbis were absolutely right that because the Ramah came out in his commentary, that even German Jewish students studying it 100 years later would be inclined to go for what the text says. So Judaism, in some ways, halachically becomes much more focused on what is the text, even when there may be areas where, according to family tradition, right or wrong, another big debate there, but according to family tradition, might change all things. I'll give you another example. So in America, there's one debate that I've served the privilege, sad privilege of serving on many different congregations around in my academic project. And there's one particular ritual that is touchstone. And if you look at the halachic literature, that we do a lot of things in America, we skip over things that were done in Europe all the time. We do extra things that were not done in Europe, and there's a whole bunch of details that are just not present in our tradition. Why is that? Well, my thinking is because there was one particular congregation that was in Chicago that was the first one to actually write it down in English. So as soon as they wrote down their customs in English, so lots of other Jewish communities saying, well, what are we supposed to do? Oh, there's a country. Check it out. Here it is. So that becomes the Minhag American custom that essentially includes a lot of other regional customs. So that's one of the things that happens with this disruptive technology. Another thing is, because everybody can do it, all of a sudden, copyright law becomes challenged, and like, to say a person can't do something that's against or, oh my gosh, all of a sudden, the huge threshold of cost that would be represented by hiring a manuscript copyist to write out their heretical writings is disappeared. because now basically you can get a certain amount of capital, you can print it yourself. And so all kinds of ideas that not have seen the light of day, print, or manuscript, I should say, with printing all of a sudden it's fair game. Everybody can put their stuff out there. So we see the thought of like the notes and so on circulating as a result of this disruptive technology. So the religious diversity that will expand and come to a crisis point in the 19th century has its origins really in the 15th century. And finally, the spot circle, some amazingly nuclear strength activity that was going on in Israel for a very, very brief period of time, only a few decades, then it was all over, has tremendous ripple effects. It represents a revival of Kabbalah, very, very common. Kabbalah, of course, is a very ancient studied Jewish text that goes all the way back to the biblical period, but much of it was accessible before Rabbi Moshe Cordovero built the parties for Monin, and of course the Arizal and his people behind Paul popularized the dramatic understandings of the book and so on. So the study of Jewish mysticism becomes very, very prominent throughout Europe and has ripple effects on many movements that are not necessarily so closely related to the Jewish tradition. In particular, false messiahs like Shabbat Tzvi, heavily influenced by Kabbalah, and on the other side of the coin, definitely within mainstream Judaism, although it wasn't necessarily appreciated by all Jews in that sense in the 18th century, the Hasidic movement borrows very heavily on Oriental Kabbalah, and as a result, therefore, there's a tremendous amount of creativity in the 18th century as a result of what happened in the 15th. Well, that was a very quick tour of this incipient revival, the beginnings of a new growth of ideas in the Jewish world, at the same time divergence as a result of these three factors. I hope you found this video useful, and I look forward to seeing you again. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for coming. Sorry for the, oh my gosh, record late start. We had actually a technical problem because they put a new lock on the door, and I don't have a key to the new lock yet, so we were a little behind in getting this together. But so, for those of you who were here over Shabbos, we had a magnificent affair. The Rab's own son, Rabbi, was bar mitzvah, and he was a tremendous cutout. He was brilliant. We really enjoyed not only his laning, but in particular his Torah. And he started with the following joke. So the joke, and this is an Avrami Grunstein original, I think. Joke goes like this. So between Mincha and Mara during the week, many Rabbanim like to say a short Dvar Torah, in that period before, during sunset during the week. And so the Rav gets up to give the Dvar Torah. You have to imagine this joke told by a 13-year-old, the son of a rabbi who gives a Dvar Torah between Mincha and Mara, by the way. And the rabbi's giving his Dvar Torah, and he notices towards the back of the room, one of his best Balabatim gets up and walks out of the shul. One of his most loyal parishioners, congregants, gets up and walks out unexpectedly in the middle of his drasha. I mean, the rabbi is used to having people get cell phone calls and things like that, but to have his best member, really, his most supportive member, walk out of shul during the drasha, he was very, very disturbed by this. So, and then a while later, just before he's about to wrap up his Dvar Torah, the member walks back in. So he's very grateful to see him back there. They dub and Mara, and then afterwards he goes up and I said, "Listen, Shloime, I was surprised to see you leave the shul right in the middle of my Dvar Torah." And Shloime says, "Yeah, I had to get a haircut." And Rabbi says, "You had to get a haircut? You couldn't get the haircut before Mincha?" He said, "Before Mincha, I didn't need a haircut." Okay. I think Rabbi said that one better than me. But anyway, you get the deal. Okay, so tonight's lecture is actually a lecture of tremendous meaning and value for me personally, and I'm hoping that it'll reach you as well, because it has tremendous value really for anyone who goes to synagogue on Friday nights. They have automatically a connection to this particular figure. And so we're going to hear a lot of versions of the Chazal from the audience tonight, and I'll even play a couple of for you. But basically, we're going to be talking about Rabbi Shlomo Alkabetz, who is one of the most important Kabbalists of the 16th century. He was in many ways the founder of the Tzfar school of intellectuals, that very unusual 16th century explosion of Jewish religious and intellectual creativity that occurred in northern Israel at that time. But he's really mainly known for one particular prayer that he wrote. As we shall see, it was apparently a wedding gift that he gave to his bride, which adds a whole new dimension to reading about what this prayer is all about. And this prayer was universally accepted. It was printed almost immediately after he wrote it, and it is one of those rare pieces of liturgy, particularly early modern liturgy, that was accepted by all streams of Judaism as they were known then, and even as they are known today. It's hard to imagine a Friday night service without Lecha Dodi. I don't even know exactly what it would look like. And you can think of a lot of different strange ways to observe Friday night service, but Lecha Dodi is pretty much central. So over the course of the next 40-odd minutes, I'd like to give you an overview of Rabbi Alkabetz's life, and in particular look at the Lecha Dodi prayer in a little more detail, and place it within the context of the Jewish liturgical and intellectual tradition. Okay, so first of all, here's a photograph of his grave. I'll actually have a few of these here in the city of Tzfat, the holy city of Tzfat, which we'll also explore a bit. You can see his name is Alkabetz, which is probably some kind of Muslim derivation, like Al-Ghazali or Al-Jabra or things like that. Algebra. That's where it comes from. And a little factoid for my daughter there. We're not exactly sure of his origins. The family name is Islamic in nature, so it could be that it came from Moorish Spain, perhaps. We catch up with him in Turkey, and he's very much associated with the Portuguese exiles in Tzfat later, so it's difficult to say exactly what his family origins are. They definitely have significant roots, though, in Turkey. We have a grandfather we know of as a printer, for example, but otherwise much of his origins is lost in the background. Of his years, by the way, just so you know, roughly 1505 to 1584. Comparatively short life, not as short as many of the Kabbalists that he was the teacher to. That 16th century, in the space of about 25 to 40 years, created such a tremendous revolution in Jewish thought that we're still feeling its echoes today, 4 centuries later, 5 centuries later. So let's place it in context. The 15th century was in many ways, it can be compared to the post-Holocaust generation in many ways. Very difficult to make that kind of comparison. The scale was nothing like the Holocaust. The suddenness and the ferocity was nothing like the Holocaust, only the suddenness perhaps. But you have to understand that the first decade or two of the 15th century, Jews were reeling from the shock of the Spanish expulsion. The expulsion, of course, came in 1492 when Isabella and Ferdinand shown here decided, after a significant amount of time persecuting the Jews and also Muslims, they decided to simply do away with them. This is the writ of expulsion that was slated for Tisha B'Av of that fateful year. Of course, Tisha B'Av is the sort of national Jewish bad luck day. It happens to be a day when so many bad things in Jewish history seem to occur, all the way up to the Warsaw Ghetto decimation under the Nazis and so on. It's a very, very bad day for Jews. At any rate, they expelled the Jews from Spain. You can see here in the Iberian Peninsula. Many of them chose to go to Portugal nearby, but that was only a very brief respite, because 5 years later there was a tremendous forced conversion of Jews in Portugal and an ensuing expulsion as well. particularly hard on children. Thousands upon thousands of orphans were created in the very brutal Portuguese expulsion. And Jews made their way, to the north, to the Netherlands in particular, and Amsterdam, where they found some safe havens. Many of them moved along the coast of North Africa, and many of them made their way finally to Israel, which is where we'll be focusing on for most of our lecture today. For our purposes, however, the destination of choice for many of the Spanish and Portuguese exiles was the Greek city of Salonika or Thessaloniki, which was a major Jewish center at the time. It was supported by some very important Jewish largesse, some very important people like Don Gracia de Mendes, who supported the Jewish exiles in a very significant way. And the Jews found a lot of shelter in Greece and later in Turkey, which was essentially the route that would be followed by our protagonist, Rabbi Shlomo Alkabetz. He made his way first to Salonika. Again, we're not sure exactly what his backgrounds were, but he shows up first in Salonika, where he is a student to the great Kabbalist Yosef Kaitatsa, who's left behind several writings, but he's known as one of the brilliant early Kabbalists of the period, who is reputed, for example, to only sleep on a bed on the Shabbat, on Friday nights. Otherwise, he would sleep on the floor. They did this for 40 long years. He was a teacher of many, but in particular, Rabbi Shlomo Alkabetz instructed him in the mystical arts and doctrines of the Kabbalah. And that brings him to Tzfat. His route to Tzfat goes through several towns in Turkey, and in particular Adrianople, where he is acquainted with some of his greatest disciples, including this man. Of course, this is the iconic picture. We don't know if this is exactly what he looks like, but none other than the great Rabbi Yosef Karo, who was to be the author of the Shulchan Aruch. It's not very well known outside of cognoscenti, but this great legal mind who composed the 4 sections of the Code of Jewish Law was also a noted Kabbalist, and in fact, much of his Kabbalistic thought and his halakhic thought overlap, and he borrows from much of Kabbalistic ideology as to inform his halakhic writings as well. So Rabbi Yosef Karo and several others were attracted to Rabbi Shlomo Alkabetz, who was by then beginning already to gather disciples, directing them along the teachings of Rabbi Kaitatsa that we saw earlier. It was at this time in Turkey that the two of them, with other disciples, spent the night on Shavuot studying and learning, which has become a de rigueur tradition now for Jews. There's a midrash, I'm sure you're familiar with it, that when God wanted to give the Torah on Mount Sinai, the Jews slept in, so you have to got thunder and lightning and things like that. And so as a result, from then on, the Jews, as it were, resolved to always get up early to be able to receive the Torah on the holiday of Shavuot with passion and eagerness. But a custom developed, particularly from this one incident in the 16th century when Rabbi Alkabetz and Rabbi Karo were studying together, and Rabbi Karo reported a visitation from an angelic being called a Magid, who would come to him many times over the course of his life. And as a result, the tradition became widespread to spend the entire night of Shavuot learning, as in fact we do in this synagogue and many others. And there's a particular text that Sephardim in particular used. This is a cover from an 1860 printing of the Tikkun Leil Shavuot. Anyway, so they stayed up all night. Now, he arrives in Tzfat in the year 1535 or thereabouts, and this is really where the huge explosion of activity occurs. He gathers around him a host of Jewish celebrities, the like of which would not be seen for hundreds of years. It was really such a phenomenal concentration of people that you never have anything quite like this. An all-star game of Jews, as it were, all at once. And we'll try to explain what the reasons for that are the next slide. But his disciples included Rabbi Yosef Karo, I mentioned earlier, Rabbi Elazar Azikri, who wrote a fascinating book called Sefer Karedim, which is essentially a book that lists all of the 613 mitzvot and then compares them to the parts of the body that are used to perform those mitzvot, along with the ways of atoning for those transgressions. So, for example, if you use your right hand to threaten to strike someone, then you have to use your right hand to give charity. An act of cruelty has to be matched with an act of kindness with the same hand. And he goes through all the body parts like that, eyes, ears, nose, and so on. It's really quite an amazing book. Rabbi Abraham Galante, very important Kabbalist, and the most important of all of them was Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, known as the Ramah, who was a person who's very, very dear to my own research. I published a book on him just last year. And ironically, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero turned out to be so influential as a student that Rabbi Alkabetz, who, by the way, was also his brother-in-law, because Rabbi Moshe Cordovero married Rabbi Alkabetz's sister. Rabbi Alkabetz then turned around and became his brother-in-law's student. The teacher became the student, and they ended up really teaching his disciples' own teachings afterwards. But that's going to take us further afield of where we want to go today. The question is, why Tzfat? Or Safed as it is. What is so special about Safed? It never shows up for the vast majority of Jewish history until the 16th century, and then all of a sudden it's like ground zero for Jewish activity. What exactly happened? The place is referred to in Tanakh in a passing way. It does show up in the Hebrew Bible in a passing way, but there's no known activity, there's no known personalities for the first 2,000 years of the existence of this town in northern Israel. It's a cipher, it's comparatively nothing. So whenever you have one of these kinds of conundrums in Jewish history, well, why not Jerusalem, for example? Why aren't all these exiles from Portugal and Spain making their way to the holy city of Jerusalem, which was, of course, so central? Why this town of Tzfat, a good 150 miles north of Jerusalem, that has no resources whatsoever? So what I like to teach my 18-year-old undergraduates, I have a feeling that many will appreciate as well, is what I like to call the Abramson rule of history. Now, do you remember the Abramson rule of history? Follow the money. Good. It's not exactly that phrase, follow the money. I like to say that if you know why something happens, Judith, the answer probably is money. It's probably money. If you can figure out the Congo, the who benefits, what is it? That's in Latin, they say quid bono, right? Who gets the benefit? But in Russian, I like it better. Congo, who's beating who, right? If you can figure out who's getting the benefit, then they usually figure out what's going on. So if you look at Tzfat, it appears to be basically economic in nature. The Turks who were controlling Israel at the time, the Ottoman Turks, they put in place some very beneficial tax policies which encouraged the development of businesses, particularly textile and import-export businesses in Tzfat during that century, which suddenly made it quite a magnet for business interests. And you have a lot of new money that is sort of released as a result of the Spanish expulsions, where Jews are leaving, they're looking to invest, they're looking to settle down somewhere, they need something. It's either Istanbul or maybe it's Salonika, or what about this new place, Tzfat? It's kind of like, as it were, the Las Vegas of the era. It was a Wild West, intentional, and many Jews piled in. Yes, question. Well, it actually could serve as a crossroads to the north, because the way the Galil is set up, right, in Jerusalem is definitely higher than it now. Yeah, but it's got a commanding presence over the entire region. It's the largest town in the region, so it had a lot of benefits that the inhabitants could find. But there's one in particular that is especially important, and that is spiritual tourism. This was a new industry that was very big at the time, and that is, and in fact, by the way, Rabbi Alkabetz was very important in developing this industry. Visiting the Kivrei Tzadikim, the graves of the righteous ones, was considered like, an act of great piety. People were finding these graves all over the place. Most of the graves that we visit in Israel today, they're of doubtful origins, but Tzfat was really well placed for that. It's beautiful, it's well watered, it's lush, has lands for growth, has all kinds of things that Jerusalem at that time did not. And so money concentrated there. People said, and actually your question is so fascinating. Think about Las Vegas, the comparison. What does Las Vegas have, right? I mean, there's no water there, it's a desert, but it's a human created economy. Just get all of us there together in one place and figure out a way to make money. And in fact, it happened. It's just boomed for about 80 years, and they cut off with earthquakes and plagues. And that kind of shut it all down. By the 1580s, it was on its way down and it declined significantly. But the first 3/4 of the century were great. Judith, I'm sorry, you've been waiting. Well, Crusades are definitely way over by this point. And to my mind, we're over by like 400 years, 350 years. Okay. Yeah. To my knowledge, it was not. It was not on the coast. So even those arrivals by sea would not have affected Svat. And it's not such a direct route. So I don't think so. Yeah, it definitely has strategic value because of its height. Yeah. Yes. No, but there's rules and then there's ways to get around them. So there's always familial connections. The Apravano family found ways to some bizarre ways, but they found ways to funnel out a lot of their funds when they have to leave Spain as well. So there were ways to get money out. Difficult, but then once again, the money is in play. It's not invested in a particular industry or real estate. Textile seems like a pretty good idea, and Suvat really benefited from that. So what happens next, of course, is once you have a thriving economy, culture develops. You don't have universities develop in the middle of nowhere. You only have universities develop where there is significant amount of concentration of resources to allow for the development of higher culture. And that's what attracted all of these people, because there was suddenly a wherewithal for them to, ply their trade in religious thought. Here's an interesting picture. I wonder if I can zoom this back a little bit, because you can't see the full picture. Some of the graves there, can't really see it, I'm sorry. Some of the graves there, I'm glad you're enjoying the lecture, but you should put me on the camera right now. This is one of her favorite cities, by the way. So you can just see some of the graves here. They're colored blue, which is considered a way of warding off the evil eye, who is considered a Kabbalist covenant. Here is the Ramak, who is one of the greatest disciples of the Rabbi Alkabetz. On the way up here, you can see the Ari, the great Rabbi Isaac Luria, who was without doubt the most famous Kabbalist of the time. Lurianic Kabbalah deeply influenced Hasidic thought far more than Rabbi Cordovero or his teacher Rabbi Alkabetz's Kabbalah. But they're all grouped together here because they had this tremendous concentration at one place. Now, Rabbi Alkabetz, who is perhaps not the most well-known, was probably one of the most prominent at the time. He was the head of the yeshiva in Merod, which is close by to Surat, and he had many, many students who were actively learning his math based on the relative ages of these people. And it's also important to note that most of these people were in their 20s and 30s when they were their most creative. And many of them died in their late 30s through their 50s. So it's a period of young people getting together, being extremely productive, writing a tremendous amount of material, and then unfortunately dying often under tragic circumstances, something which historically affects Kabbalists far more than regular people. Rabbi Alkabetz himself was extremely prolific. He left behind many, many titles. Unfortunately, at some point, quite a few of his manuscripts were lost. There's some suspicion that they may have been stolen by his rivals, but they are simply lost. We know of these texts, but we do not have them. Only a handful of texts remain in their completeness. Ironically, he makes no mention of the Arizal in his extant writings, which could be due to the fact that the Arizal, the great Rabbi Luria, was one of the latecomers to the party, as it were. By the time he arrived, it was really already in the, I think it was in the 1570s by that point. You'll correct me, Benit. I think so. And Tzfat had already had such a tremendous reputation, and he had come specifically to study under the disciple of Rabbi Alkabetz, Rabbi Cordovero, and then Rabbi Cordovero died just a few months later, and everything began to go downhill at that point. So we don't have any references to the Arizal from one of the greatest teachers of the time, which might be a reflection of the distance between them in ages and the limited amount of time that the Arizal was actually there. So what did he do while he was there? We knew he had a job. We knew he had a wife whose name has been lost to us. We know he had a son, Moshe, who he named after his grandfather, his father, excuse me. But what did he do for a living? He's only left behind a few signatures on communal documents, indicating that he was a highly respected figure who was consulted on legal decisions quite often, but he was something of a recluse when it comes to communal affairs. His main activity was in the yeshiva, studying Kabbalah and so on, and not as, an askat, a person who was deeply involved in the affairs of the community. But like Caro, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, was much more deeply involved in those kinds of things, although he himself would consult with Rabbi Alkabetz on many weighty issues. What we do know about his activities primarily comes to us, once again, from his disciple, the Ramak, and he used to have this very, very unusual form of meditation, which he called gerushin, or divorces, or exiles, something which Rabbi Moshe Cordovero actually wrote an entire book about, describing this particular spiritual practice that his teacher would engage in, and that he, on many occasions, would go along with him and do. What exactly were these so-called gerushin? And by the way, the word gerushin was loaded with meaning. Not only does it mean divorce in contemporary Hebrew, it also means exile, but it was also the same term used to refer to the expulsion from Spain. Gerush Sfarad. So when people would practice gerushin, it was like, again, think if we leave you in a Holocaust generation, it's almost a frightening thought. I hate to make these kind of comparisons, but it's like going to concentration camps. Can you imagine such a thing? It was extreme, bizarre, and strange. But what exactly was it? Basically, he would go off alone for hikes through the forests surrounding Tzfat, in the regions like you see in this photograph here. And he, often with his disciple, the Ramak, would wander around, following rivers and climbing over ridges, until he would sense, through a level of spiritual sensitivity, that some righteous person was buried here. Again, remember, this is a fairly remote part of Israel at the time, not very well settled, but it had a long and hoary history. And so they would come to a place by a brook or something, and Rabbi Alkabetz would say, on this spot is no doubt the grave of, and he would name some figure from the Talmud, let's say. And at that point, he would sit down, I imagine in a lotus position, but probably not, and he would simply meditate for hours on end, maybe 6 hours at a time. And they might go back into Tzfat and then come back the next day and do it all day as well. Strange rituals, enforced silence, strange body positions, and just meditating on the spiritual resonance of the land that they were occupying. And Rabbi Moshe Cordovero claims that as they were doing these things, tremendous insights would appear to them, and they would compose in their minds great Talmudic commentaries and so on, and later they would set them to writing. And essentially, he recorded a spiritual journal of these many, many trips that he took with Rabbi Alkabetz, discovering these graves and then kind of imbibing the spiritual influences that came from them. It definitely sounds very strange, and it reminds me of a joke, which I'm not sure I can include in the internet version, but I'll tell you the joke anyways. Did I tell you the joke about the woman from Brooklyn who decides to go to Tibet? So she's playing mahjong with her friends, and she says, I'm going to Tibet. And they said, Tibet? What do you want to go to Tibet for? It's like past Europe and everything. Why don't you just go to Bulgaria or something? No, I want to go to Tibet. So she goes to the travel agent. The travel agent says, Tibet? At your age? On your own? I mean, Del Rey is very nice this time of year. You want to go all the way to that. I insist on going to Tibet. So he sells her a ticket. She goes there. She lands there. She says, I want to hire a Sherpa to visit the whole. They say, it's a quite long distance. It's not, five-star hotels between here and the Holy Mountain. And she says, I don't care. So they hire a Sherpa. She goes, travels on the back of a yak to the Holy Mountain. And she says, I want to climb the Holy Mountain. I say, no women are allowed to climb the Holy Mountain. It's a very difficult thing, and it's dangerous. Says, I don't care. Get me another Sherpa. Get me all the guides I need. Sure enough, she climbs the Holy Mountain. She says, I want to enter the Temple of Silence. They say, no, you can't go in there. No one except the disciple is allowed. She doesn't. She bursts through the doors. There are all these monks there in saffron robes, and they're trying to hold her back. She bursts into the central sanctuary. She says, I want to speak to the holy man. And they all spray. She goes behind the curtain, and there's the holy man sitting there in total silence, emaciated, in a lotus position, meditating. And she says to him, Howard, come home already. Maybe we shouldn't tell those jokes. I'm going to get me in trouble. But, it's based on her. Okay, thank you, James, for letting me get to the end of the joke. Anyway, so he would do these kinds of things and have these kinds of experiences and so on. And these visiting of graves, you can see that, in terms of the industry that was created, he certainly furthered this along, not only by discovering, as it were, more graves, but also by developing the culture of what one does at these graves. I mean, how is the visiting of graves a religious activity? He essentially sort of codified rituals that are still in practice today. The lighting of candles, or those little sign that says you're not allowed to light candles here. Stretching oneself out on a grave, which has biblical precedents as well. The prayers, the meditations, things like that. Many things which, of course, persist to the present day. Maybe I can mention, I know this is a little bit of an aside, but it's a very beautiful thing. One of the many, many beautiful rituals that we have lost in the 20th century as a result of the huge weight of rituals that we used to have in Eastern Europe that have simply disappeared in the modern world was this beautiful thing called the measuring of wicks. You ever heard of this? The measuring of wicks? So it was a custom that was very widespread in Eastern Europe for hundreds of years, that in the month of Elul, right, the month before Rosh Hashanah, the women of the community would all go out to the graveyards, to the ancestral graveyards, and they would go to their deceased, departed relatives, and they would take out the cotton that they used to make wicks out of candles, and they would measure out all out the graves. They would literally line the graves with this cotton string. And then later, they would take that cotton string back home, and they would make Shabbat candles with those wicks, and they would use those Shabbat candles all throughout the year. And it was a way of kind of tying together the dead and the living in a very, very beautiful ritual, which was practiced specifically by women that unfortunately don't have anything like that today. The best we have today is, some schools have a custom in the month of Elul that they send the kids out to clean up the yards. Now we have professionals too, and we pay them and so on. But that's a beautiful way of connecting the dead and living, which we have simply lost. If you're curious about those things, I have a great lecture on Sarah Bastovin on the internet website, which has a lot of more of those things. Okay, so you get the idea of the creation of, or at least the development of this ritual of visiting graves and what one does at the graves and what the value is and so on. That certainly accelerated the interest in Tzvat and in the entire Tzvat circle as a whole, because these were people who were expert in those things. And I think at this point, we're going to turn to his writings. Maybe I'll pause for a question or two. And Yosef, could you do me a favor and give me an Hebrew consider? I appreciate it very much. No one has any questions? Oh, the earliest part, the earliest, in my humble opinion, would probably be, thank you, that of the Rabbi, Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, which would be 2nd century. That's the one that's certainly most celebrated. Sure. 11:9. Hours 11:9. 11:9. So August 11th at the 9th of the month of Av. It's very good. Very good. It also happens to be 11:9 in the European calendar is the night of Kristallnacht. It was also on November 9th. Okay, fascinating. All right, so let's talk a little bit about his writings. As I mentioned earlier, we lost most of his writings, but we know of many of them. He wrote commentaries on many books of the Bible, and he wrote specifically Kabbalistic works as well, including a fascinating work which deals with the Kabbalistic interpretation of the act of intimacy, which is something that permeates much Kabbalistic writing, and he devoted an entire book specifically to that topic. He also wrote quite a bit of liturgical commentary and a commentary on the Haggadah. And it's at this point that after his student, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, came out with the classic Pardes Rimonim, or the Orchard of Pomegranates, that makes sense, right? Pardes Rimonim. Then he was so impressed by what his student had written that he began to quote his student liberally and essentially inform his own thoughts of that. The most famous thing that we've got to study, and I know you've been waiting for it, is the Cha Dodi poem, which I'd like to spend a little bit more than a few moments with. So, what is this poem? It is a piece of liturgy that is inserted on the Friday night service between the afternoon service and the evening service. And as I mentioned earlier, it really is the linchpin of the entire service. A beautiful hymn which is sung typically by the entire congregation, and in many different tunes. I have a couple of them that I'd like to show you or play for you. But it is associated with the Friday night prayers more than anything else, and in fact, it's associated with the onset of the Sabbath more than any other prayer. I find myself many times during the week when, especially like, Mondays, Wednesdays, if I start humming Cha Dodi to myself, it means I can't wait for Friday. I got to get back to Shabbat. It's got deep associational roots that any Jew who observes the Sabbath specifically connects with the wonderful time that is the seventh day. So let me just read it to you with some translation and maybe a little bit of commentary, and then I'd like to play for you a couple of versions of it, or maybe not their entirety, just to give you a sense of how resonant this is in the culture. The prayer itself, as I mentioned earlier, is apparently a wedding gift that he gave his bride. That is a pretty amazing gift. It's economical and yet long-lasting, right? I have to remember those kinds of gifts. It describes, although it's got some mystical language, it basically describes a dialogue between two figures, one inviting the other to greet the Sabbath. Most of the commentaries follow the line of argument that it's the Jewish people inviting God to together welcome the Sabbath. But there are other commentaries that follow a slightly different track as well. And then after, there's this little introduction of a couple of verses talking about what the meaning of the Sabbath is. Then there are a whole series of stanzas that refer to Jerusalem and the yearning for its renewal in the Messianic age, and then connecting at the very end to the arrival of the Sabbath. The specific origins of this prayer is a passage in the Talmud, which there's one rabbi who says on Friday nights he used to tell his friends, let us all go together and greet the Sabbath, and another one would go literally into his courtyard, like leave his home and go outside to, as it were, welcome the Sabbath coming into his home, which is why, by the way, in the very last stanza of the custom is a universal custom that although everyone faces east during the prayers for the last stanza, everyone turns around as it were, welcoming the guest, the Sabbath guest. And kind of on a darker note, and since it is such a beautiful and uplifting prayer, mourners in many congregations are not allowed to be in the synagogue while that prayer is sung, and then they're only invited back in after it's over because it's simply too happy for the association. Okay, so let's have a look at it here. I'm reading from the English translation in the Art Scroll. Come, my beloved, to greet the bride, the Sabbath presence let us welcome. The come, my beloved, in Hebrew, the implication here is that the beloved is either God or it is the Jewish people. That together they are welcome the Sabbath. Safeguard and remember, those are two quotes, in a single utterance. That's referring to the two different times that the Ten Commandments refers to the Sabbath. In one place it says safeguard, guard it, and another place it says zakor, remember it. And the commentator is saying that this discrepancy between the two versions of the Ten Commandments means that both of these words were uttered at the same time and understood at the same time by the Jewish people receiving the Torah. The one and only God made us here. Made us here at the Ten Commandments. God is one and his name is one for renown, for splendor, and praise. To welcome the Sabbath, come let us go, for it is the source of blessing. The idea is that the spiritual energy that one builds up on the Sabbath is the energy that is the source for all the energy throughout the week. So you really have to recharge your batteries Friday night through Saturday night, and then you can use those energies for the rest of the week. Yeah, the chillin is the physical energy, right? This is the spiritual energy. From the beginning, from antiquity, she was honored, meaning that God thought of the Sabbath before he began creating the world. And this beautiful phrase, Sof Maaseh B'Machashava Techila, the last to be created, but the first in thought. Meaning that God said, well, we have to have this fantastic world so we can have Shabbos. So we set Shabbos aside. That was the seventh day, the last day. Everything else had to happen in order to make the seventh day possible. Oh, Saint, now there's a shift from that kind of, welcoming the Sabbath and how fantastic Sabbath is to discussions of Jerusalem. O sanctuary of the King, royal city, arise, depart from amid the upheaval, meaning Jerusalem, arise from the ruins. We'll recall, of course, that although there is this tiny settlement of Jews in Tzfat, a somewhat larger settlement of Jews in Jerusalem, we're still talking about the hundreds of people. We're not talking about tens of thousands of Jews. We're talking about a very, very small population. So Jerusalem is still definitely considered in exile itself. Too long have you dwelled in the valley of weeping, he will shower compassion upon you. And this can refer either to Jerusalem or to the Jewish people living in exile, the valley of weeping, the valley of tears. Shake off the dust, arise, don your splendid clothes, my people, through the son of Jesse, that's of course David, the Bethlehemite, meaning that's the Messianic age, draw near to my soul and redeem it. Many of these passages, by the way, are little bits of verses, especially from the book of Isaiah. So people familiar with liturgy will hear echoes throughout the entire poem. Wake up, for your light has come. Rise up and shine. Awaken, utter a song. The glory of God is revealed upon you. Feel not ashamed, be not humiliated. Why are you downcast? Why are you so disconsolate? In you will my peoples afflicted find shelter, as the city is built upon a hilltop. And in Jerusalem, speaking directly to the city, do not be saddened, because you will have your renewal, you will be rebuilt, your people will be gathered into you. May your oppressor be downtrodden, and may those who devoured you be cast far off. Your God will rejoice over you like a groom is rejoicing over the bride. And with that transition to the wedding ceremony, we go back to this idea of greeting the Sabbath, which is itself called the Sabbath bride. Rightward and leftward you shall spread out mightily and shall extol the might of God. Through the man descent parents, once again the Messiah, then we shall be glad and mirthful. Boy, I should mention here, we really need a Chazan to explain these things to us, but there are certain points that even though there are maybe 100 different melodies for the Chazan, there are certain points where it shifts. Like it shifts from a major key to a minor key. Be not, feel not ashamed, to be not humiliated, and so on. The music invariably picks up on the meaning of the words in a very special way. So when it talks about the groom rejoicing over the bride, you suddenly have a swelling of emotion that comes along with the music as well. And then this is the last verse where people turn around, face the western wall, enter in peace, O crown of her husband. And this, the Kabbalists say, refers to the union of the masculine and feminine aspects of God, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Shechinte, even in gladness and good cheer, among the faithful of the treasured nation, enter, O bride, enter, O bride. So that's the English translation, with a little bit of commentary there. Let me just give you, I won't play the entire thing for you because it will take about 5 minutes for each of them, but I'll show you two very brief excerpts that will give you a sense of how the Chazodis are sung. If you may have the pleasure of enjoying them yourselves in your synagogue, so you'll forgive me. The first one here is by the incomparable Shlomo Karlova, a unique sort of soulful tune. Okay, let me play you now another version. This is by a very popular a cappella band called 613. Believe it or not, this is entirely a cappella. It's one of my favorites. Okay, so you get the idea. I personally would like to sort of listen to these all day, but I happen to be in a Vegas. I've lost my father in August, and so I can't even listen to music for a long period of time. I'm at that stage in my morning, because this last 11 months, 12 months actually, this quarter, where you're not allowed to listen to music, that when I get put on hold, I really enjoy it. So, at any rate, so the legacy of Rabbi Shlomo Alkabetz is tremendously profound. I mean, I can only imagine what a tremendous achievement it must be to compose a song that will move people for centuries. And very, very few pieces of art have this kind of quality. He outpaces Shakespeare in terms of his impact on the Jewish people, to be sure, and in many ways, reaches much deeper. One of my favorite experiences when I was living in Israel, and I'm sure many of you have similar experiences, there was a broken down old synagogue in the Katamon region, and it had literally broken down. Like one side of it was a big crumple of rocks. I don't know how long, it was probably built in the Ottoman era, 19th century or something, and it was abandoned during the week, but on Friday night, they would have a Breslau Hasidic minyan there, Chassan would sing a Chadodi, and it would literally take about 50 to 75 minutes just for that one poem that I read in its entirety in about 5 minutes. 50 to 75 minutes just singing that one song. And the synagogue was so packed that people would come and would stand outside. There was like several million of people outside the windows listening to this song. And what was most beautiful about it is that most of the people who were at this minute, the people who came early and got inside the synagogue, they were your usual typical Shomer Shabbat, most of them were Hasidic and so on. But outside, there are all these Jews who are coming en route to a soccer game or various other secular activities in life, no intention of observing the Sabbath other than that brief and intense spiritual moment that they had listening to Muchadodi and participating in the singing of it. It's a tremendous work of art, of soaring genius that speaks to deep Kabbalistic and intellectual proclivities as well. So with that, I'm going to conclude for tonight. I'll take questions afterwards, but I want to thank you very much for listening to the life of Rabbi Shlomo Alphabets. I look forward to seeing you next week. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, why don't we get started? The joke that I really wanted to tell tonight, my joke editor has said that I have two joke editors. One told me that I said it just 3 or 4 weeks ago, even though it's a perfect joke for tonight. The other one said it's older than I am, so I won't tell that one. But I may tell it later if I just can't hold back any forgiveness. Meanwhile, I have a couple of good and welfare things, but I will start with this joke, which is once again from you, Zach Devicer, who helpfully types these up and delivers them the day of the lecture. Here it goes. Benjamin wakes up one morning, on Saturday morning, and he's in a terrible mood. He says, Mom, I'm not going to shul. And you know this joke already, but I didn't tell this one before. He says, Mom, I'm not going to shul. I'm not going to shul. Okay. I'm not going to shul. And Mom says, but Benjamin, what's nice? He says, I go to shul. They don't like me. They make fun of me. I feel terrible going to shul. She says, listen, Benjamin, you have to go for 2 reasons. First of all, you're 45 years old. And second of all, you're the rabbi. Okay, that's not so bad. Okay, a couple of good and welfare announcements. First of all, I have to say thank you to Mr. Joseph Ray. I'm not sure exactly how it should be pronounced, but he sent me a nice email, and I like getting these kinds of emails, so I'll read this one. Not all of it, but part of it anyways. This email is greatly overdue. I have been an admirer and follower of your online history classes for a very long time. Though I am a businessman living in Antwerp with my family, I give Jewish history classes voluntarily at a local Jewish center for women for the last few years. My lectures are structured very much in the same way yours are, and I too use PowerPoint. I know you've upgraded the software. When I prepare and research my classes, I always watch your lectures. They help me tremendously with the final flow of things and very often draw my attention to new facts and events. I can tell you more. I often steal your jokes as well. Anyways, so it's nice to get these kinds of emails besides the hate mail. So thank you, Mr. Ray, and I wish you a lot of success in your endeavors teaching. Wonderful that you do this for your community. Okay, so tonight's lecture is, of course, on Baruch Spinoza, fascinating figure, and one that really I've been thinking about for a long time, and I was really grateful for the opportunity to speak to you about him and give me a chance to do the research, because one of the larger areas of research that I find fascinating is the whole concept of Jewish identity. What exactly is a Jew? Who is a Jew? When is a Jew considered in the community, out of the community, or as the Hebrew phrase goes, chutz lamachane, in the camp or outside the camp? Those kinds of questions I find very fascinating, and Spinoza is an excellent test case. Tonight's lecture is sponsored by our good friends Mally and Steve Schwartz, who are here in the audience. My joke auditor, of course, is Steve Schwartz, and they're going to be the honorees for the dinner this year. Give them a round of applause. They do fantastic things for our community. Molly is the unsung but very much accomplished historian of the shul. She's worked on a significant work which has been published so far privately, but the manuscript hopefully will send to a significant journal, because there's a lot of fascinating history here in Surfside, and she's done tremendous work. Steve is, as I'm sure all aware, a tremendous cantor, not only in terms of his vocal strength, but his intellectual appreciation of the meaning of the truck. As I was just saying to my 12-year-old son Boaz, who are starting his bar mitzvah lessons, the Hasidic masters say that the Torah has 3 levels that correspond to the 3 levels of the soul. The lowest level, the nefesh, is corresponding to the letters themselves, but the letters without the consonants cannot be pronounced. So the next level up is the vowels that are added to the consonants so that you can make words out of them. But the highest level of the soul, which is something that only a person like Steve can really reach, is the truk. When you're able to pronounce those words with vowels and set them to the music that people can appreciate. So for both Molly and Steve, we're really grateful, and hope you'll support the show and come visit them, honor them later in February on the 23rd when we have dinner. 5774, right. Right. We're going to honor them next year too. Sorry, wrong date. Thank you. I never edit these videos. That's why I get in trouble. Now, one more good welfare. This is something special. I'm going to try and use a little more videos in our class classes, but I have one that is kind of like a personal video. It's my son Alexander. It's a minute long, so it won't take too much time from our presentation. Mr. Rodriguez, you want to focus on the screen here for a second? Here we go. The video is made by my talented daughter, Dani Alka. Yeah. No, they always brothers. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. So what this is all about is my son Alexander is quite a runner. He ran his first marathon at 14, which is pretty amazing. He definitely runs me ragged. And he is going to be running in the ING Miami Marathon next month for Team Friendship, which is a really great community organization that helps mainly children and teens and some adults with various disabilities, especially autism and things like that. So if you're interested, please visit the website and you can donate to Team Friendship. Okay, that's it for the good and welfare. Let's go straight to the material tonight. How long is a marathon? 26.2 miles. 26.2, yeah. Okay. Now, who was Baruch Spinoza? 17th century philosopher. He is one of the greatest philosophers of the modern age. He falls into that category of people like Moses Maimonides and Einstein, for example, whose fame outside the Jewish community really outdistances their fame inside the Jewish community. And in fact, it's a little bit ambiguous to even put him within the parameters of Jewish history per se, because his greatest contributions are beyond the scope of what is specifically Jewish. Many more liberal thinkers want to claim him as a Jewish philosopher per se, and in fact there are elements of his philosophy that we will discuss at least in brief tonight that are consonant, certainly inspired by Jewish ideas, but ultimately the main connection that Spinoza has with the Jewish community is negative, because he was forcibly removed from the Jewish community of Amsterdam in an unusually harsh act of cherem, or excommunication. I have the text of it, and I would like to read it to you a little later on in this lecture. It's a very rare step for a community to specifically single out an individual, excoriate them publicly, and then forcibly remove them. But that is in fact what happened to Spinoza. So the rejected son ultimately ended up influencing world philosophy, European philosophy, the intellectual tradition at a tremendous level, but in the Jewish world he was cut off in a very dramatic and in fact permanent manner. The question that, and this was happened by the way at age 23, might have been 24, before he even published anything, before he had made a mark on the world of philosophy. And one of the great exercises of intellectual historians has been to try and perform the archaeology of the events that led up to that excommunication, to try to determine exactly why the community took such a drastic step. It is far from clear, but I hope towards the end of the lecture to give you some of the theories that are circulating regarding his excommunication. And I think that actually has a lot of implications for our own communal standards today, our own sense of identity, and ultimately our sense of who is a Jew, who has the privilege, the right, the responsibility to remain within the community, and who perhaps might be better served outside of the community. So we'll hopefully explore that over the next 40 minutes or so. His background, originally they're from Portugal. His grandfather was among those who were expelled in 1497, possibly somewhat earlier from 1492 in Spain. We're spending a lot of time these last few weeks looking at people whose lives were affected by this cataclysmic event with something that many of the thinkers of the 16th century felt and the 17th century felt was like a split in the world that required tikkun olam, because how could it be that the most powerful, the most intellectually superior, the spiritually most advanced community of Jews in the world was suddenly devastated within a single year in the case of Spain, and then 5 years later in the case of Portugal. So in many ways, Spinoza's own experience is an aftershock of that tectonic shift that we saw in 1492. His grandfather came to Amsterdam with his infant son, Michael, who was Spinoza's grandfather. So Spinoza had direct contact with one of the refugees themselves, his own grandfather. His father was a very successful merchant, and we have plenty of archival records from here that indicate that he was a lay leader in the synagogue. He had a position of some authority. They had a very prominent house close by the synagogue, and his father had significant leadership role there, which makes the eventual expulsion of young Spinoza from the community all the more poignant. Michael Spinoza was not lucky in love. He was widowed 3 times. His second wife was the mother of Spinoza, who passed away when Spinoza was a young boy. Spinoza was ultimately raised by one of his older half-sisters, and there was a considerable amount of family dysfunction between the half-siblings, all children of Michael, that we will see playing out in Spinoza's own lifetime somewhat later. To spend a little bit of time talking about Amsterdam, though, which is a fascinating, kind of interesting, not exactly footnote, but sort of a tributary of Jewish history at this time. The Netherlands were under the control of Spain until 1588, and Jews were not allowed within the territory. Under the Union of Utrecht, there was some movement towards granting freedom of religion, but that freedom of religion was a very difficult one. One that in many ways, now that I'm thinking, we're speaking a little bit in Quebecois about Northern Ontario, maybe I'll relate it to that a little bit. The people of the Netherlands were sandwiched between the French Calvinists and the German Lutherans. Byproducts of this quite young Protestant Revolution, Reformation, and as a result, there were significant doctrinal disputes between these two Protestant movements. The only thing they had in common was their hatred for the Catholics, and as we shall see, that had some ironic implications for the early Jewish community at the time. What it reminds me of in my own life is that I grew up in a small town in northern Ontario called Iroquois Falls, Ontario. If you ever look at my Wikipedia page, there are 6 famous people from this town, population 4,500. I'm one of them, I'm proud to be one of them. 4 of the others are professional hockey players. So you get a sense of what kind of town it is. But what's interesting about it, for our purposes, is that it was almost evenly divided in population between Anglophone Protestants and Francophone Catholics. And it was tremendous, the degree of conflict between these two bifurcated populations. And the kids who had it, in many ways, the worst were me. I was the only Jewish kid. And Lishinwa, right, my Chinese friend, Peter Chen, who's now a lawyer in Toronto. And there was a black girl who lived about 30 miles away in Matheson. And we had it the worst because we didn't fit in either camp. So this is a lot like what the Jews of Amsterdam were like at this time as well, because obviously they were not Calvinists, and they were not Lutherans. They were somewhat different, but there was always a little bit of a push and pull over what do you do with the Jews? Which camp do they fit in? Which camp do they sympathize with? And certainly they should not be associated with the Catholics. And within this kind of tenuous environment, where there is at least nominal allegiance to the concept of religious freedom, it was often obeyed more in the breach than in its observance. And the Jews had a unique kind of pressure placed upon them to conform to orthodoxy. And I say here orthodoxy with a small o, meaning conform to the status quo. The Jews should not step beyond their boundaries, socially, religiously, and otherwise. In this context, I'd like to introduce you to a theory that was advanced by a European colleague of mine, Heinz-Dietrich Löwe, who wrote a tremendous piece on the evolution of anti-Semitism as a consequence of Jews stepping beyond their borders. Meaning, it is his contention that anti-Semitism is quieted, or anti-Semitism is quiescent. It does not, raise its ugly head, except in those moments when Jews begin to challenge traditional norms, when Jews begin to seek out new employment, to seek advancement in educational institutions, to seek advancement in cultural institutions, when they begin to break beyond the boundaries that society has placed for them, that's when they begin to test the kind of tolerances that have been laid out for them so far. Heinz-Dietrich Löwe was specifically referring to the 19th century in the Russian Empire, where the advance of socialism and other secular movements were beginning to attract Jews away from traditional orthodoxy, not to mention Zionism as well. And in that, he says, exacerbated tensions with the Russian population, which ultimately led to pogroms and so on. I think a lot of this can be said about the Amsterdam Jewish community, in that there was officially a level of tolerance, but the Jews should not get, to use an American term, uppity. The Jews should not be going beyond what is their acceptable borders. And once they start challenging some of those boundaries, that's when anti-Semitism can be felt in the community. So in this context, it seems that the Jewish community of Amsterdam, and of course I remind you, we're talking now about the 17th century, there is no non-Orthodox community. There is no liberal congregation. There's only one congregation with one leadership, my way or the highway kind of Judaism, and the community itself is a little bit unhappy with anyone who is non-conformist. They want to try and keep everyone in line. So let's bear that in mind as we go through Spinoza's story, because I think it says a lot about the reasons for his excommunication. Okay, I'm going to pause for a second to sip my coffee, and I will ask if there are any questions. Yes, please.
I think the first is that the last the method of the Amsterdam in particular, the Jews were invited because of the regulatory schools and schools of high and so on, and we had to do it.
I'll tell you exactly. What happened. It's not entirely that they were invited, but they were not disinvited once they proved their economic worth. It reminded me of a joke for a minute, and then I lost it. It was like just right there, and Steve says, "Oh, okay, all right." No, did I? It's been a long time. The car with no pedals and no brake pedals. Yeah, okay, all right, okay, we'll go past it. Okay, anyways, so there are legends of Jewish settlement in the Netherlands, which are fascinating. And legends always have some kind of kernel of truth, but often are exaggerated beyond measure. There's a particularly fascinating one where the origins of the community in Amsterdam relate to a particular Portuguese Jewish woman who was somehow, when they were fleeing Portugal, she got on one of these English boats, and the Duke, who was the captain of the boat, something like that, fell in love with this incredibly beautiful woman, and import turned her and tried to marry him, and she refused, steadfastly indicating that she was a Jewess, and she would not do so, but she was apparently so strikingly beautiful that when they landed in England, the Queen herself drove her around London in an open car because her beauty was something really, to cavil about, so to speak. That's what that's the English term they use. And it was like something shocking. It was kind of like a princess story in reverse, that here's a princess who refuses to marry the prince because he is not Jewish. Boy, I got so many jokes, but they're really not kosher. I can't tell those. So, and then she ended up moving to the Netherlands. That's one of these kind of like Geschichte stories, these origin stories. What we know happened from some of the record books, however, is that even though Amsterdam had never formally allowed Jews to enter, they entered anyways. 1593, so that's really quite early, right? The actual expulsion is 1497. That is a typo? No, no, it's okay. We have Jews, Portuguese Jews, surreptitiously moving into Amsterdam, and they're claiming status not as Jews but as Portuguese merchants, which is true. They were from Portugal and they were merchants. They just didn't mention that they were always Jews. But again, in this anti-Catholic atmosphere, there are a lot of suspicions about, what are those Jews doing? What are those Portuguese merchants up to? And there were suspicions that they were actually Catholic, not Jewish. So they organized an armed raid on one of these Portuguese Jewish homes, thinking that they were actually holding Catholic services. They didn't realize it was actually Yom Kippur, and they were davening in a home. They arrested all of them. And by the time it got sorted out, they said, listen, we're not Catholics. Don't worry, we're actually Jews. And I said, okay, Jews, fine. But they had to decide what to do with them. At that point, they talked about their economic acumen and their resources. And they said, okay, fine, you're here already, as long as you're not Catholic. So, and that's how the Portuguese community was established ultimately in Amsterdam. But it took a long time for that small beginning to actually flourish into a community. We have to bear in mind the very, very tenuous nature of their toehold in Amsterdam. They did not get official permission to have public worship until 20 years later, and they did not have official permission to get a citizenship until 1657, almost 75 years later. They had difficulty establishing their congregations, enlarging their congregations. Everything was always proceeding. It was a little bit like zoning committees that maybe some of the people in this room are familiar with. It's very difficult to get these things pushed through, how much more so in Amsterdam. And again, this kind of atmosphere of a distrust of the Jewish community, of a grudging acceptance, is something that certainly had an impact on Spinoza as well. So let's talk about Spinoza himself. He was born and given the name Baruch, which of course means blessed. Later on in life, after he was excommunicated and he was writing in Latin, he chose a Latin translation of blessed, Benedictus. The term in French, benching, to bench at the end of a meal, for example, is also derived from the same term, Baruch, although this time through a French root. But he was known as Bento by the Portuguese root. He received a very traditional Jewish education with the most prominent educators in Amsterdam at the time, rabbis who were famous on their own right for various things they published. And also, fascinatingly, he was not taught by closed-minded, very insular kind of rabbis. He was taught by rabbis who themselves were sometimes censured for being perhaps too open in their attitudes, translating certain texts into Hebrew or out of Hebrew into vernacular languages and so on. He received the kind of education that you would associate with, a good balanced education of secular values, history, mathematics, literature, and so on, with the Jewish education. So the idea that somehow, he broke free is simply not corresponding to the reality of his upbringing. He received a very well-balanced education that was offered by rabbis who themselves were very comfortable in the milieu of 17th century European culture. However, towards the end of his teens, he came under the influence of a deep-rocked Jesuit priest named Franciscus van den Enden, who was someone who was asked to leave the Catholic Church because he was known as a freethinker, that he had significant questions about Catholic doctrine and Catholic theology, and it was Van Enden who ultimately taught him Latin and introduced him to the wider world of thought as a whole. He ended up living with Enden for quite a while, and as we shall see, he formed a relationship of sorts with his daughter, who was nearly 20 years his junior, but it was under Van den Enden where Spinoza really began to encounter the world of ideas as a whole. Without a doubt, the most prominent influence on young Spinoza was René Descartes, who was a very famous French philosopher, who was also a devout Catholic, although not necessarily in the dogmatic mold of most of his peers. I'm sure you're familiar with his most famous statement, cogito ergo sum, which means, translated usually as I think, really means I perceive, therefore I have. let me take a moment just to talk about Descartes and get a sense of how his philosophy could really shatter Spinoza's entire Weltanschauung and affect the way that he went through his own philosophy. So Descartes is the author of many works, but the most well-studied are his 6 meditations on first philosophy. And in these meditations, Descartes begins with the preposition or the position that nothing can be relied upon, that absolutely nothing is true. Everything that he's investigated in his life, religion, politics, Greek philosophy, there's no way to really get on solid ground. So Descartes says, this is first philosophy. I'm going to start with the assumption that I cannot rely on anything being true. And then, like building an edifice on a strong foundation, I will only build my philosophy on those elements that I can absolutely say with certainty are true. And ultimately, he says, I will be able to form a solid edifice upon which I may rely. So he starts by saying, what do I know? I don't know anything. I don't know if this table that I'm writing at exists. I don't even know that I exist. I don't know if the breeze on my face is real. Nothing. This is, by the way, the actual way he writes. It's a very, very compelling text. It's only about 150 pages in length. It's really quite engaging. And then he says, well, wait a second. So what's real is I certainly feel the breeze on my face. I feel the pen in my hand, the quill in my hand. I feel my weight in the chair. So then there are 2 possibilities that exist. Either these things actually exist, I exist, in other words, to feel them. Maybe the chair as itself doesn't exist, but I have a direct, immediate sensation of the chair, so I can't deny that fact. I sense it. So either I am here to sense it, and it's there, or some evil genius is confusing me and giving me the sensation of this chair and this breeze and so on. Like I'm dreaming, or I'm under hypnosis or something like that. But in either case, whether it really does exist or whether an evil genius is making me think it exists, I know I must exist because there's no other way for me to feel it. That's the root of the concept cogito ergo sum. I feel, I perceive, therefore I am. He says that's the first principle. I can stand on that principle. I know I exist. At that point, all the priests say to him, Yashakoa, well done. But that's your first statement. I know I exist. Then he goes on from there to describe, for example, the existence of God. And he has a very, very appealing proof called the teleological argument, which is really a restated version of St. Anselm's argument for the existence of God. We're not going to go there because it would take a long time. I know that Elisa, you're not going to let me go tonight until I tell you the teleological argument for the existence of God. But he ultimately ends up recreating, what an amazing thing, 17th century French Catholicism, exactly the way it was before he started first philosophy. Everything worked out exactly as he planned. It's ironic that a lot of these religious philosophers, when they start out, they say, I'm not going to do anything, but by the time they get to the end, wow, look at this, the religion that I've been believing all along is exactly right. Immanuel Kant did the same thing in his Religion, the Grenzen von Deutschen Vernunft. The religion, that's funny, just even saying it, that's what I was saying earlier. Vernunft is a funny word. Religion within the boundaries of reason alone. He starts out believing nothing, and ultimately when he gets to the end of the book, look at that, Lutheranism is beautiful. So that's essentially Cartesian theory. Of course, we know the term Cartesian you see in mathematics, the Cartesian graphs, things like that. I'm not sure if that's Descartes. You'll fact check me, Mr. Rodriguez. But it is Cartesian. Okay, thank you. But that's the way of thinking, the idea of breaking everything down to zero and starting over again with no reliance on revelation, no reliance on a biblical text, no reliance on a prophet, just starting from what you can logically prove had a tremendous impact on Spinoza's mind. And in fact, his philosophy is in many ways proceeding along the same lines as advanced by René Descartes. I think you can also hear in his description of Descartes the spirit of the age, or as the German term has it, the Zeitgeist, the spirit of the times, the way people who were turning away from the old style religion and saying, wait a second, we can do this on our own, with our own brain power, with our own reason. fact, was the beginnings of modernity in the larger sense of the term. Okay, so Spinoza's philosophy, I only want to take a few minutes to talk about it because I haven't studied it in great depth. But I've read a little bit enough to be able to say at least a few words without stumbling too much, I hope. Ironically, Spinoza has been excoriated, especially in his lifetime and shortly thereafter, as an atheist, Gesundheit, which is really a misapplication of his ideas altogether. This image of him says here, Benedictus de Spinoza, Judeus et atheista, right? Jew and atheist, right? What is the, there's a story, I see Rabbi Wunsch is here. Maybe he told me a story about, I think it's Rabbi Shlomo Karloff. He was speaking to a group of college students, and he says, okay, I want to know, who are you people? You know, and someone put up his hand and says, I'm a Catholic. Someone else put up his hand and said, I'm a Lutheran. And someone put up his hand and says, I'm from New York. Says, oh, you're a Jew. So as soon as you say atheist, it's almost always the Jews who are the atheists, right? But ultimately, that's a misunderstanding of Spinoza's thought as well. The poet Novalis from the period refers to Spinoza, I think correctly, as God intoxicated. Meaning for Spinoza, he held the concept that God was literally everything, that there was no space where God was not. Ens absolute infinitum, meaning Ein Sof, or Ein Od Milvado in Hebrew. There is nothing other than He, which is a time-honored Jewish thought. Definitely, he must have received these influences through Kabbalistic teachings or so on, which are circulating. But it is a difficult thought theologically, because ultimately, if we really believe Ein Od Milvado, that there is nothing other than God, then what exactly are we? What exactly is our consciousness? What exactly is the material world? Are we going to say that every material thing is also God? To a certain degree, that completely nullifies the very meaning of the term God, if we say that all is God. We say it in a kind of like a passing way, perhaps, but we don't actually think about it deeply. For Spinoza, he thought about it deeply, and he believed that, in fact, the entire world was an expression of unity. Even evil, even the most mundane physical expression of godliness was, in fact, godliness. I happen to be reading Tanya, the famous work of the first Lubavitcher Rabbi, as I was preparing this lecture, and the same concept happened to come up in the daily study of Tanya over the last week. So it's not at all a foreign thought to Judaism, this idea that everything is God. The philosophical divergence between traditional Judaism and Spinoza, however, definitely lies in the concept of God's consciousness, of God's action in the world. The God that Jews believe is a God that is active in the world, a God that intervenes in the world, that will create, a miracle like the splitting of the Red Sea. The concept of hashgacha pratit, individual supervision, the idea that God is personally aware of what is happening to every human being, and in fact every animate being and every inanimate being, and somehow directs these things. That's not Spinoza, but that is definitely Judaism. So there's a clear divergence, and he definitely would not pass the Maimonides Man of the Year award in terms of believing that Ein Od Milvado. But there is no question that to call him an atheist would be totally misunderstanding his thought. He also believed that contemplation of God was the ultimate expression of human identity, and that deep contemplation of God was ultimately the greatest form of immortality, that somehow by constantly thinking of God, one would achieve a type of immortality of the soul. I'm not exactly sure how these pieces fit together. There is a wonderful book on the topic, which I have now read, but one of the criticisms that was levied against him was this idea that he did not believe in resuscitation of the dead, revival of the dead, but in fact he did believe in immortality of the soul, which he called in Latin amor Dei intellectualis, the love of God that is of the intellect, an intellectual contemplation of God at all times. When you look at these kinds of ideas, however, it's not hard to see that he did not view with favor the authenticity of the Bible as we have it today. He did not, value that every verse in the first 5 books, for example, was actually handed to Moses from God as we have it. He felt that it's clearly it's a human invention, perhaps inspired by this larger concept of godliness, but he was openly critical of the what he considered a credulity that people had that the Bible was actually somehow the divine word of God. It was in Spinoza's God, it would have been beneath his dignity to actually try to capture himself within words directed to a specific nation with expressions of specific requirements of behavior. That's not at all the way Spinoza thought. And ultimately, this opened up a breach in the way in which the Bible was approached, and it is upon Spinoza's shoulders that much of what's called the higher criticism of the Bible evolved. The criticism of the Bible that reached its apogee in the 19th century with the attribution of multiple authorships to the first 5 books of the Bible and so on, really rests at Spinoza's front door because he's going to really open up this concept of the Bible not necessarily being divine, at least not in any meaningful way divine. And he also had a lot to say about politics, boiling things down to its basic essence, in which he believed, for example, that all politics are really an expression of the desire to maintain one's existence, to persist in existence. And he understood the idea of religion and politics being intrinsically related one to another, as is in the title of his most famous work, the Tractatus Theologica Politicus, the Tractate of both theology and politics. Wow, heavy stuff. Now, we'll leave philosophy. What ended up happening through his life, he made a living. He never was famous during his lifetime. In fact, much of his most famous work was published posthumously. He made his livelihood as a lens grinder. Optics were at this point in a significant level of development, and people were, taking lenses with grinding machines and grinding glasses down to get them to the right shape so that they would focus appropriately. He worked over a bench with a grinding stone day in and day out, constantly breathing in the fumes and the dust particles from the lenses that he ground, so much so that he died a very early death at the age of 44. On a personal level, he never married, although he apparently did extend a proposal of marriage to Francisco von Emden. Remember, he was his secular teacher, the defrocked Jesuit. And she ultimately declined his offer, and she married someone who may have been his rival, who, the uncharitable stories circulating indicate that she did so for a pearl necklace that this other gentleman was able to offer her. He was a philosophical colleague of Spinoza. They had long and extensive philosophical discussions, but he ended up going into business and became very successful, and the young Clara chose him over Spinoza. Speaking as a father of daughters of just about marriageable age, I don't think such a bad choice, but they're a little young. But nevertheless, there's a lot of questions about this rumor. It's not even clear if he really had this relationship with Clara at all. Now, the elephant in the room with Spinoza is, of course, the excommunication. What exactly was going on there? As I mentioned earlier, he was a young man. He was only in his early 20s, and various sources put it as he was 23 or 24 years old. The text of the document is incredibly harsh, and it stands out even against other excommunications that were used at the same time. I'm going to read it to you in just a moment. But it includes phrases like Spinoza should be cursed by day and cursed by night. People were, not only was he forbidden to come to synagogue and so on, people were not allowed to stand within Dalet Amos. Literally, you could not stand within 6 feet of his presence. And this was a permanent cherem. It was never revoked. He did, as we shall see, make some sort of response to this harem, but ultimately it was a complete severing of his relationship with the rest of the community. And again, we're talking about a kid in his 20s who hasn't really done much with his life yet. What was the cause of it? Okay, here is the text of the actual param. I think you'll get a feel for it. Okay, the lords of the Ma'amad, which are these are the lay leaders. They're not rabbinical leaders. These are like the board of directors of the synagogue, pronounce. Having long known of the evil opinions and acts of Baruch de Spinoza, they have endeavored by the various means and promises to turn him from his evil ways. But having failed to make him mend his wicked ways, and on the contrary, daily receiving more and more serious information about the abominable heresies which he practiced and taught, and about his monstrous deeds, and having for this numerous trustworthy witnesses who have deposed and borne witness to this effect in the presence of the said Spinoza, they became convinced of the truth of this matter. And after all of this has been investigated in the presence of the honorable sages, they have decided, with their consent, that the said Spinoza should be excommunicated and expelled from the people of Israel. But the sages, of course, would be the rabbinical leaders. And the decree, by decree of the angels and by the command of the holy men, we excommunicate, expel, curse, and damn Baruch de Spinoza with the consent of God, blessed be he, and with the consent of the entire holy congregation, and in front of these holy scrolls with the 613 precepts which are written therein, cursing him with the excommunication with which Joshua banned Jericho, and with the curse which Elisha cursed the boys. That was when they were bothering him, and then the bears came and ate them. And with all the castigations which are written in the book of the law, cursed be he by day, and cursed be he by night. Cursed be he when he lies down, and cursed be he when he rises up. Cursed be he when he goes out, and cursed be he when he comes in. The Lord will not spare him, but in the anger of the Lord and his jealousy shall smoke against that man, And all the curses that are written in this book shall lie upon him. And the Lord shall blot out his name from under heaven. And the Lord shall separate him unto evil out of all the tribes of Israel, according to all the curses of the covenant that are written in this book of the law. By you that cleave unto the Lord your God are alive, every one of you, this day. No one should communicate with him, neither in writing, nor accord him any favor, nor stay with him under the same roof, nor within 4 cubits in his vicinity, that's about 6 feet, nor shall he read any treatise composed or written by him. That's a really strong, phrase of excommunication. Let me pause before we go into the discussions why. Any observations that are salient or questions?
Sounds like it is really
The comment is, it sounds like an Islamic fatwa. I don't know much about fatwas, but it definitely is a strong communal statement. And let's remember, too, that we're talking about a period where there is no such thing as secular identity. The idea that you're just, part of the community, of a community, doesn't exist. You're either a Jew, or you are a Lutheran, or you are a Calvinist, or you're a Catholic. You got to be something. It's just at the beginning of the period where people can somehow float around without being in any specific group. So it's not like you can just, go to another shul. This is it. Yes, please. Right. That's a good question. Okay. Yeah. Well, it's one of those things where, in my understanding, there are a few rabbis in the room here, so I'm not a rabbi, so I'm like not a card-carrying member of the establishment. It's like vows. It's not that we're not allowed to make vows, it's that we're strongly discouraged from making vows. If we make a vow, we really have to keep it. That's why if we make them by accident, we have co-mitre. So curses also, we're not supposed to curse, but we do have the power of cursing. And in fact, they're quoting biblical verses here. And, if you're familiar with Yiddish literature, curses take up, I think, about 18 or 19% of the syntax. But nevertheless, when this is different also because not individual cursing. This is the community leadership taking a stance and saying, we represent the community and we excoriate Spinoza. Yes, Ms. Abelson. Oh, so this is interesting. It's an excellent, brilliant question. My daughter is so brilliant, I have to say that. Right. So this is the period where, you begin to have a separate category, just the beginnings of it, of outcasts, right? It's not like they're jumping from one religious community to another. It's not like they're going from one estate to another, which you have 100 years earlier in feudal Europe. This is where you have people who, tuck a don't fit in. And what do you do with those people? They are like stateless, so to speak. Ultimately, they will become the majority. Most of European culture, most of American culture are made up of people who have very, very nominal attachment to some kind of religious identity. But back then, no, and actually, if I can respond to one other statement about the orthodoxy, we have to know, first of all, the term orthodox had not been coined because there was nothing against which to be orthodox. This was the Jewish community, and being part of the community meant at least nominal observance of the behavioral standards which are expressed in the Torah and Mitzvot. So it's not like today where people voluntaristically decide, what, I'm going to affiliate with this movement or affiliate with a different movement. You're part of the kehillah, part of the congregation, and you're expected to observe Shabbos. If you don't observe Shabbos properly, publicly, you desecrate Shabbos, then you can be, you can suffer all kinds of harm. But to think that people aren't secretly desecrating Shabbos in privacy in their own homes, that's probably the case that would happen. Okay, last question, Solomon, then we'll go on. Yeah, cursed. Well, I don't want to go into a particular shit, but the concept, yeah. It's like my grandmother, Allah Hashem, would always say the jails are full in Israel too. And she very wise one. Okay, so we use those words. We do. Let's go now to some of the roots of this. So, Stephen Madler is the 10-year biographer of Spinoza in our times, and I've relied quite a bit on his analysis of the excommunication. So he argues that we have to understand the excommunication of Spinoza within the context of that tenuous amount of religious freedom that was arrogated to the Jews at this time. That the Jews, remember Heinz-Dietrich Löwe's theory, that it's when the Jews start sort of like pushing against their barriers, that's when there's anti-Semitism in place. Now, what Nadler argues is that the Amsterdam Jewish community being so nervous about, what will the non-Jews think, that they put a tremendous amount of energy into trying to keep everyone on the straight and narrow, more so than in other communities in Europe. That because they were kind of like a liminal community in the interstices, I'll have to edit that part out, but the boundaries, the seeds of culture, they really wanted to make sure that all the Jews were behaving. And in fact, he goes and he looks at the use of the cherem, the excommunication ban in Amsterdam this time, and it says it was used 36 times between 1622 and 1683. Almost once a year, they're banning somebody. Somebody's getting in this amount of trouble and once a year. And there were threats an additional 50 times during that period. So they're really using this strong tool very liberally because they're trying to make sure that the outside community does not think that the Jews are changing at all. They want the status quo, and they want to be perceived as protecting the status quo. So what kind of crimes were people accused of that got them to this trouble? So Nadler chronicles things like religious observance is one of them. For example, regular attendance at synagogue. Can you imagine, Aaron, the president of our shul, if we were like to take attendance at shul on Shabbos, and if someone missed like 3 Shabbases, then we bring out the Sefer Torah and ban them, but they're keeping track. Everyone has to show their bona fides. Everyone has to show their nominal observance of the dictates of their religion and show up in shul. And that means be kiddish, be there. Gambling, marriage without parental consent. Interesting kind of expression of be paying attention, Lisa, right? Kids getting married without their parental approval, put them into care. Yes, I know you want to get to that. So that's actually, I have to say, every time you open your mouth, at least in public, it's very good. It's true. Jewish law. My daughter points out the Kitzur Shulchan Aruch. You can go back even before that and look at the Talmud. That one of the things that a person has complete freedom over is choice of marriage partner. There's no such thing as an arranged marriage in Judaism. There are arranged introductions. There's lots of parental coercion, but so at the very end of the day, a person may not be married against his or her will. What does it mean then? I'll turn it back to you. What does it mean if the community is saying if you get married without parental consent, we'll put you in a ban, when the Torah explicitly says, or the Talmud explicitly says, you can't get married without your parental consent? It means their parents are breaking the rules. Yeah, I would like to say that it means that the community wants to be, so to speak, more Catholic than the Pope. The community wants to uphold a standard which is even beyond what the Torah actually dictates. For obvious reasons, they want to make sure that their society is kind of moving along the straight and narrow, very predictable, the same society that we had 50 years ago, we have 50 years from now, and so on. Payment of communal taxes, that's an old one. Jews have often been put into harem and things for not paying their dues, that sort of thing. But in general, Nadler says that the ban was used as a kind of house cleaning device to try and really enforce that kind of rigid adherence to authority and conformity with the said rules. Now, if we turn this to Spinoza, what exactly did he do? He certainly didn't marry against his parents' will. We have evidence that he's showing up at shul. He hasn't published anything, that really is his own ideas or that yet. So what Nadler argues is possibly one of the big issues is talking about Descartes. Remember we spoke about him, the first philosophy? So Descartes was a destabilizing factor in 16th century philosophy, that he was taking religion down to the grain, to the very bottom, and building it up again. And there are many who felt that this guy Spinoza, who was recognized as a sharp intellect, that he was simply getting too vocal about his circulation of these ideas. And Nadler argues it was perhaps his openness to discuss these things without fear. One of the great characteristics we see of Spinoza through his life, he was never afraid to speak what he thought was the truth, that this ultimately got him into trouble. Now, I find Nadler's analysis, based on my limited study of his ideas, it doesn't seem to fit the real severity of the text of the ban. I mean, to put him into that lifetime ban, and nobody stands with, I guess nobody stand with 6 feet on because he might talk to you, right? But it seems so harsh. So there must be more missing pieces here beyond the kind of things he's thinking about. I myself even did a little casting about the internet to try to understand, why did he never marry? Was there some kind of question there about his personal orientation? I couldn't find anything, It was fun looking, but I didn't find anything. No more questions. I'll ask you about that later. Okay, but it seems that it's just that it says more about the community than it says about Spinoza, at least on the surface. And I think there are a lot of implications for our understanding of identity today. Now, how did Spinoza react to this? We only have limited evidence of his response. He did, in fact, compose a treatise, which may have been published, but it has unfortunately been lost. Parts of it may have been incorporated into another piece that he published posthumously. It is written with the Latin title, An Apology for the Justification of His Leaving the Synagogue. We don't know exactly what he argued, but apparently he made his case, but he did not protest. He did not ask to be readmitted. He simply said, these are the reasons why I'm maintaining my position. He never converted to another religion or anything like that, but he simply left the several years, wandering from place to place, setting up shop as a lens grinder, mainly outside the Jewish community. He continued to engage with other philosophical circles, and his fame as an intellect slowly grew, although certainly would only explode after his lifetime. One small nugget to give you a sense of his personality during these trying years. At one point, one of his older sisters argued that he should be cut out of the inheritance of the family. Since he was, formally excommunicated, then he should, as an excommunicee, no longer have any inheritance rights. He sued. He took her to court. He won. He effectively defended his inheritance, and then he said back to his sister, well, "You can have it all. The only thing I want is his mother's bed and some other trifling things that were of sentimental value. Everything else, all the money that his father had made, a very successful business career, he gave to the sister who was his litigant." So you get a sense of his value of the truth and his willingness to defend his impression of the truth, but at the same time, he was not out for glory in any way. And in fact, many of his philosophical colleagues wished to support him out of their own funds. He refused to accept any funds, and he insisted on making his own living in this very meager way. So his legacy is, especially for our purposes here in this Jewish biography course, is somewhat confusing. Because on the one hand, he's incredibly important for the history of Western thought. He laid the foundations for a tremendous body of work on the idea of religion, the place of politics in society, and so on. And in many ways, he surpassed even Descartes in the approach to epistemology and several other disciplines of philosophy. Nevertheless, his tenuous connection to Judaism, although I think a study of Jewish influences on his ideas is really something that deserves more attention, in my humble opinion. And I can't say that as someone who's really explored the historical literature, but the coincidences between some of the Kabbalistic ideas and his thought are uncanny. And nevertheless, his connection to Judaism is primarily through that one negative moment of that very, very stark communication. And I think it has implications for us, even in the 21st century, to try to understand how we must deal with those who are perhaps at the margins of our own community today. So with that, I'm going to conclude the lecture. I thank you very much for your attention and your endurance. I'm going to make a little plug for next week. We have a topic that I find absolutely fascinating. We're going to look at a woman who is not well known, Sarah Bas Tobin, who was a Python, a liturgist. She wrote a lot of specifically female prayers, with much of which have been lost in the Holocaust, but they're beginning to be rescued by scholars of women's history in the Jewish world. So I certainly encourage you to come. I look forward to speaking about her work with you next week. Thank you for your attention. Okay, very good. So, I'm relying on your prodigious memory to not recall some of the jokes that I tell, so that I can repeat them with some regularity. And the joke that's really appropriate for tonight's topic, which is going to be on one of the greatest mystics of the Jewish, experience in the world, it's appropriate that I tell you a joke about mysticism. So I know that, my canary in the coal mine, Steve Schwartz, remembers this joke. So does anyone else remember the joke about the 3 college students talking about their spiritual leaders? Yeah. Okay. So I'll tell you this joke. I know we'll be able to get right to it here. So the joke goes like this. There are 3 college students sitting around a dorm room, and they're talking late at night about all kinds of things. And one of the students says, "My guru, he is so amazing. He has so many spiritual powers. You remember the joke now, so maybe I could tell it. Oh, it's too late already. All right, right. Good. So he says he has so much metaphysical power. He's communion with the divine. Once we were walking through the forest, and we were walking next to a raging river, and we saw in the middle of the river there was a rock, and our little kitten was trapped on the top of the rock in the middle of this river. So my guru stretched out his hands, and for 6 feet around him, the water stopped flowing. He walked straight out, and he rescued the kitten. And the second student says, oh, you think that's something? That's nothing. My Swami, with whom I study all of the Vedic arts, once we were walking by I-95, and there were cars that were just going 75 miles an hour. Okay, right, it was I-95, they're probably basically parked. But let's say an imaginary I-95, cars going 75 miles an hour. We saw that in the middle of the median, between the lanes, there was a little puppy trapped there. And so my Swami, he stretched out his hands, and for 6 feet around him, all the traffic stopped. And he walked out, and he rescued the puppy and brought him back. And the third student says, you think that's something? That's nothing. My rabbi, he is amazing. Once, we were walking on Shabbos, and as we're walking down the street, we see, on the middle of the road is a $50 bill. And my rabbi stretched out his hands, and for 6 feet around us, it was Tuesday. It's a mildly anti-Semitic joke. I really probably should. What do you think, Mr. Rothschild? Are you going to cut it out? Yeah, okay, good. All right. Okay, today's topic is a fascinating one. We're going to talk about the Holy Arizal, Rabbi Yitzchak Luria, one of the most influential figures in the history of Jewish thought. The vast majority of contemporary Kabbalistic study owes its origins to the thought of the Arizal. And even if you are not predisposed to study Kabbalah, his thought and his practices are so pervasive that they literally permeate every aspect of Jewish practice today. It'd be very, very hard pressed to find a synagogue that willingly or knowingly does not have extensive Lurianic practices built into everything from, the way we sing Lecha Dodi Friday nights, which was something that came out of the circle in Scott, or certain songs we sing, or certain practices that we have, prayers that we have, and so on, and even basic ideologies about the meaning of Judaism, the metaphysics of Judaism really go back to the thought of this one individual who died tragically young at the age of 38, and in the space of really just a couple of years, he made this phenomenal impact on world Jewry. So what I'd like to do today is take you through his life, look at some of the major influences on his thought, explore some of the arcane ideas that are behind Lurianic Kabbalah to the limited extent that I am able, and then we'll speak a little bit about his legacy. So before we begin, we have to thank our super anonymous sponsor. We do have a sponsor this evening. We're very grateful. But when we asked him, should we sponsor it in your name? He said, no. And then we said, so we'll sponsor it anonymous. He said, no, I don't want that either, because, we want to stay sponsored by anonymously, so people should know that it's worthwhile to sponsor lectures. We didn't want that either, so this lecture is simply sponsored. Anonymous, okay? Thank you anonymously. Okay, let's go. By the way, I'm getting some interesting comments. Someone, did anyone hear Williamsburg, Brooklyn? Yeah, so anyway, someone from Brooklyn has been watching these videos and said, hey, can I sponsor this? So yes, you can. Just go to the Young Israel website, yibh.org, and you'll see a little button there that says donate, and it gives you an option to make a pledge. And we're very grateful for the support for the Shir and for everything that Young Israel does for this Kehillah. And thank you very much, all of you out in the Philippines and Williamsburg and places like that. Okay, so let's get to our material itself. Start with his name, Yitzchak Luria. So he is known popularly as the Ari, which is either an acronym for Ashkenazi Rebbe Yitzchak. The word, of course, means lion. Ari is a lion. Or as most of his followers in the generation after he passed away called him, Eloki Rebbe Yitzchak, the divine Rebbe Yitzchak. Now, this morning, I had to go to Rabbi Gunnisson and ask a lightning shaila, like on-the-spot question, because his name in Hebrew, the title they gave him, a very rare title, Eloki, the godly, I had to ask Rabbi Bernstein, should I say Eloki, which is, for those of you who are familiar with Hebrew, one of the 7 divine names of God you may not use in vain. It's one of the big 10 commandments, right? That you can't use the name of God in vain. And so when you're not pronouncing it in the context of prayer, you would say it with a hey instead of a kuf and Eloki. So I said, if this is it, can I say Eloki, or do I have to say it with the kuf, or can I say it otherwise? And right there on the spot, right over there, in fact, probably going to say passing the shot without hesitation. I should say Eloki just to be Yotzeko and Deus, just to satisfy everyone, because the people in the Philippines are very strict about these things. We have to make sure we say it right. But anyway, they called him the godly Rabbi Yitzchak, a very, very rare name for anyone in our tradition. I myself cannot think of anyone else who was called with that name. We do have a few rabbis in the Talmudic period who are called Hakadosh, the holy, but never the godly. So that gives you an indication of the status with which he is held. He's also known by a little bit more formalized term, Arizal, which stands for the Lion of Blessed Memory. Zal, like Zichron Lebracha. So sometimes it's all brought together to one word, the Arizal, meaning the Lion of Blessed Memory. But his name actually was Yitzchak, family name Luria, possibly the rather famous family from Pavos, although unlikely because they were Levim and he was not a Levite. And Ashkenazi because he hailed originally from either Germany or France, as we shall see. This is a photograph of his grave in Sfat, which is a renowned pilgrimage site for spiritual seekers. It is a magnet for those who wish to study the arcane arts of Kabbalah and to revere his memory, just as it was for him when he first migrated to Sfat in the 16th century. So let's try and get a sense of the background here for his life. It really starts in Jerusalem, where he was born. The early 16th century, Jerusalem was quite a backwater. There was only one synagogue, the Ramban synagogue, which is shown here. We even know its dimensions. It was approximately 63 feet long, which I would say is probably about the size of this room here. So if you're thinking of Jerusalem, Ir HaKodesh, the holy city, and the only synagogue in town is the size of this, young Israel. Before we built the big buildings, gives you a sense of how elite the community is. But in the early 16th century, it began to attract a lot of refugees from 3 primary regions of Europe. The Spanish Inquisition, followed by the expulsion of 1492, and then the Portuguese expulsion of 1497, and then a series of rather unfortunate expulsions from France as well drove a lot of Jews out of Europe and out of the Iberian Peninsula at exactly the time when the Ottoman Empire sought to make their empire more inviting to Jews. So there's a lot of new economic opportunity, and I'll discuss in the next slide exactly what Jews were doing, that attracted Jews to regions in the Ottoman Empire like Greece, Saloniki, Constantinople, Istanbul, and of course Israel. So at the beginning of the 16th century, there was the beginnings of a burgeoning population boom in Israel, still very small. We're talking about less than 2,000 families total in Israel at the beginning of the 16th century. We have relatively good population statistics because the Ottomans kept very good records, but it was something that would grow dramatically. What the Jews brought were a series of interesting new trades that the Ottomans did not engage in. One of them was printing. Gutenberg, of course, had invented the printing press in the 15th century, and the Arabs were slow to pick it up. The Arab society in general was, viewing printing with disdain because they considered the bookmaking as an art. The very fine calligraphy and the illuminations and the arabesque decorations and so on, they felt at that time that that's a book. But to print these things, off a machine and they're all identical, and they just couldn't see the value in it. And so, although they viewed it as something kind of useful, if you have to, communicate something to a large population, but that's not what we call a book. The Jews, on the other hand, really recognized the tremendous technological innovation that printing represented, And so the first printing presses in the Ottoman Empire were actually printing in Hebrew. In fact, they were not even allowed to print in Arabic because the Ottomans said, keep that stuff away from us. You can use it for your things, but not for ours. But this only took about, 20, 30 years before the Arabs realized, this is actually a very useful thing, and they came to admire printing as well. Jews were also, of course, advanced in medicine. This is something that historically Jews had plied their trade in. But interestingly, two other areas were new to the Ottomans, or the Jews had significant advancements. The Jews brought with them the concept of theater. They had in Europe developed some kind of association with troubadours. And this is something that we should think about. Actually, it runs through much of Jewish history because Jews are typically a liminal people. Jews live on the borderline of societies, often in little urban islands that are heavily Jewish, whereas the countryside is all non-Jewish. And so there are all kinds of entertainment-related arts and activities that Jews historically are attracted to. Klezmer music in Europe, for example, one would like to think, for example, Hollywood out in California, which is itself a very liminal edge sort of culture. People tell me that the country is built on a slight slant and things that aren't tied down very well eventually make their way to California. I don't know if I should say that, some of you are here, but and I have one or two people who are watching California, but anyways. And also, strangely enough, Jews brought a lot of armaments. They had a lot of weapon-making technology that they developed in Europe with some of the more advanced sciences going on there, and they were teaching the Ottomans how to create greater firepower, rather surprising kind of things. But that was not the backbone of Jewish industry. The essence of the Jewish economy was always in commerce. And for the last 400 years, the Jews had especially pioneered international commerce, primarily because of the great tensions between the Muslim world and the Christian world after the Crusades. In 1095, when the First Crusade was declared, essentially you had the beginning of geopolitical war that continues really to our own day, a huge split between the Christian world and the Muslim world. And one of the very few people who could easily transverse that boundary and find, pockets of support within either realm were the Jews. So the Jews were quite active in international commerce, and the Ottomans saw the expulsion of the Jews from Europe as a tremendous boom. The Ottoman Emperor at the time was famous for making these kinds of statements, laughing at the European nations for expelling the Jews because he was extremely happy to bring them into his empire and then to advance the economy in Greece, in Turkey, and places like that. So this is a period where Jews were really expanding their economic sphere, and this will be very important for the development of Kabbalah, as we shall see. One last function that they were very active with in Europe, and they were used as well in the Ottoman Empire afterwards, is tax farming, which I believe we have discussed at previous occasions, so I won't go into great detail, but basically, in a corporate society, sometimes called a feudal society, the rulers do not tax people by individual status. No one had social security numbers. There's no way they could identify individuals and say, you owe so much tax. They taxed entire communities, entire estates, entire classes. And so in order to manage this kind of mass communal collection of funds appropriately, they would frequently, both in Europe and in the Arab lands, they would farm out the task to middlemen. In other words, the Ottoman leader could say, all right, from this particular region, I estimate I can get whatever, 5,000 gold coins. So the Jews would say, we can get that for you, sire. And the Jews would go and they would collect maybe 6,000 gold coins. And the extra 1,000, the profit, they would retain for their own use in the community. It's called tax farming, and Jews were quite adept at it. Why specifically? A couple of reasons. One is their numeracy. The fact that Jews had valued the ability to work with numbers and mathematics and literacy as well. And they had a long tradition of this that extends from both European and North African and Middle Eastern experiences. And at the same time, perhaps even more important, they were a border society. It was often very useful for the leader to have a different ethnicity controlling the dominant ethnicity. They guaranteed their loyalty because they knew they could never, cheat easily on the king because they were at his mercy. They could not collude easily with the dominant nationality, and so a lot of reasons why Jews as a minority were a favorite choice to engage in tax farming. It did not make them a beloved people, as we shall see a little later on in this course when we talk about the uprisings in Eastern Europe, for example, but that was part of the economy. Okay, so let us move now to Yitzhak himself. He was born in this new Jerusalem community in 1534. And we know very little about his parents. His father was named Solomon, and most likely had immigrated from the Ashkenazic lands. He was called Ashkenazi, the Ashkenazi, which is the kind of designation you give to someone who has originated elsewhere but is now living in a new territory. As I mentioned, his name Luria is a famous name in Provence, but it's unlikely that he himself came from that same family. His mother's name is unknown, but he is most likely Sephardi, as we know from her brother's family. Solomon died when young Isaac was very young. He has only very limited kind of bibliographic and biographical data about this period of his life, as he talks with his life in general. But Isaac is called a katan when his father died, which we assume would be he was no older than 13. His mother elected to take him out of Jerusalem to Cairo, where her brother, Mordecai, was a well-to-do tax farmer. And under Mordecai's tutelage, they prospered, he studied well, and he ultimately ended up marrying his first cousin, which did not violate the rabbinic laws of relationships. But he married his first cousin, the daughter of his uncle, Mordecai Francis. His uncle was probably from France, as the name implies. In Ladino, Francis is often used to describe someone who came from France. So he has Ashkenazi background, he also has Sephardi background, living in Cairo. Okay, I'm going to pause for the coffee, and I'll ask if anyone has any questions so far. Yes, please.
I know that there's a lot of supporting kids when most of the people who are in the first
Yes. The question is, were the Jews in France at this time basically Ashkenazic? Yes. The patterns of settlement of Jews in France, for the most part, they come from Spain over the Pyrenees up to the Rhineland. We're talking about a process of several hundred years. In the Rhineland, which is more or less northern Germany, you have the development of traditional Ashkenazic culture. And then, of course, there's a lot of communication down through France and into the coast, the area of Provence and so on, but they're definitely identified as Ashkenazim. And by the time you get to the 15th, 16th century, they really diverge significantly from the Sephardim in Spain. On a ritual level, perhaps on an ethnic level, we're not sure about that. But they're definitely arguing with Sephardim a lot. We have arguments between the Balei Tosfot and the Maimonidean camp, for example, that's quite intense, even from the 13th century. Okay, so let's go on. When he was in Cairo, we know actually a little bit about him from the Cairo Geniza. And just to refresh your memory on what the Cairo Geniza is, this is a fantastic collection of 250,000 fragments of documents from the Ben Sira synagogue just outside of the Ben Ezra, thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. He's got this time he knows it automatically, he knows it cold, but he can always fact check me on Google. At any rate, a tremendous treasure trove of documents found just outside Cairo that gives us incredible insight into the dense nature of Jewish society in the Middle East for about 500 years, tremendous scope. And through pouring through these documents, they found several documents that specifically mentioned Yitzhak Luria in the 16th century. So what do we know about him from the Cairo Geniza? We have primarily commercial documents and bills of sale. And it seems that in the 1550s, when he was in his 20s, he was primarily involved in the sale of various goods on an international level. We know that he was involved in selling pepper. We know he was involved in selling leather. He had some, it's hard to say if they're business disputes, but he specifically, writes letters requesting payment for, he sends out invoices, things like that. So it appears that he was quite active in international commerce in his 20s, and that's likely where he got his the wealth to be able to travel to the sky. Just a kind of an interesting side note, 3 days before his death, he settled all of his business accounts and made sure that all was right, which is, I think, in itself a rather interesting attestation to his probity and to his perhaps mystical sense of what was coming. But anyways, he's making his living there in his 20s as a spice and leather merchant, basically traveling around, dealing in various things. And at the same time, he's engaged deeply in Talmudic study. Two specific aspects of study characterize this early period. And in general, it's a dichotomy that is preserved in much of Jewish study. You can study what's called Torah's Nigla, the revealed Torah, and Torah's Nista, the hidden Torah. These are euphemisms for a body of knowledge, of information that is kind of like considered open. It's hardly open in the sense that you really have to develop quite extensive training to do so, but it's a body of knowledge that is considered accessible and open even to children with proper training, and another body, which we'll call Kabbalah for now, which is essentially hidden knowledge. The open Torah, or the revealed Torah, refers to, of course, the 5 books of Moses, the Bible as a whole, the Talmud, the Mishnah upon which it is based, and the vast corpus of halakha, books which have not been written yet, but for example, the Shulchan Aruch, the Code of Jewish Law. This is all called the revealed Torah. And for anyone who has ever attempted to study Talmud, especially as an adult, you realize it's hardly revealed. It's an extremely coded and difficult and mysterious text to enter. But the sense of the revealed, it means that basically anyone can approach this text regardless of their level of training. They may not understand it, but there's nothing taboo about studying it. Torah's Nister, on the other hand, the hidden Torah, the mystical aspects of Torah, is something which is restricted only to those who have achieved great heights of personal experience and personal training. This is something that we find in the Talmud, which says things like, for example, you should not approach this Torah of truth until you have eaten bread and wine, which means you should have a full meal of the regular revealed Torah before you approach the hidden Torah. And in fact was the subject of massive controversy around, for example, Maimonides' works. And one of the strange patterns that seems to repeat itself over and over again, including up until our own time, is that the most gifted Kabbalists tend to die very young. So the rabbis placed a ban on the studying of Kabbalah until a person is 40 years old, and there are several other qualifications. They should be married, they should have completed all of the revealed Torah before they try the hidden Torah, and so on. Not everyone agrees with this ban. One of the most important teachers of Rabbi himself, Moshe Cordovero himself, felt that people should start studying Talmud, start studying Kabbalah at the age of 20, for example. But that's basically, it's a widely accepted ban. Nobody studies Kabbalah until they reach a certain level of study, of expertise. But anyway, in Cairo, he studied under a very famous Kabbalist, the Rabbi David Ibn Zimri, and he studied both the revealed Torah, and as we shall see, he studied also the hidden Torah, the Torah's mysteries. In his revealed Torah studies, he proves to be quite a gifted student, and we know quite a bit about his participation in various councils and Bate Din and courts of law and things like that, that indicate that his opinion about standard halakha was definitely accepted. He was a very reputable person with all of the credentials. I also know a couple other interesting things about him. For example, the Geniza has a document in it that's dated 1557, which has 9 signatories to it, in which these 9, they're all rabbis, agreed to form a kind of conventicle, a kind of association, a chevra, in which they promise to behave on a very high level of ethical conduct, and they stipulate specific punishments if any of them ever transgress even a tiny little breach of ethical conduct. This may have been a secret fellowship, and it's the kind of thing that you see quite often among the great Kabbalists. You see the same thing, for example, with Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto, the Rothschild, who also had kind of like a secret gathering of friends. You see it also in the Muslim movement, where rabbis would get together and they would form these secret little groups where they would criticize each other if they ever saw, step out of boundary in any way. And it appears that the Ari, at a very young age, early 20s, was admitted into one of these secret circles. This definitely had a strong impact on him because he would later form a much greater circle of that nature in Sfat. But while he was there in Cairo, he spent a lot of time studying the Talmud and, in fact, collaborated on a commentary that was incorporated into the famous Shita Mikubetzes, which is a collection of commentaries on various Talmudic tractates. I myself studied the Shita Mikubetzes when I was in yeshiva myself, so it's a very well-accepted text. The specific parts that he worked on, unfortunately, were lost in a fire, but it's well attested by secondary sources that he was one of the multiple authors of that text. Bottom line is he had excellent credentials when it came to the traditional revealed Torah. It was not like, let's say, you find sometimes in the Hasidic leadership where people have inspired visions, but they can't necessarily demonstrate mastery of Talmudic tractates. This is a person who definitely had all of the credentials to be a traditional rabbinical scholar, and yet his primary fame was going to be in mysticism. Okay, pausing for questions again? Yes, Ms. Abramson. Oh, we're very good. Yeah, thank you, Elisa. That's really this is the future of our people, right? This is great. She says, okay, let's get on the plot. It's sort of question from the internet on this. Basically, my brilliant daughter asked, wait a minute, so they have a secret fellowship to be ethical? I mean, isn't that the point? What do you have to have a fellowship for? That's being Jewish, right? Okay, everyone got the question? Yeah, so it wasn't so much that they were secretly being ethical. It was nice if people were secretly ethical. But they would secretly monitor each other, and they had each other's backs to make sure that if Reuven saw Shimon doing something that really wasn't quite up to standard, then they promised that Reuven would take Shimon aside privately and say, listen, the kind of behavior that you're engaged in is not up to our standards. And it was a group, it was a support group, really. It's almost psychological, a support group where they would get together and they would promote each other's ethical development. So that's kind of like super Jewish, right? That's kind of like getting your friends to make sure you're good. And the Ramchal did exactly the same thing. The section Rabbi had the same thing. It's actually a repeating trope in Jewish history where a group of individuals who care about each other and care about Judaism work together to try and leverage their communal strength to be even more ethical. It's a beautiful thing. Okay. Yeah, I think the key difference is that whether it's a voluntary self-imposed restriction. I've heard about some communities up north that Shalom nameless that you're not supposed to have internet in your house, so they'll have people who walk outside the front of your house with their cell phones to see if there's a Wi-Fi going on in your home. And if you are, they can see social ostracism, and they'll cut off your YouTube. And they won't be able to watch these edifying lectures. But now we're talking about a group of people who voluntarily choose to self-associate, and that's what it's charismatic characteristics of glorious. But let's go on to the Torah Megillah now. So the last thing he did, now the Rabbi, his principal teacher in Cairo, was also a noted Kabbalist. Not nearly at the same level as the student would be, but under his influence, he elected to engage in a very unusual, highly idiosyncratic practice. His uncle, you recall, and his father-in-law now, a wealthy tax farmer, owned a small island, presumably in the Nile Delta. I didn't actually look it up on a map. This is the actual, I know which island it is. He owned this island, and what the young Yitzhak Luria would do is he would go out to that island and spend 6 days a week in total solitude. And he did this for 6 years. He would come home only for Shabbat, I presume for holidays as well. He would speak to his wife only in Hebrew and engage in, only association with his wife. Only she must have been a tremendous woman, but we know very little about her. And then he would return to this island, which is called Jazirat al-Rawda. And he spent 6 years in this solitary communication with the divine, solitary contemplation of what he would later reveal to his students as the mysteries of Judaism. So you take this all together. He's engaged in the outside world in business for quite a while. Then, while he's studying the Torah, Nigla, the revealed Torah, he gets to a very, very high level. And then he basically takes 6 years off, a long sabbatical, to be able to focus on the development of his mysticism. And this is all in preparation for what will really be the brief flourishing of the Safed Center, which is where he would make his mark. So we should talk now a little bit about Tzfat, which is a fascinating just explosion of Jewish creativity in the 16th century. Tzfat is a city that in many ways is kind of like a nowhere place in Judaism before it explodes onto the scene. It is in northern Israel, in the Galil region. It is not mentioned at all in the Bible, although the name Tzfat, or Safed in English, indicates that it's kind of like a lookout point because it's about 800 meters above sea level, and it's possible that it was used, for example, when the Jews would communicate the announcement of the Rosh Chodesh in one of the high spots where they would light fires to signal that Rosh Chodesh was had appeared. And it attracted, primarily for economic reasons, some of the brightest minds of the Rothschild, of the Spanish and Portuguese expulsion in 1497. Among them, was the greatest of them, was Rabbi Moshe Cordovero in terms of Kabbalah. As someone that I study personally very deeply, and I'll share with you a little bit about his thought in a moment. But around this Rabbi Moshe Cordovero were a circle of students who were focused intensely on studying the mystical aspects of Judaism. The Rabbi's, the Arizal's teacher, had spent some time at Tzfat and had been exposed to it, and no doubt encouraged his student to leave Cairo and to go study under the Ramak, who had emerged as a great leader of Kabbalistic thought at the time. So the thought of the Ramak, and now we're talking about the principal teacher of the Arizal. The Arizal, by the way, only got to learn with him for less than 2 years, and nevertheless he called in his principal teacher because the Ramak was a revolutionary thinker in Kabbalah and completely transformed the Arizal. Even though the Arizal differed with him on some very, very key essential points, and in many ways the Arizal eclipsed his own teacher, nevertheless he showed tremendous reliance on the thought of the Ramak. So let me now, I have to tell you what exactly is Kabbalah, at least for the limited purposes that we can use in this brief lecture, and understand what is going on in Tzfat that allowed the Arizal to catapult himself to such heights. This thing we call Kabbalah, the word Kabbalah means reception or tradition. Lekabel means to receive something. And so that term is used in the sense that this is not information which can be deduced by logical analysis. This is information which must be somehow received, either through a revelation directly from God. As many of the mystics will find, the skies open up and they are, greeted with some kind of messianic vision, which they later communicate, and it's inaccessible. It's beyond. There's no reason that you can use to understand it. It's simply an experience, or it is a mystical tradition that's handed down from teacher to student, teacher to student. We don't definitely have a very, very old tradition in Judaism of this mysticism. There are passages in the Torah which are clearly mystical in nature. For example, Abraham's covenant between the parts, where he is given a vision of the future, Ezekiel's vision of the chariot, all kinds of passages in the Torah. The Talmud is rife with magic, spells, astrology, all kinds of mystical information that is certainly not rational in the common sense of that term. But it gets a huge boost in the 13th century with the appearance of a book called the Zohar, which is considered the principal work of Kabbalah. There's a lot of controversy about the Zohar. Most scholars assume that it is not an ancient work, as many of its readers believe. It doesn't date from the ancient period authored by the Tanakh, Rabbi Bar Yochai. Most scholars believe, I'm talking about academic scholars, that it was actually written in the 13th century. That's a debate that I don't think we should entertain today. The most important thing for our points is, however, that the Zohar becomes sort of a focal point of all Kabbalistic research at this time. The problem with the Zohar, however, in my humble opinion, is that it's almost impossible to understand it. I mean, you can translate it to English, and it reads like gibberish. It's really, really hard to figure out what is it all about. It's a massive document. On my bookshelves, it takes up about that much space. And it's just so arcane and complicated, and the metaphors are weird, and it sounds very New Agey. I mean, it's perfect for New Age kind of stuff. And who knows how to make sense of it? I will tell you that on a personal level, when I was about 25 years old, I started studying a beautiful book called Chutz Israel. It's a Sephardic book that basically it breaks up the week into 7 days of study, and every day you study a little bit of the Torah, a little bit of the Tanakh, a little bit of Mishnah, a little bit of Gemara, a little bit of Halacha. So you get like a little bit of dose of every little kind of piece of Torah information, and it takes about half an hour to go through it every day. And at the very end of each selection, there was always a paragraph of the Zohar. And I asked my Rabbi, I said, am I allowed to read this? I'm not 40 years old. I don't know anything. And she said, you can go ahead and read it. I said, what about the band? He says, you're not going to understand it anyway. Just go ahead and read it. So that was my first encounter with the Zohar. What the Ramak did, what he did brilliantly, this is the Arizal's teacher, is that he systematized the Zohar. Among other things, he wrote a massive commentary on it called Or Yakar. But more importantly, he wrote basically manuals for Kabbalah. Most famous, the one that made his reputation at the time, was Pardes Rimonim, the Orchard of Pomegranates, in which he just sat the reader down and said, okay, look, this is how it works. And he started from the idea of how creation happens, and then he explains how this relates to our souls, the world around us, the purpose of the commandments, the purpose of the Messiah. All those things were systematized and written in almost a Maimonidean fashion, meaning he took this scattered the Zohar commentary on the Bible, and he just started from the ground and said, let's just explain this in a very straightforward fashion. It was a phenomenal hit. Even before printing, it was circulated widely, and the Ramak surged ahead as the preeminent Kabbalist of his day. So the Arizal went to Tzfat to specifically study under the Ramak. Just to give you a taste of the Ramak's teachings, and again, I'm not a Kabbalist, so I don't really know what I'm talking about, but that never stopped me or anybody speaking about Kabbalah. But so this is, you may have seen this very symbol, this very common symbol. This is the designation of the 10 spirot, the 10, hard to translate that term exactly, but kind of 10 emanations of God. And basically what this refers to, on one level, is the process of creation, a process which is ongoing and unfolding, meaning that as God created the world, he allowed his light, as it were, to penetrate each of these spirot, these different orders, until they come down here to where we live in Malkuth. There's a lot more we can say about what this strange thing means, but let me give you one basic kind of metaphor to understand it. So God, as it were, is like in this diagram, I put where the word tree is, and then he descends through Keter being a chokmah through all of these spherot until we get to the world as we understand it today. You should consider it kind of like if you try to look at the sun. The sun is way too powerful to look at with the naked eye. It'll burn out the retinas. It's dangerous. But if you take a mirror, then when you look into a mirror, you may be able to get some fleeting glimpses of the sun because the mirror weakens the radiation of the sun. And especially if you take a second mirror and you position it in such a way that you look in the second mirror reflecting the first mirror reflecting the sun, then it's much easier to look at the sun. And if you set up 10 mirrors in a sequence like this, you can actually look directly at the sun because each one of those 10 mirrors has weakened the power of the radiation until you're able to see it. That's essentially what the spheroids are doing. God's light, as it were, goes into the top, and it is filtered through these mirrors until we get down to this world here. A tremendous amount of implications for what the spheroids do. They're associated with the human body, they're associated with the human soul, they can be manipulated, they are interrelated, but that takes us far beyond where we're going to go today. I will do one little detour, however, to give you a little bit of a selfish plug onto my forthcoming book, which should be coming out. I hope to have a book launch in this room, God willing, in about 3 months. We're looking forward to it. We'll have some music, and it's going to be, I think, a great time. But basically, he wrote his most famous book among lay people is called Tomer Dvorah, the palm tree of Devorah. It is perhaps the most widely studied Kabbalistic book. And it's certainly the most well-understood Kabbalistic book because it's far easier than most of the other things. And basically, what he does in Tomer Dvorah is he says, if God emanates and presents himself, as it were, to the world through these 10 spheres, and we have a mitzvah of imitating God, imitatio Dei, v'halachta b'derachad, you shall walk in his ways, then we should imitate those spherot. We should imitate each one of those chokmah of God, those various spherot, or not God, as we call it, and that's ultimately what we're supposed to do. So, for example, there are times when we are supposed to evince power. Like let's say, for example, we're attacked. Israel is attacked, God forbid, and Israel has to rise up and defend itself. So it means it has to energize the sphere of Devorah. By acting appropriately with Devorah, we then, as it were, excite the sphere of Devorah, and God sends more of that power down into the world. By matching our behavior with the attributes of the spherot, we can infuse the world with more godliness. If, on the other hand, we use Devorah when we should not, for example, on Shabbat, if you get angry at your kids on Shabbat, the Ramak says it's a terrible thing to do because you're using Devorah inappropriately. Shabbat is not supposed to be a day for Devorah, and you're ruining it. You're mixing the wrong spirit at that time. So in the first chapter of his book, which is a chapter, he goes through 13 different levels of forgiveness, 13 levels of mercy, and describes how you can forgive others in 13 different ways, 13 different manners. It's a fantastic classic of Jewish spirituality, and God willing, we'll all be together in good health, and I'll be able to tell you more about it at the book launch. But let's go on. This is a kind of a cool cover, right? That's like a baby palm tree. Okay. So, Rabbi becomes the Ramak's disciple. Again, they only learn together for about 18 months, and then Rabbi Moshe Cornavero, who's not even 50 years old, is killed in a plague, dies in a plague. Nevertheless, the Ari is tremendously influenced by the Ramak's systematic approach to Kabbalah, and basically adopts all of it, and then makes a few key changes that brings his Kabbalah really to a much greater scene. Just to give you a sense of how they relate to one another, and this is jumping ahead a little bit, but the Ari left very few writings behind. We have very few actual texts written by the Arizal. Almost everything that we have today, we rely on his students, and his most important student, his principal student, was Rabbi Chaim Vital. So the story goes that Rabbi Chaim Vital, as he records in one of his books, he was visited in a dream by his teacher, the Arizal, and he asked him, he says, what does it mean that you have a different type of Kabbalah than your teacher? And the Arizal said, in heaven they study the Kabbalah of my teacher. on earth, they study my Kabbalah. So there was still a sense of Elu, giving L'chaim, these and these are the word of looking God, even though there are some really sharp differences between them. So let's understand what happened at Tzfat. Here we have an amazing and incredible explosion of Jewish creativity at this time. Besides the Ramak and the Arizal, we also have Rabbi Yosef Karo, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, and we should remember that he himself was a tremendous mystic. In fact, he claimed not to be the rational mind that was writing down from the Shema Halakha. He claimed to receive nightly communications from an angelic being, a Magid, which he later wrote about in his own diary, and he would just write down what the Magid told him to write down. So they are definitely, Kabbalah and Halakha deeply intertwined with one another in Tzfat. They're engaged in all kinds of really bizarre practices, which make the Lachado D ritual of going out into the fields Friday night to greet the Sabbath rain, that looks absolutely pedestrian compared to some of the other weird things they're doing. For example, they're engaging in a sort of dowsing for graves kind of behavior, where they will go on long walks in the environment of Tzfat, trying to spiritually sense the graves of righteous people. And they will stop by a brook or something, and one of the Kabbalists, either the Arizal or others, will see this particular rock, and they'll say, under this rock is buried Rabbi Yehuda Bar Ilai. And they will stop there, and they will say all kinds of prayers, and they'll prostrate themselves on the ground, and they will have these spiritual illuminations, and they will record them later in their own mystical writings. And this will be kind of like a Tzfat pastime to go around and find these graves of the speaker. And they're engaged in heavy writing, and they're engaged in all kinds of, rather new and innovative spiritual practices like exorcism, it's like kind of a crazy place if you think about it. It's an extreme place with a tremendous amount of spiritual energy swirling around, and they're experimenting with all kinds of different ways of expressing Judaism that's clearly not things that are done in normative practice whatsoever, and yet highly influential. You may wonder, why did this become so powerful in our fight? So I'm going to tell you in this slide here. Let's try to understand what is Lurianic Kabbalah within the last 10 minutes that we have, and we see why it was so profound and why it made such a huge impact. First of all, I want to place a caveat on it. As I mentioned earlier, we have very few autograph writings of the Arizal. He left behind very few writings, which was very intentional. He wrote a few things when he was on that island back in Cairo, but otherwise he wrote nothing of his most profound mystical insights. And he instructed his students not to write down what he was teaching either. He wanted it to be a highly reserved, esoteric doctrine that only his students and those who they deemed worthy would share. He certainly did not intend to create a massive revolution of Kabbalah with, blessed bottled water and things like that. That does not seem to be the Arizal style. His students, after his death, tried to enforce this. In particular, Chaim Vital, who used to be a student of the Ramak, but after he met the Arizal, he sort of focused essentially on the Lurianic Kabbalah, and they tried to keep a lid on the Arizal's teachings. However, the word spread far and wide, and what ended up happening was some of the people who had studied with the Arizal began to sort of break discipline and started writing their own manuals of Kabbalah, attributing them to the Arizal, and many of them were contradicting each other, which is not impossible because Lurianic Kabbalah, unlike the Kabbalah of the Ramak, was not at all systematic. It was not at all a start at point A and move through B and C and all the way to the end. He would just sort of teach on the spur of the moment without necessarily connecting it to a larger doctrine. It wasn't like a course where you started with the basic principles and went to the specifics. Very charismatic leader, but not a systematic discipline leader like the Ramak. And so it's very difficult when you can take all these things together. The fact that we have no actual writings to speak of from the Arizal himself, that everything we have comes from his students, many of whom were disagreeing with each other. And we have the very nature of Lurianic Kabbalah itself, which is very disjointed and not necessarily connected, so it's very difficult to get a whole picture of what this is. Nevertheless, we can identify a few doctrines that seem to be common to all of the Arizal students, and they are so powerful that they kind of become mainstream thought to this day. The first one is this concept of Shvirat HaKelim, or the breaking of the vessels, which is not present in Cordoverian Kabbalah at all, but is perhaps the most pronounced element of Syrianic Kabbalah. If you recall, we go back to the 10th Sfirot that I showed you earlier. One of the key differences between the Kabbalah of the Ramak and that of the Arizal is the idea of what happened at the moment of creation. So for the Ramak teacher, creation was a logical unfolding of God's will, set up in such a way that the universe would be perfectly balanced in a kind of metaphysical law that mirrored natural law. That God, so to speak, imagined the structure of the universe, he, as it were, looked into the Torah blueprint, and he created a universe that looks something like this. The Arizal, however, injects a major element of drama into creation, placing human beings, and particular Jews, at the center of a cataclysmic crisis that is ongoing until the final redemption. How so? This concept of Shvirat HaKelim, or breaking of the vessels, refers to some kind of mishap in the moment of creation. I have difficulty understanding this, so I'm sure that when people see this on YouTube, they'll put all kinds of useful comments at the bottom. Mr. Rodrigo's at the top of the list there, but this is my basic understanding of it. I talked to you about the sunlight pouring into the mirror. So if you think of it instead using a Orianic metaphor of like hot oil poured into clay vessels. So if you pour this really super hot oil that represents, as it were, the light of God into a clay vessel, which is, let's say, Keter at the top here. But the heat of the oil is so overpowering that the vessel shatters. By the way, if any of you have ever traveled in the Soviet Union, this happened to about, 1 in 10 tea glasses that I've ever served. That's why you put the spoon in the tea glass, otherwise you put the hot water in, smashes everywhere. But so the first vessel shattered because it could not withstand the power and intensity of God's light. So the light mixed with pieces of the broken vessel flow into the next vessel, but it too shatters because it can't stand it. So it flows to the third vessel, and it's mixed with the pieces of the broken vessels until finally you get down here to Malkut, and in this part of the world, the universe, we have the system kind of slows down because it's cool enough, but the physical universe that we are presented with today represents a mixture of this divine spark, the light of God, with the pieces of the shattered vessel. So, for example, this cup of coffee here, the cup itself, it has its existence. It owes its existence to the spark of godliness that is within it, even though it is an inanimate object. And the part that I can feel and touch and apprehend with my senses is really made up of the klipot, of the shells of the broken vessels that are mixed with that divine spark. Now, how this becomes dramatic is that the task of humanity, and in particular the Jews, is to identify the divine spark in everything and then to release it so that it may join its source once again, ultimately bringing about the divine redemption. And the way we do that is by performing mitzvot. So, for example, I've already said it, so I'm not going to say it again, but if I say a bracha on the coffee inside this cup, that bracha takes it from being asur, which means not permitted, so it does not have a blessing, and turns it into mutar, which means permitted. And by doing so, I release, as it were, I perform a kind of decomposition of the cup and allow it to return, the whole spark to return to its holy source. The word asur, in Lurianic thought, means forbidden, but it really means tied up, constrained, restricted, because the spark is trapped in there. And the word mutar means untied, means release, so the bracha makes the cup God's word, the energy in the cup, released. So too with the food stuff and so on. So in other words, what the Arizal did to Coherent Kabbalah is he took this moment of creation and he essentially made it into this huge drama where we are now in an imperfect universe struggling to bring it to perfection through the performance of mitzvot. And everything we do is literally tied up with that grand adventure. And if we fail to do so, then we bury the spark deeper in the creeper. So every single action, every conscious moment of a Jew's waking existence, and even sleeping existence, is in fact tied to the unfolding of this metaphysical story. The process of dealing with these issues is called tikkun, or repair, which is where we get the root of the term that people know so well, tikkun olam, the repair of the world, in which everything that we do is designed to try and support this ultimate redemption of the universe. So while Cordovero's Kabbalah is fascinating and intricate and absorbing, the Arizal's Kabbalah is energizing and gives people kind of like motivation to go do something because you got to save the world. Rabbi Cordovero is about thinking about the world and about its meaning, but the Arizal is all about action and implementation of this Kabbalah on a daily sequence. The way you do this is through something called Yehudim. We're running out of time to go into that in greater detail. But one kind of detail that I find interesting, I just read an article from today that talked about the Arizal's metaposcopy. I had to look up how to pronounce that. Apparently it doesn't rhyme with anything, but I looked up all kinds of rhyming anyway. Metaposcopy is the technical term for reading the face. And one of the things that the Arizal was to just to give you a kind of sense of who we're dealing with here, he was very much into the idea that the whole world was created through the divine name, through the alphabet. The whole quasi-science of gematria that we have associated with Koreanic Kabbalah, and that whatever a person did with themselves would be literally written on their faces. And the Arizal, because he had purified himself through so many tikkunim and yichudim, was able to read on people's faces, especially their foreheads, specifically what transgressions or positive deeds they had performed. And he wrote, tremendously about this. For example, if you get tzedakah, the word tzedakah is planted on your forehead, and it lasts about a week, which is interesting. Isn't it fascinating? It's about a week between classes. You can sponsor a class. I know we make fun of it. It's just too bizarre, though. Anyway, so these are the kinds of things that he would do. He would meet people, and he would say, "I know what happened at his home yesterday," and so on, all related to this grand scheme of tikkun. So his legacy, here's an image of his grave, with the traditional spot. The graves and tzaddikim are decorated in blue, and it is a pilgrimage site. His legacy is so deep, it's very hard even to find a place where it does not reach. Certainly it reaches very deeply and consciously into the Hasidic world, where the Hasidic masters was deeply influenced by Urianic Kabbalah. The Baal HaTanya is suffused with it. It reaches into the Lithuanian world, where the Vilna Gaon was also a Urianic Kabbalist. It reaches beyond that into the non-Orthodox world as well, because so many of the rituals and songs and practices of Tikkun Olam we mentioned earlier is a very important concept for many in the liberal communities, that it really traces itself back to Urianic Kabbalah and a sense of the drama of human existence. So without doubt, it's amazing when we contemplate how this man, in a space really of about 3 years, from age 35 to 38, he was able to articulate, without even writing it down, this vision of the meaning of existence to such a degree that we feel its reverberations of his life even to this day. Thank you very much for your attention and engagement. Next week, we're going totally off the mystical Kabbalistic, and we're going to talk about Baruch Spinoza, one of the most important philosophers of the early modern period, and I think you'll find it interesting. Thank you once again. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for coming. Today we're starting, of course, half an hour early, so that'll give me a little more time to relax. I'll be slower, but still hopefully conclude at 9 p.m. as usual. So the joke this week is also courtesy of Dr. Weiser, who sent me a 4 really decent joke last week. And it actually is very appropriate for today's material because we're going to be looking at someone who is slightly antinomian in his approach. That is, someone who is slightly non-traditional in the way he observes Judaism, as we shall see. So the joke goes that a Jew goes up to this rabbi, Rabbi, I'm so sorry, I need to do something. I have to confess, I didn't wash the first diet before eating bread last night. And the rabbi said, did it? Why didn't you? Well, rabbi, the bread wasn't kosher. The bread wasn't kosher. Why? Because it was a non-Jewish restaurant. If you were a non-Jewish restaurant, what were you doing in a non-Jewish restaurant? Why didn't you go to a Jewish restaurant? He said, I'm a kipper, I should do it. So, that's the last laugh for today. So tonight's lecture is very grateful to Mr. Eliezer and Mrs. Teresa Hercules, who once again sponsored the lecture. It's a wonderful thing when we have people support the lecture financially because it goes to defray the cost of our lovely assistant, Mr. Lisa Abramson, who leads the door of Pearson Cookies, and Mr. Rodriguez, who is now actually amassing a bit of a fan club online. He's saying, go Mr. Rodriguez, because they enjoy the videos. So thank you very much for sharing. I appreciate it very much. And for those of you who are here, your presence alone is a tremendous sponsorship. I'm very grateful for having you. So tonight we're going to look at something David Ruvain, also known as Hara Ruvain. The name is very significant. He ascribed his lineage to the tribe of Ruvain, the biblical tribe of Ruvain, and we'll speak about what that means shortly. But basically, he's a rather anomalous and highly unusual figure in Jewish history because he appears on the scene in the early 16th century, and he makes a tremendous tarara where he introduces himself with success to popes and kings and emperors, and claims to be the brother of King Joseph, a leader of the three tribes, Gad, Reuben, and Manasseh, living on the other side of Israel, somewhere in the Far East, and he's there on a mission to create some new geopolitical reality. Amazingly, he was like a comet on the European political scene for about 10 years until his untimely demise, but he created not only a lot of consternation, particularly among Arabs, that we shall describe, but also a tremendous amount of enthusiasm for a renewed and revived Judaism, especially found with a converted population of Spain and Portugal, Jews who had converted to Christianity rather than be expelled from the expulsions of the late 15th century. His meteoric rise to fame was cut short when the Inquisition got wind of his activities, and he died a horrible death. But the entire arc of his participation in European history is quite fascinating, and I think gives us some pause to think about several aspects of Jewish history and its relationship to world history as a whole. So what I'd like to do over the next 55 minutes is just give you a quick overview of the life of David Ruvain. At least that is what we know about it. And I think that's why the end of the evening we'll have some food for thought and wonder, but we will leave a lot more questions and answers as usual. So, our story begins here in Oxford. We know of David Ruvain from non-Jewish sources. Many centers of power had traits their holdings at various points in the 16th century, but the most important document that gives us information about this is his diary, which he composed and then would actually have lead as a sort of travel log to bolster his own authority. The diary was purchased by the Bodleian Library of Oxford in the middle of the 19th century. It was duly copied out and then promptly lost. to see where he struck things out and who wrote them. If it was perhaps a scribe involved, you have to have a professional writer involved. A lot of things are difficult in his journal, and it's also impossible for us to analyze some of the bizarre place names that he cites because we can't compare his handwriting. Nevertheless, his diary does exist. The copied version was published in a critical edition in 1892, and it has been a source of some wonderment for the last 100-odd years. This is one of the most important buildings in the Longing Library, and I'd like to take a short interlude in surprise to my daughters, because I actually spent quite a bit of time this summer working in this library where I have a lot of fond memories. It's a tremendous institution, fantastic collection, and I'm going to tell you a personal story that I find interesting. This is flipping to an Oxford, by the way. This is several years ago. This is what they call hunting, which is not what they say in America where you have that ball and you pick it with your foot. Hunting is you get these flat bottom boats, you go on the Churchwell River, and you sail along like in a gondola kind of thing. And that's one of the colleges in the background there. And of course, you have to do this kind of hunting with a lovely lady sitting next to you. So this is Elisa when she was, I guess, about 7 or 8 years old. You all know her now. She's 18 and she's like the leader. But there she is, just enjoying the ride. Here's one more picture of her, also an Oxford there. So sweet, right? So I have a couple of funny stories. I'll tell you those, but I can't help it. The first one is the library story. So it's a really old library. It's a 1,000 years old, this library. And they have a lot of arcane and bizarre rules. One of those rules is, believe it or not, that not everyone is not a public library. You have to have credentials. I had to have a letter of introduction. I had to have all kinds of stuff to get into the stacks there. And you go to the library office, you present your credentials, and you present your research purpose, and so on, things like that. And they make you take an oath. They make you swear an oath that will not set fire to the books. Why do I have to take this oath? Because apparently, like in the 1500s, it's cold, and a bunch of students would say, we don't really use a novel version of the manuscript. And they would set fires to them. So in the library, so they make this rule, and it's been a rule for like 400 years. You have to take an oath. So the problem is, avoid taking oaths. That's the whole business. It's called injury. You don't want to come up. You don't want to do whatever. If I happen to accidentally set a fire, then I was responsible for it on an every level as well. So I was for a moment I was put back. I didn't know what to do. And so then I asked myself, I said, wait a minute, can you take this oath in any language you like? And she said, absolutely. And she pulled out a huge binder that was about this thick. And I had like all these languages, the text of the oath in all these languages. In English, it says, I swear I will not set fire to it. And I said, show me Hebrew, please. And she flipped over to Hebrew, and there it was, perfect Rabbinic language. It did not say, I swear I will not set fire to the book. It says, I will take responsibility for the cost that I incur should I set fire to the book. I got access and all that stuff. The other funny story, which I'll tell you very quickly, then we'll go back to the movie, I promise. But the other funny story is there's a Jewish mitzvah that when you buy new vessels, new cooking vessels, you're supposed to, before you use them, you're supposed to immerse them in a mikvah. Before that's one of those wacky things. And if you don't have a mikvah, it's any like flowing body of water or no qualifies, things like that. So there's no mikvah in Oxford, but they have that Churchwell River, which is actually the Thames, the Thames. But they have this really old town, and they have these banks that are like really high, and they're 6 feet wide. You can't just like stand on the edge and dip your pot in. So I was carrying this huge bag of pots, like Santa Claus in this big bag. And the only place that I could toy roll where I could put these in a mikvah is if I walk down to where the punts were released, like you rent the punts. And so I walked down there, and I'm wearing a suit like this, and I got all these dishes, and I toy roll them in the water, and all these Japanese tourists show up and start taking pictures of them. I realized they must think that this is a native Oxfordian Washington. Okay. go back to our regular schedule channel. We'll do fun stories from Oxford. Anyways, it is a beautiful town and an amazing university, and I'm very happy to be there. So, Victor Rabbi, he first shows up in Venice, 1523. He says, I come from Abyssinia, possibly from Sudan. There's a huge debate among two of the major scholars on Romania as to where exactly that was. But he claims it's somewhere down here in Ethiopia or Sudan in the upper Nile region. And he quotes a long travelogue of places that he visited and strange customs that he observed. The place names that he mentions on his travelogue are garbled. They're very hard to spend a lot of time trying to figure out exactly where he was. But the consensus of modern scholarship is that he made the whole thing up. That he never was any of these places. And that he's just reporting things that he had heard from others. So much of his early travels are lost in mystery, shrouded in mystery. And in fact, one of the commentators on him wrote in the 1930s that his reputation for veracity was not so high. So a lot of the things that he says about his origins simply don't know. In fact, we don't even know if he is Ashkenazi or Sephardi. He was typically swarthy, very dark skinned. He was possibly what the technical term would probably politically correct term is a little person. Speaking about a midget or a dwarf in older terms, a very small person, often wore Islamic robes, which would have looked very exotic and fascinating to Europeans. And in fact, he claims to have pretended to be a Muslim on many occasions. In fact, a descendant of the Prophet Muhammad when he was living in Egypt. But there's no real evidence to indicate that he has any of those origins whatsoever. The two most fascinating theories about his background are as follows. One is that he was actually from Prague, a Czechoslovak or a Czech Jew, and that's based again on paleographic evidence and internal literary evidence because he has in his travelogue little Ashkenazic tics, like for example the phrase which I quote in modern people, a nice little proverb, hakas salek hadah. So that sounds okay, which means anger causes knowledge to lead. Hakas salek hadah. But it sounds much better pronounced in Ashkenazis, which is hakas salek hadah. I think the rhyming, so that little tip in his language may have indicated that he was Ashkenazi. I think a more persuasive theory is that he was actually a descendant of conversos, meaning those Jews who had converted to Christianity or who perhaps had become expelled from Spain in the late 15th century, ended up in Israel because quotes in an offhand and obviously unknowing manner a very unusual custom that is no longer practiced today, but was practiced by the converso community. Specifically, that is that if a Jew were to convert to Christianity because of duress or social pressure and things like that, and then that Jew, now Christian, were to convert back to Judaism, there was a kind of quasi-conversion process they would go through, including immersing themselves in the mikvah, along with the guy wearing a suit and the pots in Oxford. And also, this is not practiced today, they would shave all of their hair and trim their fingernails and toenails. Kind of like familiar with the captured slave or the captured woman in the Torah. So that was a custom that was practiced by converso Jews living in Jerusalem, meaning they had converted to Christianity in Spain and Portugal, then they had immigrated, they made their way to Israel, and then when they became Jewish, this is what they went through. So at one point, he describes how he purchased a slave woman, and then he manumitted her and converted her to Judaism, and in the course of his description, he describes that this is what they did to her with the cutting of her hair and the trimming of her fingernails, which is something that's not required for conversion to Judaism, but they have indicated that it came from that specific community in Israel. We simply don't know, it's lost, and he certainly wasn't telling us, so we're just guessing. At any rate, he definitely had some time in the Middle East, and he shows up in Europe, and it's in Europe where the fun starts. So I went to, but here's in Venice, oh, look at this, and the screen is a little too small. So I'll just have to, I hope I can remember when I wrote that. He's small, as I mentioned, sports person. It's the screen, because the resolution is different. And he was surrounded by a lot of pomp and circumstance. He liked to, for example, get expensive rides, like a beautiful white stallion, and he would have like these gorgeous banners that would portray him as the emissary of King Joseph from the East. And he claimed to, now why the tribes of Gad, Reuben, and Manasseh, and remember why it was special about those three tribes? Of course, these are those, but the last guy, an audience member, please. Exactly. You recall, thank you very much. Excellent. This is your first time here, isn't it? Okay, so welcome. Just don't ask any hard questions. But this is what happened. If you recall this word, the conquest of Israel, there were two tribes or one half tribe, Gad, Reuben, and Manasseh, the half tribe, who said, you know what, Taco, why are we going into Israel? There's something a very nice place here. We can cover all the furniture with plastic, you know, the roots of Algeria. And they said that, but so they stayed on the other side of the Jordan River, like what would be today something like Jordan, Syria. And Moses made a deal with them that they could have that land as long as they came in and fought for Israel first and so on. So there's this kind of mystery of those 2.5 tribes that never settled in Israel. And Reuben, he took the name, Reuben from Reuben, to say that yes, they're still there. There's 100,000 of them. My brother is the king. And guess what? He wants to forge a political union with you to attack the Muslims. And so with all of this, you know, the noise and fury and, you know, like pageantry and things like that, people were willing to listen, except for the Jewish community. The Jewish community, by and large, was not buying. They were not convinced. There were a few significant individuals who were willing to financially support them, but by and large, the Jews tended to be rather skeptical about the whole story. Nevertheless, with his few wealthy supporters and a few key introductions, he actually gained an audience called Clement VII. And when he meets with him, he goes in with the white horse, that kind of thing. And he specifically asks for 4 things. One, he wants letters that will allow him to create an alliance between France and the Holy Roman Empire. He wants to get these 2 countries, the Holy Roman Empire, historians like to joke, it was neither holy nor Roman, and it wasn't an empire, but it did have some political connotation. It was basically Central Europe, what we call today Germany and environments. He wanted to get France and Germany essentially to unite, and for the purposes of attacking the Muslims, as we shall see. The second thing he asked for is he wanted armaments. He wanted a tremendous amount of cannons and ships that he himself would lead to attack the Muslim empire. And the third thing is he wanted a letter to Portugal, which is especially significant, as we shall see. But we'll come back to that. I know I said 4 things, but you're paying attention. He specifically wanted to go to Jeddah over here. And the idea was that it somehow, with all of these ships, attacked Jeddah with, once again, the support of the Holy Roman Empire and the French, and of course the OBC, the Catholic Church. And this would somehow disrupt the Arab control a bunch of the trade in the Red Sea, and especially the Arabian Sea, because India, you recall, we're talking about a time now, it's the age of exploration. The Portuguese at this point in history are the leaders of all world exploration, and they established a lot of trading posts along the Indian coast, and they were defending it very forcefully. Their main competitor in the region, besides the European nations who were slow to pick up on this, their main competitor were the Arab traders who were dominating the Indian Ocean. And it seems that Romania wanted to somehow get in there and interrupt the Portuguese trade by attacking the Muslims. So the Jeddah is maybe not the best port, but you recall there was no Suez Canal at this time, so it's not like using the Red Sea to get to the Arabian Sea out of India. Egypt was going to have so much better port for that. But there's something else really valuable about Jeddah. Anyone see it? It's really close to Mecca. Mecca being, of course, the center of the Arab world spiritually, so an attack on the port city of Jeddah could really disrupt a lot of Muslim thinking and could really plunge Europe into another kind of major geopolitical crisis that would perhaps lead to nothing less than Armageddon. And that's where we get to the messianic aspect of this. Many historians believe that ultimately he wanted to provoke the coming of Mashiach by instituting a war between the Muslims and the Christians. But before I put this out of order, I'm sorry, I forgot to mention one other thing. There is four things. I forgot it. The other thing is claim to have knowledge, direct personal knowledge of Prester John. And recall this name is one of those weird footnotes in medieval history. Prester John was widely held belief in Christian Europe that there was somewhere in the Far East a true Christian king named Prester John. Here he is, often into his subjects, who had like hundreds of thousands of soldiers, and was just waiting for the moment, the second coming, to reveal himself and his people, and they would somehow, dominate the world and put an end to the Muslim infidel and so on. So there's all kinds of these strange, large geopolitical forces that were tectonic forces, really, they're pulling at each other, and Romania is trying to pull on those strings and get the folks to go along with this idea that will somehow bring the Muslims down, reveal Prester John, and everything would result in a messianic conclusion. But specifically, he was thinking clearly of a Jewish messianic conclusion. His real goal was the fourth request, which was, I want a letter to meet the King of Portugal. Please recall that Portugal was, as they say in German, Grundverein at this time. The Jews had been expelled from Spain in 1492. Many of them sought refuge on the edge of the Iberian Peninsula in Portugal, and then Portugal, on its own, went through a more brutal imposition and expulsion in 1497. And so the Jews were not allowed there. All the Jews that were there were the so-called conversos. Just to take a moment to think about that as well. The great historian of the Holocaust, Raoul Hilbert, wrote in his magnum opus, The Destruction of Christian Jews, that he felt that the Nazi hierarchy of race had its intellectual origins 500 years earlier in Spain and Portugal. Why? Because one of the things that the Spanish and the Portuguese did was that there wasn't enough for a Jew to convert to Christianity. The Jew would be under some kind of cloud of suspicion of Judaism, of just doing Christianity for show, but reality practicing Judaism. And that shadow of suspicion would last for several generations. You have conversos of the first generation, conversos of the second generation, and so on. And so this brought the whole question of race and lineage into something which was prior to this primarily a religious conflict. The rest of Europe, once a Jew converted, then in fact, he became Christian. That's all there was to it. So I tried to joke about the two Jews who walk by a church and they see a sign. Oh, it's terrible. I shouldn't tell these jokes. So the joke goes like this. Okay, so two Jews walk by a church, and there's a sign outside that says, convert to Christianity, earn $500. So one of the Jews says to the other, I'm going to do it. I can use $500. Go in and say what I have to say. I'll get $500. Because if you're crazy, don't decide. $500. So he goes there. Takes a while, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour. Finally comes out an hour later. And his friend says, so, did you get the $500? He says, what is it with you people? Yes, question.
Just say one word actually. Says this history of Jews in Europe divided into three stages. Men among us as Jews, more conversions,
You may not live among us. Generalization, extra, so many numbers. It's very powerful. He is a doyen of Holocaust history. And anyway, yes, follow-up question. Okay, but I just want to say that it's my understanding that actually his position began against the conversions, and that the Jews actually signed on. They were sort of supportive of it because it was intended. This is President Rothschild. That's what seems to feel is that it was originally directed towards the Jews. Very upset because Jews conversions were now able to function in business quite successful. So they were very jealous that here you got these Jews, as they saw them, successful business, taking away their crimes and that the Jews originally were on board. I don't recall reading because the book that the Jews are like this, but definitely it's true that the position was not directed at Jews per se. It was directed at Jews who were feigning Christianity, and that they were not effectively Christians. Ironically, who remained Jewish, not try to subvert the intentional laws by converting, and who were technically exempt from the rigors of the Inquisition. We're not exempt from expulsion, just later. But you're absolutely right. So the Russo community, sometimes called Morano community, they were highly endogamous, married within each other. They had all kinds of business relations. They were exempt from all the second-class, status that they were given as Jews, and now they had freedom of business and so on. So it was really an advantageous position. More than $500. Let's go back to the source. It's the context. One generation after the expulsion, and here he is. Like in 1523, he's going back to Portugal. 25 years after. If we want to think about the Holocaust, imagine going, so to speak, back to Berlin in about 1965, 1970. That would be the same kind of feeling, except how much more so because the Jews were not even allowed into Portugal. And here he is wanting to show up there, and he specifically wants to draw the king of Portugal into that battle with the Muslims. And some of the scholars on Roubaix will find that what he was really trying to do is he was trying to start the final world war. This was going to be it. Muslims against Christians, Gulf versus non-Gulf, Armageddon, which results in the ultimate coming up of the Shia. So, strictly speaking, Roubaix, if this theory is true, Roubaix was not a false Messiah himself. It's not like he was the Messiah, but he believed he could bring about the Messiah by sparking this massive propagation. He met with King John in 1524. He was very open about his intention to see Jerusalem. He made some pronouncements that the Ottomans were very upset with because, of course, they were controlling Israel at the time. And he provoked a tremendous surge of enthusiasm among the Jews who were first over in Portugal at that time. Many of them flocked to him because for them, this is 25 years later, and they're living in a very, very secular state. And they speak him and they believe him as being the possible forerunner of the Messiah himself. Perhaps the most fascinating of his followers was a young man named Diego. By the way, this picture here. This shows one of the few artistic renditions we have from the period that shows Roubaix riding on a white horse. And we don't know for sure if the artist really saw this or not, or was creating it from memory. And he's carrying that huge banner that has the Ten Commandments written on it. Apparently, I received a major gift from one of his supporters, none other than Benedita Abrahano, the daughter of the great Spanish leader and Torah commentator. As part of her donation to Roubaix was this banner with the Ten Commandments that he carried with him when he went to see the King of Portugal. Anyway, one of his most fascinating and unusual followers was a young man named Diego Pires, who had reached a certain level of authority in the Portuguese government. He was from a converso background, born in the 1500s. That would make him, he was born 3 years after his parents had converted to Christianity. And he was so taken with the faith that he strove to be his follower and begged Roubaix to take him along with him. Roubaix initially refused the faith followers, but when Pires demonstrated his bona fides by circumcising himself, then Roubaix Reuben realized that maybe this guy is the real deal, so he took him with him. Perez then went on. They split up after a while. He ended up in Jerusalem, and where he declared himself the Mashiach. He believed that Reuben was introducing him to the world. That he was, so to speak, the John the Baptist, another religious metaphor, and that in fact Perez was the Mashiach. And where he didn't get too much traction with that idea in Jerusalem, because in Jerusalem, every 4 cubits you trip over another Mashiach, so you don't have to do much. But this is a kind of interesting artifact. This is his signature. So that's a very interesting kind of. This is the signature of Perez, who took the name Shlomo Moko, Solomon King. Very unusual with the banner and things like that. Anyways, once this happened, you can imagine Perez had gotten official, circumcising himself and declaring himself a Jew, and following Moko and following Reuben. The king said, Shanganug, or in Portuguese, something like, that's enough. And he had Reuben banished to Portugal. At this point, we sort of lose track of the story. There's a strange interlude where he is apparently shipwrecked. This is a very cool picture. Shipwrecked. No one feels better than looking at what. It's so funny.
Yeah.
So, at any rate, he's shipwrecked somewhere in the coast of France, and he is apparently taken captive by a Lord Clerval, mysterious figure. We don't know if any of this is true. And finally, the Jews of they put up the money to ransom him, and then he's set free. So for 2 years, he was somehow, exiled to Portugal, shipwrecked, taken captive, ransomed, and then tried all over again. One of the reasons why this period is uncertain is because the diary shows some evidence of literary tampering. Like maybe he used the diary one way, changed it because, for example, one of the great scholars of this figure, Ben Melech, argues that what's really going on is that he wanted Portugal as his main goal, and when Portugal did not work, then he had to rewrite the whole story and try something else. So the diary itself doesn't give us a really good sense of what exactly was his plan. Anyways, he goes back and he tries again. He shows up in 1530 in Italy, and he once again tries to get an audience with Pope Clement VII. At this point, the Jews, he's been around now for 15 years. The Jews of Italy are not quite so enthusiastic about the entire thing. And they warn the Pope that in reality, they're not sure that Reuben is as, he's not the real Joseph. And specifically, they point to the numerous letters that he's bringing with them. Letters from King Joseph, the letters from Prester John, all of these documents, and they say they're total forgeries. And he tries to defend himself by saying, no, they're not forgeries. What they are is that I lost some of them, when I was shipwrecked. Remember that shipwreck business? So while I was shipwrecked, I lost some of my letters. I had to rewrite them. I wrote them from memory, it's true. But at any rate, the Pope was not really interested, and so the story ended. He did, however, get a chance to meet with Emperor Charles V of the Holy Roman Empire. And by the way, at this point, his student Shlomo Moko had joined him, and the two of them went together to Emperor Charles V. The end of the whole story, unfortunately for both of them, Charles V had just recently signed a new law into place that specifically banned any form of Judaizing in the Holy Roman Empire. And so therefore he handed over the two of them to the Inquisition, which was active there as well, and that disastrous Shlomo Moko. Reuben himself was taken away in chains to Spain. Moko was given the opportunity to rejoin the Christian Church by through baptism, and so he was burned at the stake on the spot. And so his brief life ended there. We don't know exactly what happened with Reuben, but some external evidence indicates that he was probably put to death in a similar manner in 1538. So in the space of about 15 rise of this unknown Jew gets access to all of the chambers of power, and nearly starts a world war, closer than anyone else to that fact. And that's basically all of the story of government games. So what do we get out of this? So we can assess a few things from this. First of all, why did he do all of this? Where did all of this come from? So you recall that describes its origins in possibly in Jerusalem, among the two Jerusalem communities of this time. You recall that early 16th century was a period of tremendous Kabbalistic speculation. This is the period when, for example, the great Rabbi Moshe Cordovero was born in 1522, and the Tzvat Center was established with Rabbi Joseph Caro, of course, Cordovero, with the Rothschild coming front to study Kabbalah in Tzvat. And Jews are very much engaged in an exercise the origin or practical Kabbalah. The idea that we could, through our best efforts, bring about the coming of the Messiah. For the most part, the Kabbalists of Israel at this time were doing this primarily through, quasi-approved portals such as prayer, fasting, self-exile, things like this. No one before you had taken this kind of idea of forcing God's hand to the Messiah and applying it to geopolitics. This was something that was innovation. At any rate, Ben Melech, one of the scholars that's done most of the work on Romania in the last 20 years, argues that he was heavily influenced by Rabbi Abraham Eliezer Halevi, who was one of the most famous Kabbalists of Jerusalem at the time. Halevi had produced several Kabbalistic texts, including the fascinating Nebuat HaYeled, prophecy of a child, in which he specifically anticipated that the Messiah would come, I believe it was in 1523, which is exactly when Reuven appeared on the scene. It was delayed 1 year, so maybe that threw everything off. But there was a tremendous amount of messianic speculation and attachment of messianic ideals to specific dates and time and things like that. And so with all of this energy devoted to the idea of the end of days, it's Ben Melech's contention that Reuven picked all of this stuff up and decided to do something with it himself. Not necessarily working with the Kabbalists. In fact, it's likely that they never met. But nevertheless, took these ideas and put them into practice. He acted apparently alone. We don't have any evidence that he's the head of a cell or involved with any other people. But he was nevertheless able to attract the significant support of select individuals, wealthy Jews, who felt that this was actually something that could come to pass and deserved his financial support. That in itself, I think, is worth thinking about. Why is it that the mass of Jews really went in two different directions? So the Jews, the conversos, who felt that this was really the end of days, and other Jews who were perhaps not so hard pressed in their material circumstances felt that this is a crazy person who's making up ridiculous stories. Nevertheless, there were those individuals who were willing to put their money behind it, and with the right amount of financial backing, he was able to get access to the highest chambers of power in heaven. I think that if you put this into an equation, we have to look at it something like this. His personal piety, he has been known to have been highly observant of Jewish law. In fact, rather punctilious. Some of the accounts say that he fasted 6 days a week. Obviously, at night, like Muslim style, but lots of fasting, very careful to watch the Sabbath, things like that, combined with tremendous sense of theater. The audacious nature of his self-presentation was overwhelming to people. That resulted in tremendous disorders. And there were people who were willing to plead this combination, which is a good idea. Maybe I should think about this maybe for a second career. Okay, so at any rate, I think I have the right course. I think I was like Jack. At any rate, this is a totally path for false messiahs, of which there have been so many through history. But it proved to be a very successful one that would later be emulated. For example, in the 17th century, perhaps the most famous or infamous of all false messiahs, the great Shabbatite Tzvi, who also went to centers of power, the Turks and so on. But perhaps I would connect this more likely with Nathan of Gaza, who was his propagandist. Nathan of Gaza worked with Shabbatite Tzvi to present his material to the Ottoman emperor, and it turned out it was a disaster, much like it was for David Mulcahy, but nevertheless the same kind of idea. So taking all of these things together, I presented to you a rather bizarre sort of story. I've never spoken about David Mulcahy before, so it's kind of interesting for me. But the unusual sort of comment that appears briefly on the stars of the Jewish constellation, I'm not exactly sure what it means for the overall scope of Jewish history, but it's a fascinating episode, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to I apologize, I sort of mistimed this. It's much more fascinating to read about than to talk about. If you like, I can make some stuff up. I'll take a few questions. So a little more depth search. He was never married. Single guy, he's got a mission. But I pointed to from the story of the Rothschild shop at Spain, was that was the other part where there was absolutely. So we have this episode in history where we speak to the total section of the Spain, right? Shopping had so much more of a power, it seemed, and was so it seemed like it was similar in terms of character, but that's on Jewish. So it wasn't that just like he had so much more following in the similar circumstances. Yeah, that's fascinating. I'm not sure what I deserve much more thought. The cataclysm that you're referring to is the terrible pogroms of 1649, which devastated the Jews of Poland and Ukraine, which that was huge. That was a tremendous impact on Jews in Europe. The expulsion from Spain and Portugal, though, was no less horrific, and in many ways, they were thought of as a much greater tragedy. It was considered like a huge rift in the world that the Jews should be expelled from those two countries from all. So there's definitely an argument to be made, I think, that from Jews from the lowest ebb, and they feel that redemption just has to be around the corner. They're certainly willing to participate with this. Why was Shabbatite so much more successful than Benny? That I don't know. So the more level yeah, my thing is that's I think, right? With the moderns, this really makes you very honest, coming out of nowhere. But the medieval monk, this would go out of place. You have to realize this is good for Bible, just fairly good. Besides, no access to books. They really knew very little. It wasn't uncommon for people, religious people, to travel the countryside, claiming to have all kinds of holy relics, pieces of the cross, the holy keys, and they were very well tolerated in the 70s. You can tell you, it's something that was very accomplished. I think that's a very salient point and observation. The note also that some of those ways of gifts and money, like guns or like that. So it was very interesting. You made my take, but fascinating, but there's no way I can shift this hand. Okay. Interesting. So, just to paraphrase, it's hard to compare this revolution and the violence that attended that with expulsion from the Iberian Peninsula because in the case of the Neolithic rebellion, there was an opportunity to convert and avoid that. I'm not sure that's completely true, though. I think that there were some options to be baptized. So it's very hard. I'm not sure that we can quantify them. They're too much apples and oranges. It's true they're a century and a half apart. It's not so big, but I don't know. It's worth more thought. Do I see a question about it? In relationship to false science. I don't know. That's a hard question to answer because, but I suppose I'll try anyways. I think most Jews approach these kind of questions not thinking that they're following a false Messiah. They think that we've had so many false messiahs in the past, but this one is really the right one. And the choice of that, the fact that I don't think there are very few of the Europeans actually proclaimed Messiah, especially in the Pacific moments. Maybe a handful here and there may have made messianic pretensions, or the Messiah is just around the corner. But I'm not sure that we can really connect these guys with some of the more mainstream ones. But it's another very good thoughtful question that I have to think about some more to answer. So, okay, so many hard questions. Thank you very much for coming. Next week, we're going to look at the Rothschild, a much more mainstream figure, at 8 o'clock promptly. Thank you very much for your time. Channel what? How we get started? First, I have some really good news for you all. I'm really grateful you come on this auspicious night. It is, after all, Wednesday, and great to have you here. I'm really pleased because tonight Dr. Weiser gave me some good jokes. I don't have to keep recycling jokes over and over again. Just wait for weeks and I'll tell you them again. But this is, there's actually several good jokes here. And, okay, I'll tell you one. Maybe I'll tell you the others later in this lecture because it's really nice. So it goes like this. There's a very, very, well-respected rabbi, spent many years working for the benefit of the Jewish community where he lives, and he is well-respected and honored by his colleagues and so on, and he goes up to heaven, but it's known that he's very, very particular about all of those books. He's very careful to give all of those books. So he goes up and they prepare a beautiful smorgasbord, all kinds of appetizers, all kinds of delicious little, hot dogs. I don't know where hot dogs are, but all kinds of beautiful things like this. And so he says, "This is so wonderful. I've always imagined having something like this." And he goes up to one of the other rabbis and he says, "So who's the caterer?" And the caterer is Moshe Rabbi. Oh, Moshe Rabbi, very nice. Who's the mashgiach, supervising the food as well? That God himself supervises the rest of it. So I think I'll stick with the fish. Okay. So that's I have to work on the delivery there, but I think if I got a little chuckle, then I see this potential for later. I hope you all had a chance to get the flyer. Actually, I've not received approval yet, but I hope that it's going to be okay. But it's a good draft anyway. There are a couple of things that I'd like to draw to your attention. Ms. Abramson, would you please introduce a couple things I'd like to draw to your attention? There's at least one typo. We're apparently giving 2 lectures simultaneously on March 19th. I'm not sure how I'm going to do that. I will get my evil twin brother, but I think it should be March 19th and March 26th. We will correct it appropriately. So, very importantly, we're going to be starting at 8 p.m. next week. 8 p.m. promptly. There's been a lot of people who asked for an earlier start time, and we'll be able to do that until March 12th, when, because of the time of Bentamara, it will interfere, so we're going to go back to 8:30 once the clocks have changed. The ancient period is not my personal research strength. Most of the work that I've done as a scholar, as a historian, has been in the early modern and the modern period, basically from the 16th century and onward. So now it should get better, because I know a little bit more about what I'm talking about starting next week and hopefully next week. I've tried very hard to include a lot of people that you probably have never heard about, but they're very influential, or at least exemplary of important parts of Jewish history. For example, we're going to talk on January 22nd. I'm really looking forward to talking about Sarah Bastobin. Anyone here was heard of Sarah Bastobin? The Weiser, of course. Sarah Bastobin was one of the most famous composers of women's tefillos, the so-called Shakinas of Eastern Europe. Beautiful prayers that were composed specifically for women, and specifically addressed women's life-saving issues, women's domestic issues, and they really provide a tremendous window into an aspect of Jewish culture that has received very little scholarly attention, with the exception of the great historian Rabbi Weissler, who's done an amazing job of rescuing these tefillos and presenting them to the scholarly and popular world. So I'm really looking forward to speaking about her. I'd like to speak about, God willing, the Vilna Gaon, and immediately afterwards the altar ready. So two of them had some significant conflict, or at least their followers had some extremely similar words to share with one another. So I think that would be an interesting kind of combination of them. Towards the end of the period, we'll look at Heinrich Heine, who was perhaps one of the most famous Jews of the 19th century, converted to Christianity, as he put it, to get a ticket to European culture. Because during that period of time, it's very difficult to maintain one's Jewish identity and still participate in the wider society, get positions in universities, orchestras, all kinds of things like this. So he's exemplary in that period. But as soon as he did it, he regretted it immediately, and he spent the rest of his poetic life, really was one of Germany's greatest poets of the 19th century. He spent a lot of time lamenting that decision, and so it speaks to the dichotomies of the trajectories of Jewish identity in the modern period. So I think over the next few weeks, we'll have a fantastic series of lectures, and I'm really looking forward very much to engaging in that rigor. One other change that's going to happen besides the timing, this semester I experimented with not having an email list, because it was a lot of work, constant contact that I used to have set up, and I didn't feel like I was getting really a lot of responses to it, so I dropped it this semester, and it was a terrible mistake, because I think a lot of people really rely on just a little email nudge to remind them that there is a class going on. So I'm going to try this coming semester to return to an email sort of reminder format with materials, videos online, and things like that. So if you would like to participate in that, and I don't have your email, please send me an email to the address that's listed at the bottom of this page. That's the website. You can sign up right there, and I'll make sure that you receive your Eventbrite notices as they go out. I think that's about it for my announcements. Any other good announcements? No, I don't think so. So let's go on. First of all, we're grateful as always to bring this particular. Oh, there's Abraham. The time is 8. You're not paying attention. You're so brilliant. I said that first day. We're starting, for those of you like my daughter, we're starting at 8 p.m. the next week. 8 p.m. talk. Okay. So, we are once again we're grateful to Young Israel for providing this space and providing this opportunity where we can get together and discuss history and discuss the turning points and turning personages in our past. And we're welcome sponsors to help support this class, this series, which the money goes to good purposes, supports these two young students who greet you when you come in and do the filming. Mr. Rodriguez actually has an online fan club. I received a message from Germany. Go, Mr. Rodriguez. I'm not sure why. Maybe it wasn't a compliment. It was like, go away. But you should go, Mr. Rodriguez. So, sponsorships are certainly welcome. We're asking for $200 per lecture so that you defray the cost and you support the synagogue for all the good things we do in this theory. But I'm glad that you're all here because your presence is sponsorship more than enough, and gives me the kind of energy this week after week. Okay, so let's go directly without any further ado to our topic tonight, Nachmanides, one of the most important rabbinical minds of the High Middle Ages. He was a rabbi originated in Spain, and towards the end of his life, when he was ready to sort of coast into a more old age and essentially relax in his retirement and pursuits surrounding him, he was thrust into an extremely contentious debate with the church, which ultimately exiled him from Israel. But he was certainly not content to simply disappear in history, and in fact, even in his old age, he landed in Israel and completely revitalized that community. When he arrived, he had either not two permanent Jewish residents in the balance. He created the first permanent vineyard in Jerusalem in the medieval period, which is an amazing achievement, and essentially created the foundation for what is Israel today in many ways. So we're going to look at part of this life, which begins as a kind of a figure attempting to be a compromise between two warring schools of Jewish thought, that of Spain and that of France. He moved through some fascinating periods of intellectual development that created a huge corpus of rabbinic literature that is still being mined today for the wealth of intellectual riches for contemporary scholars. And then, as I mentioned, in his final years, after being driven out of Spain as a result of this very contentious debate with the church, he really achieved the greatest things when he was living in the land of Israel. So that's basically the figure that we're going to look at today. His name, Nachmanides, like Maimonides, means son of Nachman. Nides is the Latin suffix meaning son of, and it's known to followers of the thought in Hebrew as the Rabbi. There's an N at the end of the name for Rabbi Moshe ben Nachman, to distinguish him from Rabbi Moshe ben Maimon. It's not only the Rabban, it's of course the Rambam, the accent. One of the contests in both yeshiva, but impress all your friends there. Rambam is pronounced with the emphasis on the first syllable, Rambam, and Rabban is pronounced with the emphasis on the second syllable, Rambam and Ramban. That's also helpful because if you can't quite make out the N or the M difference, then it helps if you're the accent. So, the Rabban was born in Verona in 1194 to a very illustrious family background. He was actually a first cousin of Rabbi Yonah of that city, who very important in the Maimonidean controversy. Ironically, the Ramban was intellectually a critic of Maimonides and did not hesitate to publish a series of rather blistering critiques on the Maimonidean code of Jewish Rothschild. At the same time, when the crisis over Maimonidean writers in the 13th century erupted, to start the pressure of Maimonides against the attacks of his first cousin, Rabbi Yonah. The two of them were divided over that. But I'm jumping ahead of what I should talk about the life of the Rambam. We know that he ended up a yeshiva. We don't have a lot of information about the nature of that yeshiva. like what it looked like, how the students, what was the curriculum and so on. But because so many students are reported later with literature, but there's no doubt whatsoever that this yeshiva existed. There is some evidence to indicate that, like many rabbis of the era, the living outside of his rabbinic activity as a medical doctor. But unlike Maimonides, we do not have like an extensive literature of writing from the Ramban on various medical topics. But basically, he practiced much of his early life as a rabbinic leader, as a community leader, and as a teacher of Torah. And his Torah can be understood in several different avenues of Jewish thought. And in many ways, he's very creative, and actually he was an originator of several disciplines or sub-disciplines within Jewish thought. First of all, he was a halakhist. He spent a tremendous amount of energy, multiple works in which he was or codified Jewish law. Understand where he is placed within his development of Jewish law. Maybe I'll pause and step back for a second to discuss it. Step back when I said that was kind of funny. It's funny to me anyway. That's like most of the things I say. The halakha, Jewish law, is an interesting kind of phenomenon. There's a big debate that's currently raging in Mosaic magazine, if you read the online magazine, about whether or not whether Jewish law is primarily statutory in nature or common in nature. I'm not a legal expert, but what I understand that to mean is that statutory law is basically like this is exactly how you behave, and not much else to say about it. Whereas common law is sort of like taking a look at what people do and then developing that into legal precedents. And the two systems of law sort of communicate with each other. You'll have statements of this is how you behave, but then rabbis will say, well, we don't do it that way over here. We have a different custom. And so the statutory law will get a super commentary that says, well, that may be what the Sephardists do, but we Ashkenazim do something different. And then you'll get into a different part of the world where say we don't believe actually in either of those. And so the statutory, well, we have Rick Moore, he knows about these things, right? So if you want to comment on it, am I defining these roughly correctly? Difficult under legal analysis. Statutory usually has to do with things common law developed in England, but it really doesn't exist, right? Okay, good. So I'm going to stipulate to the court that I know nothing about these things. Read the Mosaic magazine, you'll see where that debate is placed. But in terms of the evolution of Jewish law, I can say a little bit about that with some authority. That for the majority of Jewish legal history, we have textual sources. We have the Mishnah, which we discussed long ago, in early October or September. The Mishnah is basically a whole bunch of statements of opinions of various rabbis with very rare examples of a decision between those opinions. You'll have a question about a given topic or behavior. Rabbi X will say one thing, Rabbi Y will say another thing, and maybe Rabbi Z will say a third thing, and then you'll come to Canada and say Rabbi Z will say a third thing, and then you'll move on to the next topic without actually deciding. And you read the Mishnah and say, well, what kind of a law code is this? Where's the law? All I see is opinion. Then you move on to the Talmud, and the Talmud expands this tremendously. And with a lot of debate, again, without saying what's the bottom line, what is the conclusion. And this debate, and engaging this debate, is considered a religious act. The study is itself a form of prayer, a form of intellectual development, a form of self-refinement, even if you don't get to the bottom line. In fact, many yeshivas never spend time getting to the bottom line, they spend time just following the debate. So this is fascinating, and it's all well and good in terms of intellectual exercise, but at the end of the day, someone has to say, is the chicken kosher or not? Are these couple, are they allowed to marry or not? What's the decision? So at some point, this Talmudic debate is transformed into a halakha, which means the way, transformed into some kind of statutory law. This is the law, they can marry, chicken is not kosher, that kind of thing. The way that these codes of laws were formed, right? The transference from the debate of the Talmud into a list of rules is something that took several hundred years to compile. And it began really in North Africa and in Spain about 100 years before the Ramban. And at that time, there were, in particular, the Al-Fasi, or the Rabbi, as he's known. What he did was he essentially took the Talmud and he edited out all of the debate as much as possible that did not feel with Rothschild, and he left you with a much smaller version of the Talmud, which was designed to sort of refine your reading of it towards law. He did not state the bottom line, this is the law, but he said, okay, just ignore all that other stuff and concentrate on the law. Ironically, this was repeated in reverse by another scholar, Yaakov, in which he said, you know what, the Talmudic law is very interesting, but I love all that other stuff that you ignore. And so he created a separate Talmud called the Yaakov, which is all the legendary material, the philosophical material, the recipes, the biographies, all that stuff was in a separate book. Very fascinating. So this is not actually a law code yet. And then took figures like Maimonides to say, all right, let's sort this all out and let's organize it by topics rather than by discussions. And we'll break everything up and we'll have no problem taking laws which are mentioned in one part of the Talmud and we'll gather it and discuss another part of the Talmud and create a logical code. The most famous of them was his Mishnah Torah, his repetition of Torah, as we discussed in this class several weeks ago. When he came out with this code, and there were a few contemporary people also coming out with similar things on a much smaller scale, naturally there's a tremendous amount of debate. Because all of a sudden, all of this discussion that was open-ended, that people could engage in, it was kind of like open source code for software, all of a sudden it was being kind of like hammered into one form. It was like Microsoft or Apple. Right next to the front of the signal. People couldn't just go in and muck around with the code they wanted to. So there's tremendous amount of debate. And in this area, there were two major schools of thought about what to do with this process. Spain loved the direction that Maimonides had taken the formation of legal codes, and they spent a tremendous amount of time enforcing them and adhering to them, because Spain was very orthopraxic, very interested in saying what is the law, towards the law, even if it meant spending less time in the Talmud and more time in the codes. In France, on the other hand, they were very upset with this, and they felt that ignoring the sources of the Talmud, and people, if they just go to the laws, they'll never know how we got there. They'll never experience the thrill of debate. They'll never experience the mental purification process that goes through the back and forth. And so the schools in France were very upset about Maimonides. And in fact, as we discussed earlier in 1232, they succeeded in having the church learn Maimonides' words. That's how extreme the tension was between the French and the Spanish scholars. So what Maimonides or the Rabbi represents is he had a broad enough intellect that he could see the value of both schools. And he attempted, with moderate success, to create a synthesis that engages in the study of Talmud for its own sake, but at the same time tries to arrive at a conclusion at the end. This school was ultimately developed much further by the Crusader, who did this. Also, we realized that the pure study of the Talmud was of great value, but at the end of the day, we really have to understand how to behave. And so they also drove some of their argument, not quite as much as Maimonides, towards a final conclusion. This is the kind of work that Maimonides did, primarily in the halakhic realm, and told this sort of combination of theory and practice formed the foundation of the next 800 years of Talmudic and legal study. So he's an extremely influential figure in bringing together these two very different approaches to Torah. Yes, yeah. Oh, excellent. Well, he wrote actually several books. His collected works today go it's four very thick, double column volumes on a whole host of topics. In this particular area, he was mainly writing commentaries on Talmud and standalone works that dealt with specific subjects. For example, he wrote a fantastic book on death called Torah Adam, which deals with the practical and the philosophical implications of death in Judaism. Very, very profound ideas. He wrote quite a bit of Kabbalistic commentaries scattered throughout his works, but only one actual solely standalone work of Kabbalah. And he wrote his commentaries following the Talmudic tractate. So all of these things contribute towards his reputation as a critical thinker. But the most famous, without doubt, you have heard of the Ramban. Probably 9 times out of 10, you've heard of him because of his brilliant commentary on the Torah, which occupies in that 4-volume set that I mentioned earlier. It's 2 full volumes of these dense little, double column pages, little footnotes at the bottom. And certainly, his commentary earns pride of place only behind Rothschild himself. Of all the commentaries that we preserve out of the Torah, is certainly Rambam. And in fact, that's, with the exception perhaps of the Aramaic translation of Onkelos, which is studied for other reasons, if one masters Rashi, the next logical step is Rambam. It has been very ably translated into English a couple of times, and there's a fairly new edition that I was going to wait for. It's going to get out of the library right now, and has met with tremendous popular appeal and highly recommended. The difference, the major creative difference of Nachmanides' commentary in the Torah is so obvious to us now that when I tell you, you're kind of saying like, what's that? Here, this is obvious, but in fact, it was not obvious at the time. Rashi's commentary, the main purpose of Rashi's commentary is to bring together the written Torah with the oral Torah. In other words, here we are reading the written Torah, and a lot of opaque passages, a lot of difficult passages, and we have one. Thank you very much. This is before. This is my lefty assistant, Rick Ford. Okay. This is the new translation published by Rothschild. The translator is translated it by Yaakov Linder. I'm not sure how to do the Linder, but I apologize, Rabbi. But this is a very well received translation, and you can see it's got the Hebrew original and the Aramaic translation of Onkelos. It's got Rashi's commentary, which is very relevant to the commentary of the Ramban himself, because the Ramban will often polemicize with Rashi, so they'll often take issue with Rashi. But to discuss what is the point of the Ramban's commentary, Rashi's main point is he wants to show the unity of the written Torah and the oral Torah. Because the very basic idea is that we have these 2 Torahs, which are rather different in meaning, and Rashi brilliantly and concisely anthologizes the oral Torah and provides it as a running commentary to the Torah. So we really get with Rashi sort of like a still line of both of these Torahs. The Ramban isn't trying to do that at all. Rashi had to keep that, and here it is, 100-odd years later, and the Ramban says, well, let's ask some deeper questions. Let's synthesize this. Let us challenge the meaning of this. For example, it's almost a taboo topic today. Very big rabbis have got into a lot of trouble for psychologically analyzing great biblical figures. And he will, on occasion, take them to task. And he'll say that, our forefather Abraham, for example, heirs, Sarah off as sister rather than his wife, which is a rather courageous thing to say. I would be scared to say it, something about I still do it in our society. So he really is much more of we would consider him a modern commentator because he's not just trying to hold our hands through the text. He's having essentially small essays on major themes in the Torah. So it's a brilliant, fascinating commentary which takes us to a much deeper philosophical analysis that Rashi did. Rashi is essentially just trying to provides a much more engaging and fascinating approach to it. His style is quite different from Rashi or the commentaries of Zera, whereas Rashi's comments are famous for their brevity. You know, that they say in Yeshiva, say, beware of a long Rashi or a short Tosfos. Because if Rashi spends a long time explaining something, it's just a lot of difficulty. And Tosfos, on the other hand, normally reverse, so Tosfos is short, it's going to be a real hard nut to crack. The Ramban tends to be like Tosfos in the sense of being, much more space, much more loquacious. Not to the point, but a bit, but we'll really discuss an idea fullest. Whereas Rashi will really offer little, hints and nuggets at deeper psychological and philosophical. Yes, no, Hebrew. That's what rabbinic Hebrew. On a couple of occasions, the Ramban wrote in Aramaic, and of course, I'm going to discuss those. There's also quite a bit of Kabbalistic references scattered throughout the text, which this is just around the time when Kabbalah sort of emerged as a dominant trend, particularly in Spanish Jewish thought. And although the Ramban wrote very little that was explicitly dedicated to Kabbalah, there's no question that it influenced quite a bit of his writing. There are all kinds of passages here and there that are sort of mystical and opaque, and analysis of the Ramban's writing in Kabbalah really created a major instrument of interest and activity for medieval Jews. Okay. As I mentioned a little earlier, when he got caught up in the Maimonidean controversy, which was not only over Maimonides' attempt to codify the law in the Torah, it was also based in Maimonides' rationalist approach. Maimonides was the rationalist of Jewish history, and even Maimonides had difficulties with it many times. Like, for example, when I forgot what passage it was. Talking donkey, yes, that's one of the more difficult passages. I don't recall what Ramban is, or Ramban, right from that, but one passage I remember offhand, but I don't think it's one that I responded to. If you read the book of Samuel 1, chapter 28, this is a very difficult passage where Shaul, the king, is worried about his fate in the war with the Philistines. There's going to be a big battle the next day. Went to the witch of Endor, and he had already banished the witches from Israel, but apparently this is one witch who escaped, I guess, on his radar, and it's very clear, read the text, it's straightforward. He convinces the witch to bring back the prophet Samuel from the dead, like a seance, and then, when Samuel comes back, after kind of a funny aspect to it, Saul says to him, oh, Samuel, and Samuel says, why are you calling all the way back to the land of the dead? Why don't you talk to me in person? We're going to die. But, so, the majority of biblical commentators take it at face value that, yeah, wait, he has the power of bringing back the dead. There's a whole complication. You can't hear, you can't see. But the Ramban's Maimonides says, not at all. It was smoke and mirrors. This was an all charade that was designed to take advantage of Shaul's distraught mental state, and this is just the way she made her living. There's no such thing as bringing people back from the dead, things like that. But the majority of commentators disagree with Maimonides, and they feel he's being excessively rational. So one of the major critiques of Maimonides is that he was overly influenced by Aristotelian philosophy. And even though Maimonides was a Kabbalist, and the mystics tend to be quite divorced from the rationalists, even though he himself was a Kabbalist, he felt constrained to defend Maimonides and his way of thinking. Nevertheless, his attempt to find a compromise between the rationalists and the Kabbalists was unsuccessful. He was able to bring about an intellectual compromise between France to Spain, perhaps in a way to study Talmud, but he could not use the debate as Maimonides, and sadly, the latter's works were destroyed by our movement. Now, so moving on towards one of the more dramatic periods in Hanukkah's life is the dispensation of 1263. Was it only last week for Nicholas Kelly? It was last week, right? So one of the 13th century was overall not a good time for Jews in Europe. It was a period when the church was ascendant, temporal powers were losing their authority, and in general, during this kind of triumphalist ecclesiastical period, Jews fared poorly as the church attempted to highly regulate their behavior and to segregate them to certain segments of society. It's not that the kings were great friends of the Jews, but one of the things that kept the Jews in the favor of the kings and had the kings really defend them was something that I don't know if I've ever mentioned in this class, the Abramson rule of history. What is the Abramson rule of history? Money. Thank you so much. Well, that's the one takeaway message I hope my undergraduates get. It's amazing how long I have to. I repeat it over and over again. There's something about P20. Can't think about those things. But at any rate, the Jews occupied a very interesting niche in the economic system of high Middle Ages Europe. It was a corporate structure or a spiritual structure in which the Jews had a status called Servi Kamarat, which means the servants of the royal chamber. And just in a nutshell, maybe in another lecture we'll expand on this, but basically, the Jews occupied a certain status in the economic structure of what was basically a barter society, where they were one of the few groups that actually dealt in precious metals and coinage. And this was through petty money lending, through small-time commerce, sometimes larger commerce. And so that meant that they generated a lot of cash money, as opposed to chickens and pillowcases and fields. They actually had ready cash much more than most elements of society because of that facility. So what the kings did in Europe is they said that the Jews would be taxed directly by the royal chamber. That's what that Servi Kamarai means, is that they are servants of the royal chamber directly. So you can have, Shlomi and Yitzchak and Rivkach, and Cycle, who are living in a little shtetl, and they're living in a shack, essentially, but they are actually direct subjects of the king. They are not subjects of the local duke or the baron or the lord. They actually report directly to the king. Not that they would ever see the king, but their money would. So the Jews, on the one hand, did not necessarily have a very high lifestyle, but the fact that they lived in urban areas and worked in industries that generated cash meant that they could generate also a lot of tax revenue for the king. And the king, in return for that tax revenue, protected the Jews. Hence the phrase, the king's Jews, which you may have heard of. It's kind of funny. We have at the college, we have an excellent librarian, really one of the best librarians I've ever worked with. She's Cuban and not Jewish. And all her friends ask, how are your Jews doing? All of us in college are her Jews. Anyway, let's tell another joke. That one, here we go. So, here we go. There's this old rabbi walking out of school one day, and a gust of wind comes and blows his hat off his head and across the street. The other rabbi, he can't quite, cross the street, but across the street, there's a young man who sees this happening, and so he goes out and gets the hat and presents it to the rabbi. So the rabbi says, "Bless you, my son." So this guy, he says, "Wow, I'm blessed by the rabbi. It must be my lucky day." Because he goes to the racetrack and he's looking at the names the horse, and he sees there's a hat, cat. It's cat. You know, maybe that's a sign. I rescued the rabbi's cat. I'm going to bid on cat. And sure enough, cat comes in first. Makes a lot of money. Wow, this is great. Looks at the next race and sees there is another horse whose name is Top Hat. Top Hat. Wow, this is great. Puts all the money on Top Hat. Top Hat comes in first. And it goes on and on all day with all these kind of hat metaphors. Finally, he comes home every day. He's all depressed, and his wife says, "What happened?" And he tells her the whole story. And she says, "Well, what happened? Where's the money?" He says, "Well, you know, at the very last race, I bid on a horse called Chateau." And she said, "You idiot. You think of Chateau. Chateau is cat." Oh, it doesn't matter. There's some Japanese horse called Yamaka. Thank you, Mr. Weiser. Okay, that's it. Okay. Anyway, so oh yes, serving capital, right? So you've got this period in the 13th century. The church is ascending. The church is not benefiting from these tax resources, and so as they get more powerful, various reasons that are beyond our scope here, they question the king. They say, "What are you doing, allowing them to prosper like this? I mean, you know what you're doing. You're getting tax revenue, but this is not right. You have to keep them down lower. They have to have service things. Because now you look that those who reject Jesus, they should be in such a high level in our society. Oh, hopefully not one day we should be discussing this. So what happens is as the king lose kind of power and traction vis-a-vis the church, the Jews tend to report that this is a phenomenon that stretches through much of the 13th century in particular. And one of the expressions of this was the so-called disputation, where churchmen, for various reasons, we saw Nicholas Dolan last week, would sponsor a forced debate between representatives of Judaism and representatives of the church. And these debates would often be held in churches with an audience of dignitaries and nobles, and the Jews would be expected to, put forth an argument for Judaism, which would then be thoroughly trounced by their Christian interlocutors, and then everyone would go home at the end of the day saying, "Well, this is great, we have this amazing religion. Those Jews are so obstinate. How can they keep doing this stuff?" That was the way that thing was supposed to go. Typically, the figure on the Christian side would be a convert from Judaism to Christianity, who had some knowledge of the text and so on and so forth. So, in the case of Nachmanides, it was a man who put the name Pablo Christiani. To his dismay, however, when they called for this disputation, they demanded the leader of Jewish community to represent Judaism, and it was none other than Nachmanides, really the kind of mind that only comes along once every 1,000 years, debating against some Shamazel, and it was a rout, a terrible rout, it was extremely embarrassing for the church. When he was invited to this disputation, it was a brilliant question. Excellent question. What my brilliant daughter is alluding to is a halakha that is, I'm not asking halakha, especially not in the shul where we're allowed to be posting, but there is a large body of traditional religious thought that argues that Jews are not allowed to go into a church or into a mosque, although there's a lot to say about both of those. The main idea behind that, in my humble opinion, is what's called marit ayin, meaning seeing of God. It's not appropriate for a Jew like you, let's say, for example, dressed like this, wearing a tie, to walk into a church. Because they say, "Oh, look at that, what's going on with the Holy Spirit right in the church?" So, marit ayin does not apply when you know why you're going to the church. You're not going to the worship. The way let's say, for example, is happens sometimes because churches are large open public spaces, they're sometimes purchased by synagogues or by yeshivas. So, rabbis are allowed to go in and check out the space to see if it's, if it's a big for sale sign out front. No one's taking it's part of that. So in this case, with a company tender, that certainly allowed to go in because everybody knows it's forced to go in there to participate in this debate. Very subtle question. And she's going to Israel, God willing, next September, where she will become even a greater and become a leader of the church. God willing. Okay. So anyways, Nachmanides, before he participated, he insisted successfully that he said, okay, if you want me to participate in this debate, one basic rule, I have to be allowed to say whatever I want. You can't make me go into this debate and tie my hands behind my back. I have to be able to muster any argument possible. So the church agreed to this, and in the summer of 1263, they had four dates, four debates in that summer, and the Nachmanides came out, which just absolutely destroyed the debate. The results were interesting. We do have two accounts of the debate. We have the Christian account written in Latin by public Christianity, in which, of course, you probably figured out by now, the church wins. Because how can you sponsor a debate like this with all one of the diminishing Judaism and have the church do poorly? So the church, the judges were all clergymen of society as the Christian debate. But we also have one of these accounts, which has become a classic of medieval literature. It's called the Sefer HaVikuach, the Book of the Debate, which is about 25 pages long in Hebrew, and it's published in the collected editions. Reading the Christian side, it looks like the Christians win. Reading the Jewish side, it looks like Nachmanides wins. But when you look at a few other, external factors, it seems pretty clear that Nachmanides is the winner. First of all, the church ended the debate early. It was too much already. Enough. Even though they pronounced the church the winner, public Christianity the winner, the king gave Nachmanides the bonus money of 300 gold coins. Probably gives the bonus money to the winner, but the king obviously enjoyed himself thoroughly. And Nachmanides was then invited to visit the palace to meet privately with the king. We don't know exactly what the content of the conversations were, but obviously the king was well taken with Nachmanides. And if that wasn't enough, the church commanded to banish Nachmanides forever. Because he's just dynamite. You can't have this guy around. It makes us look bad. And unfortunately, that's ultimately what happened. Reading the accounts today is quite fascinating, but I'm not going to go into that right now. The Vatican wanted Nachmanides to stand trial for blasphemy. And you recall that he had said, listen, if you want me to really participate in this, say whatever I want. And in fact, his speech is fine. So when they tried to place him on trial, it seemed that the only way that he could survive is if he accepted to be Spanish. The Dominicans went over the head of the king. They went to the Pope to try and get the Pope to support him, and that's when Nachmanides realized that he was lost. And he fled Spain for heresy trial. He was already at this point, I believe, in his 70s. So he moved towards the end of his academic, intellectual, rabbinic career, and yet at this point, in many ways, he achieved his greatest successes. Just one point about the debate, though, that should be discussed. Nachmanides employed an extremely subtle and brilliant and elegantly simple technique, which is one of the strongest attacks on the topic. And you recall from Nicholas' discussion last week that if this ended badly, that tens of thousands of precious manuscripts could be destroyed if Nachmanides doesn't hold his own. So one of the biggest charges of public Christianity was actually much better prepared than Nicholas was that the Talmud blasphemes Jesus and specifically says some terrible things about Jesus' personage, about his parentage, about his character, all kinds of things that, according to the internal rules of this debate, were unforgivable sins. And Nachmanides' defense was very simple. He said, that Jesus. Oh no, that's not the Jesus that you guys worship. That's another guy named Jesus. And they consistently maintain that, it's not a common name, Joshua, right? Joshua. He consistently maintains that we do have a character named Joshua that had a rabbi named Joshua ben Crockett. Teacher was also for sure, Yeshua ben Crockett. And the timing doesn't work. The Jesus of the Talmud could easily be an entirely different person. It's unlike chances are when the Talmud says they're going to think about Jesus, they mean the Christian Jesus. Once again, since it's Wednesday, it's totally appropriate for us to be discussing this. But that Monday, whenever Bible and Christianity came out with a criticism, said, look at what it says over here about Jesus. That's a totally different Jesus. That's not talking about your Jesus at all. And so the Christianity was defenseless against that argument because it could not be said to be blasphemous. It wasn't speaking about the same person at all. And so Yiddish himself absolutely completely deflected the worst criticisms, and the debate had to, ground to a halt whenever the Christianity really thought he had the best arguments to marshal against the Talmud. At this time, most likely, he wrote the Ramban, a very, very beautiful letter, which is hard to actually quote in a little bit. I wonder if you have it in a prayer book. It's very powerful. Alicia, did you study this when you were? I studied with my eldest daughter, Rafaela, before her bat mitzvah. We studied in depth the Ramban for this particular letter for about 6 weeks. Here's a page 994. You all just open up the prayer books, verse 994, the slides. So let me read it to you because it is really a beautiful piece of rabbinic writing. He wrote this to his family when he was forced to leave Spain, and it's essentially a letter to his son about how he wants him to behave for the rest of his life. It's part of a long tradition of what's called the Kabbalah in Jewish literature, or the will ethical will. It's a document, but it's not saying who gets my stocks and who gets the cars and who gets the house. It's a document that says, this is how I want you to lead your life. As it happens, my wife and I have a custom that we invite one of us every year before Yom Kippur, and give each of our children individually, because you never know what can happen in that year. All right, let me read a little bit of this to you, okay? I didn't use English. Keep, my son, the discipline of your father, and do not forsake the guidance of your mother. Accustom yourself to speak gently to all people at all times. This will protect you from anger, a most serious character flaw which causes one to sin. Our rabbis taught whoever flares up in anger is subject to the discipline of Gehenna, which is hell, as it is written. Banish anger from your heart and remove evil from your flesh. The evil mentioned here refers to Gehenna, as it is written, and the wicked are destined to the day of evil. Once you have distanced yourself from anger, the quality of humility will enter your hearts. This sterling quality is the finest of all admirable traits, and the scripture writes, on the heels of humility comes the fear of Hashem. Through humility, the fear of God will intensify in your heart, so you will always be aware from where you have come, where you are destined to go. You will realize that in life you are as frail as the maggot of a worm, all the more so in God. It is this sense of humility which reminds you of the one for whom you will be called for judgment, the King of glory. Of him it is written, behold, heaven and the heaven of heavens cannot contain you, surely not the heights of men. For the Lord is written, do I not fill heaven and earth, says Hashem? After you have serious thoughts of these ideas, you will stand in awe of your Creator and will be guarded against sin. Once you have acquired these fine qualities, you will indeed be happy with your lot. And your actions display genuine humility when you stand before man and fearfully before God, when you stand wary of sin, when the Spirit of God's presence will rest upon you as with the splendor of His glory, you will live in the light of the world to come. And now, my son, understand clearly that one who is prideful in his heart toward other men rebels against the sovereignty of Hashem, for he glorifies himself in God's own road, for it is written, Hashem prideful. If he has wealth, it is Hashem who makes one careless or prosperous. And if honor, does honor not belong to God? As it is, wealth and honor come from you. How can one glorify himself when his honor is naked? If he takes pride in wisdom, let him understand that God may remove the speech of the most competent and take away the wisdom of the aged. Lest all men stand as equals before the Creator. In his fury he casts down the lofty, in his goodwill he elevates the downtrodden. Therefore humble yourself for the shepherd of his life. Thus I shall explain to you how you may accustom yourself to the quality of humility. Walk with it always. Let your words be spoken gently, let your head be bowed. Cast your eyes downward and your heart heavenward. And when speaking, do not stare at your listener. Let all men seem greater than you in your eyes. If another is wiser or wealthier than yourself, you must show him respect. And if he is poor and you are richer or wiser than he, consider that he may be more righteous than yourself. If he sins, it is the result of error, while your transgression is deliberate. In all your words, actions, and thoughts at all times, imagine in your heart that you are standing in the presence of the Holy One blessed, and that his presence rests upon you. Indeed, the glory of Hashem fills the universe. Speak with reverence and awe like a servant who stands in the presence of his master. Act with restraint in the company of others. If one should call out, do not answer with a loud voice, or respond gently in low tones as one stands before his master. Take care to always study Torah diligently so that you will be able to fulfill its commands. When you rise from study, ponder carefully what you will learn. See what there is in it. Put the practice. Review your actions every morning and evening, and in this way live all your days in repentance. Cast external matters from your minds and stand to pray. Carefully prepare your heart in the presence of the Holy One. Purify your thoughts and conquer your words before you utter them. Almost done. Conduct yourself in these ways in all your endeavors for as long as you may live. In this way you will surely avoid transgressions. Your words, actions, and thoughts will be flawless. Your prayer will be pure and clear, sincere and pleasing to God. Blessed is he as is written, and prepare their hearts to concentrate for attention to their prayers. Read this letter once a week, and neglect none of it. Fulfill it and in so doing walk with it threaded the ways of Hashem may be blessed, so that you may succeed in your ways and merit the growth to come and find favor for the righteous. Every day that you shall read this letter, Hashem shall answer your heart's desires. Amen. So that's why it's printed in the prayer book. If you have the custom of reading it every single day, others have the custom of reading it every week, others have the custom of reading it whenever they do a lecture on that Monday. But it's like a beautiful, exhortation for ethical. Get a sense of his personality coming through. That even though he's a man who has the leader of his community, very well published, a man capable of aggressive debate, not fearful of power and enduring great punishment, nevertheless, the letter is all about being humble. No, I think his last name was E-Days, but that's the one I know. Those jokes, okay, we'll take that out of the issue. That's fine. He arrived in Israel in the year 1267 and found very few Jews in Jerusalem, and in fact, he writes there were only two permanent residents in the whole city, two permanent Jewish residents, that when they wanted to make a minion for Shabbos, they actually had to bring in Jews living in the surrounding countryside. Israel at that time had been devastated by the Roman horns that had made their way into it. And Maimonides, as an older gentleman, came to this devastated Jewish community. And rather than simply giving up and saying, well, Isaiah is here, he started to build. The very first thing is he established a synagogue, and he made sure that there was a permanent thing in Jerusalem again. God's the building himself, and it still is in place today. His legacy is, of course, around Nachmanides, great scholars. Imagine the Havdil, this is the Einstein of Torah. Even that is a very vague kind of comparison. This is one of the greatest minds coming to us. Even though it's Jerusalem, it was a rural backwater of Judaism, and just by the force of his personality and his intellect, he cleared out the kind of the seeds for a much larger community to come. So when we think about the legacy of Nachmanides, we reflect on tremendous literary achievements, his great work as a synthesizer of the Spanish and French approaches to Torah, his incredibly powerful and enduring sort of commentaries. And towards the end of his life, the brilliant way he handled disputation, followed by the reconstruction, greatest achievement of the Jewish community as Jewish. So with that, I'm going to call this conclusion. I thank you very much for your attention. Please recall next week we'll be at 8 p.m. sharp. Thank you. What I'd like to do in this brief lesson is why space is particles of social of that and specifically as we're speaking about Spanish too, that I was one lecture although detail this is also benefits so much. First of all, it's important to understand that there are three main specifically Christian, Muslim, very different from mine. Whereas basically have Christians in this policy, or more than what have Muslim as well as the population. The same with people as people Greece, Muslims, and small population. There are also small Christian populations, but I want to generalize this, but it's essentially the most important thing about Spanish Jewish is that the Jews were in a situation where they, although they were never in the majority, the fact that power was divided into the population rather than power concentrated in one major population meant that Jews had a lot more leverage than they could use for their own advantage. In many cases, they actually did, and rose to many heights in Spanish Jewish culture. Have a look at quick history. So, first of all, when we entered into the first millennium of the Common Era, Spain is dominated by the Jewish by Christians, not necessarily Catholics. They have the traditional areas of some different theological. Jews were definitely present in Spain throughout, let's say, the second millennium of the church, but things generally deteriorated in the first 7th century of the Common Era as the Visigoths became surprisingly more and more enemies. In fact, many of the strongest degrees level against Jews and horseback and so on really come out of the Visigoth era when life for Jews in Spain was rather uncomfortable and increasingly so by the time we get to the early 8th century. At that point, I think we were 711. Remember, the Marshall lost to Spain from itself. Recall country that Islam spread to the 7th century all the way across really quickly, and then in the early 8th century, it makes its way into Spain. For the Jews who had been suffering tremendously under the Visigoth, the advent of the Muslims was actually considerable among the neighbor, and there's a lot of evidence that suggests that to encourage Muslim events. So the Muslims essentially take over all of the Iberian Peninsula, Portugal. They take over the entire region in very short order, and all of a sudden, Spain becomes Islamist. And there is the beginning of what we would call the golden age of Spain. However, this is fairly short-lived because the Christians begin to reconquer the it ends badly for the Jews. In 1492, the Jews are expelled from Spain. 5 years later, they are expelled from Portugal. See this now. They end up moving all over Europe, and goes from the Mediterranean all the way out to Israel and to places like that. Many of them go north to Holland, Netherlands, and west of the world. Later. But that, in a nutshell, is very quick history of this thing. To recall, of course, this was all that it was difficult to Jews. Then in 711, the Muslims come in, and it's much better for Jews in the Spanish Golden Age. And then within a couple of centuries, the Christians start pushing their way downward, and the Muslim Golden Age was for a little bit, but certainly by 1200 it's over. And by 1492, the Jews are actually expelled all Christian Spain and shortly thereafter all Christian Portugal. But let us turn then to what do we mean by Golden Age of Spanish? So basically, this is a period where Jews were so well integrated into culture as not have access to the highest corridors of power and participated very actively in really creating the dominant cultural motifs of the era that it was a period of great flourishing of Jewish expression. And you have a series of figures of Jews in that they exemplify both political and sometimes military power, along with two phenomenal Jewish learning at the same time. This is something that was totally unique that we don't have really ever since that in Western history. We will have obviously Jews who are, let's say, incredibly well adapted to general society, countries who rise to power, but they tend to be Jews who have largely left their Jewish background behind, like as they mentioned, Israeli prime ministers in the 19th century recognized this Jewish background, but also was Baptist tradition. And on the other hand, you'll have Jews who are phenomenal expressions of Jewish culture, Rashi, post-Moses, go on, but they have very little access to political power over a larger geographic area. The Spanish Golden Age is one in which Jews had both positions simultaneously. So you had Jews who were tremendous scholars, traditional companies with them, and at the same time they also had political, military, and general culture. Something that really is special about the Spanish Golden Age. The kinds of figures that are exemplified by this period are, of course, the greatest members of Maimonides shown here in this section. A little bit of an exception to the United States, for example, here in Asia, much larger than Asia. But if you look at figures like Constantine, very important philanthropist and scholar, like the Spanish diplomat, after him, the great Rothschild, or Samuel Naturella, who was a scholar who wrote a commentary on called the Bible, and at the same time he was the military leader of Cordoba for over a decade, and the military of Cordoba is essentially ran by a leader under that as well. Like Rabbi, who were composing poetry in Arabic and in Hebrew. So that's another of the extensions of poetry at the top of their game. So much feel that they're truly Renaissance men who exemplify excellence in both secular and Jewish realm of thought and activity. This may be why, well, this really is the reason why in the 19th century, when there was a Renaissance of Jewish expression in Europe, Germany especially, and then of course Zionism, the Spanish Golden Age was used as an age of tremendous emulation, something a period that Jesus really tried to strive for again, achieving both secular power and Jewish power simultaneously. The two substitutes from that Vietnamese drugs. And there's a long period of sanctions known as the Inquisition, which resulted in the burning of many and resulted in the underground activity among Jews and Jews who practice their Judaism in secret while pretending to be public. And these are things that we're going to discuss sports and schools. But at any rate, this very brief lecture is done by the announcement of what was the organization of Spanish Judaism. Look forward to my questions. Sound, and if you test that sound, it sounds okay. You have no way to tell. Right, we'll find out later. Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, while we get started. So, thank you for coming. It's the first night of the spring semester, and I'm sorry that my lovely daughter Alisa is a little bit unwell. They have the notorious Taurus emis flu. Starts with one kid in Taurus emis, which spreads through all of them. Even though some of them are, beyond that stage right now. And I want to say thank you to all of you for your kind thoughts for my father. He has had, I'm proud to say, and very pleased to say, a rather remarkable recovery. He's still in the hospital, and we imagine that, well, put it to you this way. I had the opportunity, by going up to Canada, I had the opportunity to speak with my father at length about things that were very important. And now that I've had that opportunity, every conversation I have with my father is like an unexpected gift. And I'm very grateful for all of your good wishes. And my mother, of course, is very pleased that my father's health is kind of stabilized so that we can have a rational conversation with him. You have in your hands the flyer for the spring semester. You'll note that the topics are on the right, and there are a few key dates when we will not be meeting around the holidays of Passover, and they're listed down there, but I'm really looking forward to having you join us for these lectures. I'd also like to give a shout out to the students in Tours College who are taking this course both in New York and in Los Angeles. We're trying an experiment where we're putting these videos online for students around the world to take advantage of them. So I hope to be hearing from that shortly. Let me start with the opening joke. Oh, I should tell you something. One other thing is very important. This is a new innovation. It's got this great microphone, which was given to us by the nice people at TorahCafe.com. If you're ever wandering around the web looking for some interesting Torah content, have a look at their beautiful website. They have a lot of really good people speaking there. And I'm pleased that they're picking up a lot of these lectures, and then they're professionally re-editing them, adding the PowerPoints right into the lecture in a very nice way. The only thing that's a little weird is that they're taking my 60-minute lectures and they're shrinking them down to like 36 minutes, which means they cut out the jokes for sure, and they cut out all the questions. So this part of the lecture will probably not be included in their version. So this is a joke I heard Rabbi Wine say when he was here last weekend, and it's apropos for our meeting today. So the person goes in to see a psychologist to have a consultation, and he sits down, and, and on the sofa, and the psychiatrist there in the chair, and he says, "Listen, doctor, before we begin, I'd just like to know how much is this going to cost me?" And the doctor says, "Well, an initial consultation costs $1,000, and then each subsequent visit is $500. So he says, "Well, here I am again." I think he said it all kind of funnier way than I do, but here you go. Let's get started. Okay. So tonight, stick to my day job. Tonight we're going to speak about a very fascinating character in Spanish Jewish history. In many ways, the last of a long line of statesmen philosophers that are endemic to Spanish Jewish experience. As we've seen in previous lectures, we talked about Kastai ibn Shabrut, Shmuel ibn Abrela, also known as Shmuel and Abib, individuals who were both learned in a Jewish sense, well versed in the Hebraic tradition of the Talmud, the Midrash, and so on, communal leaders, and at the same time, very highly placed political leaders, financiers, viziers, prime ministers, and so on. So Don Isaac Abravano is perhaps the last in the great tradition of Spanish Jewish political leaders who were at the same time well learned in the Jewish tradition. As I think I mentioned last time we spoke about Shmuel ibn Abrela, one of the, if you look even at our age, in which Jews have achieved so much politically, and simultaneously the Torah learning that is going on in this country really outpaces even the number of Jews learning in ancient Babylon. Nevertheless, we have yet to find in one figure a person who combines Torah learning and secular achievement to the same degree as the great Spanish leaders of the Golden Age right through to the late 15th century, as we see in Abravano. Much of this material is drawn from a very famous biography of Don Isaac Abravano, who I should mention, by the way. Many people pronounce his name Abarbanel, and that's because it's much easier, as Stephen says, it's much easier to rhyme the song to the name of Abarbanel. You know, I was talking about it, or swap rock version of Abarbanel, but it's most likely pronounced Abravano or Abravano. So we'll stick with the scholarly norm, although you know who I am talking about. So the premier biography remains the great classic written by B. Netanyahu, not the Bibi Netanyahu that's in the news today, but his father, who was a great scholar and a historian of the medieval Spanish Jewry. And so I'm going to be taking most of the material we're discussing tonight from his biography of the same name. And here's a quote from the conclusion of his book. The life of a man who served 6 kings was associated with the most powerful personalities in Portugal and Spain, Naples and Venice, must necessarily have been far richer, more complex, and more stimulating than this biography might suggest. So I would like to extend that concept as well to the presentation that I'll give with you tonight, because he was an absolutely fascinating man, and in the space of 60 minutes, there's no way to give justice to the depth of his thought or activity on behalf of the Jewish people. Okay. Let us begin with a little bit of contextual information. Perhaps the most important thing to know about medieval Spanish history is that it is completely different from all other paradigms of medieval Jewish history. The primary reason for that is because Spain is, as one scholar put it, a triangular society with 3 large plurality populations, the Jews, of course, being the smallest of them, but nevertheless being very significant. Whereas if you contrast that to the experience of Jews in North Africa or the Middle East, or the Jews in Europe, the Jews were always a very distinct minority, and pretty much the only minority. If you look at the Jews in France or the Jews in England, you have Christians and a few Jews. If you look at the Jews of North Africa, you have Muslims and a few Jews. So there you have a binary relationship between the dominant population and the tiny Jewish minority. Sometimes there will be internal politics, like, for example, Catholics versus Protestants and so on. But for the most part, the Jews are the only non-titular religious minority in a given region. Spain, however, is quite distinct because you have both Christians and Muslims quite active in the society. If you recall back to the lecture we had about 6 months ago, Spain was originally dominated by Christians, the so-called Visigoths, who worshipped a form of Christianity, or they adhered to a form of Christianity called Arianism, spelled with an I, which was later deemed heretical by the Catholic Church. But the Spain was originally a Christian land, and then in the year 711, easy to remember, the Muslims advanced from North Africa and took over Spain. And so Spain was Muslim for close to half a millennium. And then, coming primarily from the north, from France, the Pyrenees Mountains, and downwards, there is the reconquest of Spain by the Christians. And the period that we're studying, of course, Spain is under the control of the Christians, but it would be, I think, an exaggeration to say firmly within the control of the Christians, because there still are very significant Muslim minorities, and there's ongoing tension between these populations. the Jews, because it is a triangular society, are a pivot point around which either minority may, either Christians or the Muslims, may exert their will on the other population. In this case, the Jews are in a fragile position where they often are in a position of authority over the Muslim minority, and that changes all of the dynamic that's in place. Furthermore, because Spain has a somewhat checkered past with regard the traditional Roman Catholic faith, first with its Visigothic origins before the Spanish conquest of the 8th century, and then later because there are so many Muslims in the society, Spain frequently wants to demonstrate its bona fides as a Catholic nation by, indicating how loyal they are to traditional Catholic doctrine. When in doubt as to the best way you can demonstrate you're a Catholic, all you have to do is persecute the Jews. That's one way to really send a signal, we're going to hold the line on traditional doctrine, and so that's another factor that comes to play in Spain that will be very relevant for our discussion. Okay, pause for discussion questions on the contextual background. Yes, please.
Muslims were kind of like, they're not spending, I said, I have to pay them for sure. They're a Spanish person.
Right. Golden era vis-a-vis Jews. Yeah, there's a tremendous period of toleration and allowed for Jews to advance tremendously in that society.
Well, I don't know what to say so much for that. I noticed that I first so much it's a dog. There's a
Yes, I'm not positive how he got that title. It is definitely an honorific of some sort. I don't recall reading about it in Netanyahu's biography, but I think it means like a lord of some kind. It's like some kind of, and several of the figures we'll be discussing had that same title. Either that, or they all had a common ancestor name. No, okay, you're joking. All right, his family background comes from Seville, and perhaps one of the question. Yes, he's got. They're both Christian dominated, but they're fighting back and forth between each other. And Ravana got involved in quite a bit of that as he's fleeing from Spain to Portugal, back to Spain again, and so on. So his background is from Seville. If we look at the map here, we see that's fairly close to where the Muslim conquest occurred, down here on the lower third of Spain, close to the British North Africa. And he became Christian in 1238. That's 200 years before Abravanel's birth. And it has a long history of anti-Jewish persecution. It pogroms in 1391, which were first begun in Seville and then spread throughout the entire Iberian Peninsula. And you have the beginning of the Inquisition occurs also in Seville. Again, because of the proximity of Muslims, I'll speak more about what exactly was the Inquisition shortly. But there's a strong tradition of anti-Jewish agitation in this region, and this had a signal impact on none other than Abravanel's own grandfather, who converted to Christianity in the late 14th century. It's clear from later, and by the way, Abravanel never mentions this fact in any of his very prolific writings, but it's clear without doubt from the historical record. We know, however, from later events that this is clearly done under duress because Shmuel Abravanel later fled to Portugal, and in Portugal he then resumed his Jewish identity. So his conversion to Christianity was most likely, we don't know a lot of the details about it, but was most likely the result of his very high level of influence in Spanish society. He was the primary, most likely the royal treasurer at the time, and it was unseemly for a Jew to have such a high post and remain a believing Jew. A couple of things we could mention here in terms of historical tradition. Well, the first is, and this continues right up to our own day, there's a very strong tradition of Jews occupying high positions of economic regulation in societies. Including in our own times here in this country, we often have Jews at the very top of the economic ladder associated with government putting into place tariffs, taxes, and so on. There's a lot of complicated historical reasons for this, but to be sure, it is a time-honored tradition that goes back, perhaps might want to even say, all the way back to Joseph, the idea of the trusted Jew high in the court who understands what needs to be done economically and tells the rulers how to put these policies in place. There is perhaps a possibility of an anti-Semitic kind of interpretation of this fact, but I think it's much easier to simply look at the long cultural tradition encouraging Jews to work with their minds and with their, account books rather than with their facts that leads to that. Not to mention the restrictions placed on Jews as a result of canon law that disabled them from participating in many other occupations in medieval Europe. But we're going to pass that. The other thing that's useful to mention besides that position is the fact that in Spain, unlike in Ashkenaz, the modus vivendi for persecution was much more inclined to adapt, to acculturate persecution, even to the point of making a false conversion. In Ashkenaz, and perhaps best illustrated by the terrible massacres of the 1096 Crusades, any type of indication of movement towards another religion was considered sufficient grounds for self-martyrdom, for Kiddush Hashem. And so you see a real bifurcation in Ashkenazic culture working more towards an insular culture, viewing the outside society as much more toxic and dangerous, whereas in Spanish and Sephardic culture, there's much more a sense of, well, we can work with this, we can adapt, we can find ways to keep our values while still outwardly appearing to be orphans of general society. There have been some historians who have been questioning this model, but that's the historiographic model that has pertained for the last 100 years or so in Sephardic studies. So with regards to Shmuel Apravano's conversion to Catholicism, it fits within this Spanish Jewish pattern of accommodation to the external realities of the day. Nevertheless, Shmuel did convert back or return back to Judaism once he got free of Spanish clutches in Portugal. There in Portugal, he once again rose to prominence, as was his son and grandson. And his grandson grew up in a Portuguese Jewish home that was filled with politicians at all times, filled with courtiers, filled with noblemen, as his grandfather and his father worked very closely with the crown to affect monetary policy for Portugal. So right from his very early years, Apravano studied politics in the behavior of the people who were coming in and out of his home. He also grew up in an exceptionally wealthy family, and he cherished the preservation of that wealth to a degree that he was able to actually exert considerable control over his finances, even while he was fleeing across Europe from Spanish persecution. This is, by the way, the Apravano family crest. I think I have another version of it later, so you'll see a little bit more of what it was like. He was trained in the best Renaissance philosophy that was then penetrating the Iberian Peninsula. Not only did he have a thorough grounding in all of the Jewish classics, of course, the Bible, the Talmud, Midrash, and so on, he also studied contemporary European languages and the classics. He was perfectly fluent in Latin. It seems that he used some Greek. And as we shall see later in his writings, he was remarkably open-minded when it came to reading sources from outside the Jewish religion. He was well-versed in the writings of the early church fathers, St. Thomas Aquinas, and many of the other thinkers that were circulating in society. I didn't find any confirmation that he knew Arabic, but he certainly was familiar with the writings of Avicenna, Averroes, and several other people who wrote in a Maimonidean phase, and in fact, much of his early energies were spent on analyzing Maimonidean philosophy. So he had a really, we would say, the ultimate preschool education. Very, very strong in traditional Jewish subjects, very, very strong in traditional secular studies as well. Yes?
I noticed that the
converted with his Christian name. Okay. We don't know a lot about his family. His wife we know only as Mrs. Abravanel, but we know that he was married young, judging by the dates of the birth of his children. We know of 2 sons, and there are possible references that may include 2 daughters as well. We know more about his sons who really followed in their father's footsteps, many of them following him into exile. Some of the most tearful passages of the biography describe how he was separated from his family for several years, and then one of his sons would come and finally find him in Venice or someplace like that. At least one of his sons continued a literary tradition as well. So we know a little bit about his family life, but it seems he's mostly wrapped up in his political energies and his literary activities. Speaking of his literary activities, the things that he wrote, he basically, his literary oeuvre was composed in 2 really distinct periods. The first was in his relative youth, that is before he was about 40, when he was very much at ease in Spanish society and not terribly disturbed by the Inquisition or the later expulsion, which came as a great shock to the Spanish really, as we shall see. And then, surprisingly, a very, very productive period when he was actually being chased from country to country, and he wrote extremely voluminous amounts of material at that point. Early on, though, he engaged in philosophical discussions in particular. He was fascinated with the philosophy of Aristotle and its critics, and of course, when you study Aristotle in a Jewish sense, you must study Maimonides, because Maimonides was also heavily influenced by Aristotelian thought. And so, Abravanel very much engaged in the continuing of that tried and true debate that had been going on for several centuries. I have to say, although I admire the man phenomenally, I find it hard myself to really get through his commentaries. I find that, in my humble opinion, and I'm not a literary scholar, but I find that they tend to be kind of long-winded and repetitive. And you can see that I'm not the only person who thinks so, because there are several abridged Abravanel commentaries where, if you can't make it through 2,000 words, they'll give you a 500-word summary of the same concept. And when you do that, it's really much easier to take them. Now, that's not saying that Abravanel was long-winded in his thought. It's probably a result that much of his writings were originally delivered orally. Perhaps were even written to be delivered orally. Because oral presentations will often, repeat obvious information, will often go over the material to make sure that people understand it. So the long-winded nature of much of his writing may be due less to his lack of literary skill, which was enviable, and more to the way in which the material was originally intended to be consumed. He began a large commentary on the Torah. It was interrupted several times in his lifetime because of his flight from one country to another. One of the most moving passages he lost most of his commentary on the book of Torah for about 30 years. And then when he was fleeing from one country to another, he ended up on the island of Corfu. He came across a manuscript copy that someone had made, and he had tremendous sympathy because he realized that much of his early work was not lost, and in fact he continued at that point. So what ends up happening with him politically, as we see quite often with Jews in this situation, actually it's Joseph once again, right? The problem that Joseph had was, or the problem that the Jews had, was that a new Pharaoh came up, a new Pharaoh, who knew not Joseph, right? God says it was a different person, and Shmuel says it was the same person, but forgot about Joseph. But then this is exactly what happened to Abravanel. His primary supporter was a king named Alfonso V, who died in his early 40s as a result of the plague. The bubonic plague was still quite active in Spain in the 15th century. It broke out in the early 14th century, but for the next 200 years it continued to scourge much of Europe. And when Alfonso not sure how to pronounce it. Maybe that's the Spanish speakers here. It's spelled J-A-O. How? How? Oh, okay, so it would be, in this region, would you say it would be H or would be J? Okay. I remember, I'll tell you a funny story for a second. Don't cut this out before I start favorite thing. But when I first moved out to Florida, we got lost. And we got off the, we got our car at the Orlando, we drove the train, the car came down, we drove down, and we were supposed to drive down the turnpike to Golden Gate, and we kept going all the way down south, off I-95, and we were on US 1, and finally we said, we probably passed it, let's stop at a gas station and ask directions. I, of course, being male, did not want to ask for directions. I figured we hit the ocean and then we turned around, but I said, no, we have to ask for directions. So I went into the gas station, and there was a Hispanic woman there, and I got on, this was, I think, before cell phones, or at least we didn't have a cell phone, and I got on the payphone, and I called our real estate agent to get directions. And he said to me, well, where are you now? And I said, well, I don't know. And I asked the woman behind the counter, I said, what street is this out here? And she says to me, US what? I said, what? She says, US what? So I said, I don't know. It always says Jews what? What kind of street is that? Jews what? But anyways, we found out. Okay, so his successor was quite tyrannical, and to make things worse, Gravano was put in with a noble house called the House of Braganza, and these were, of course, the principal rivals of the new king. And so all of a sudden, Gravano went from being one of the most trusted and respected officials in the court to being persona non grata. He was summoned to appear before the king, which probably would have been a terrible moment where he would have maybe been stripped of all his wealth and his position, perhaps thrown in jail. And Gravano got the idea that this was going to be a dangerous invitation, and so he decided rather to flee, and he left Spain heading west towards Portugal. And he couldn't simply cross the border; he had to travel a little bit north and then move and get into the country a little later. But he realized that this was the end of his promise at the time. He managed to cross the border, and amazingly, after of course Spain, he was absolutely correct that this is what they were planning for him. They sentenced him to death in absentia, a decree that would remain in effect for the rest of his life, even though he would end up later working for the Spanish crown again. During this time, when he was separated from his wife and children, living in exile in Portugal, he had an incredible rush of creative energy. And he produced, it's amazing, about 400,000 words of biblical commentary in 5 months. If you think about 400,000 words, let's see, 20,000 words is something like 100 pages. So 400,000 would be like, 20,000 words is about 100 pages. So 200,000 would be 1,000 pages. So he produced about 2,000 pages of material in 5 months, which is an astounding literary output, all published, of course, and all utilized today. Especially fascinating are his commentaries on the early books of the Bible after Torah, which deal with, for example, the kingship of Saul and the split of the kingdom of Judah and Israel, and his insight into the political structures of the day was absolutely fascinating, undoubtedly coming from his own experience in the royal houses of Spain. Netanyahu, in his biography, influences speaks to this influence of political experience, and also notes the wide exposure that Abarbanel clearly had to many Christian classics that were circulating in the day, including Honest Aquinas. So he managed, nevertheless, to have a second here. We managed actually to get back to Spain, despite I'm sorry, he fled Portugal to Spain. Thank you, no one corrected me. Torah Cafe, please remove all those things that are out there. But when he's leaving Portugal into Spain, so now here he is in Spain. He has the death warrant on his head in Portugal. And in Spain, he once again rises to authority. He likely is the principal financier of the court, and he does this primarily by advising Ferdinand and Isabella, the king and queen who was later expelled the Jews from Spain, advising them how to finance their wars with nearby England. He is incredibly successful in this regard, and he is allowed to bring his family to Spain with him at this point. And then he moves into a new type of industry, one that was tried and true for many Jews in Europe, and later would become the downfall of the Jews in Eastern Europe. We'll talk about Jews. He engages in tax farming. What is tax farming? Tax farming is a type of economic tax collection method which works in a corporate society, meaning works in a type of feudal society where you have people divided by classes on a very large scale. This is tax season, and we all know how they collect taxes in America. The government knows each of us individually. We have personal income tax, unless we are dependent for someone else. We all have to fill out our own individual taxes, and we all have to individually pay to the government. We can also file jointly if we're married and so on, but that's about it. The government deals with all as individuals. That's something that only really develops after the French Revolution of the 18th century. In the medieval period, that was way too detailed for the medieval monarchs to handle. And so they say, okay, all you peasants have to produce so much money, all you nobles have to provide so much money, and so on. And they would not, they wouldn't care which person paid more than another. So we want, at the end of the year, April 15th, we want so much money in our treasury. So how would they actually achieve it? Is typically they would hire tax farmers who would be quite often Jews who were given a certain amount of territory and told that you are to collect so much money from the local population in any way that you see fit. So that would include, for example, a tax on grain production. It could include a tax on the usage of bridges or tolls, hunting regions, orchards. It could include a tax on a poll tax on individual people. Whatever way they could figure out to collect those taxes, that was their job. It was called tax farming because whatever they were able to collect beyond what was requested by the king was their profit. And so this worked very well for Jews because here they are a separate population entirely, and they move into a region where they have large peasant or serf population, and the local nobleman says, I cannot be bothered collecting money from all of these people, but I figure they're good for 6,000 gold coins, so you have a whole year to go in there and get these 6,000 gold coins. And if the Jews would collect 7,000 or 8,000, then that extra 1,000 or 2,000 gold coins would then go back to the Jewish community to support yeshivot, day school, bookstores, Chinese restaurants, all those kinds of things. It was a very lucrative profession for Jews. It involved very little physical labor. It did not endear them to the local population, who often saw them as, tax collectors, ultimately, that's what they were. In some cases, as in Eastern Europe, the Jews were granted certain monopolies, such as the monopoly of alcohol production, called the Naziya, which allowed them to be the sole manufacturers and distributors of alcohol. And there's a lot of other factors like this that means that the general population from time to time would have a certain amount of resentment against the Jewish people engaged in this activity. At the same time, the Jews were protected because the king wanted to see them succeed. And so if it was taking out your frustration on the Jewish tax collector, you were really taking out your frustrations on the king. So the king wanted to make sure that the Jews were successful, and he would match them with his army to make sure that people submitted to the Jews' will. One more detail I wanted to mention, well, I had another detail. This worked great for the Jews except for a couple of possibilities. First of all, if a nobleman were too greedy, oh, now I have it. Shimon Gimel, the great historian, will speak about him later on in the series. He referred to tax farming in such a way that the Jews were like a sponge that were dipped into the peasantry by the nobleman, and then they were squeezed dry for whatever they could suck out of the population there. And it was definitely a kind of a precarious model for the Jews, but potentially very lucrative. In terms of this model working, it's great so long as there is a very fine balance struck between what the peasants will tolerate paying and what the noblemen will tolerate accepting. And the noblemen dance for too much, or the peasants get too rebellious, then the Jews are in a terrible place, and we usually have either popular uprisings, such as the 17th century uprisings in Ukraine, or you have expulsions, where the noblemen say, you know what, I put too much pressure on my peasantry, I'm extremely unpopular right now, or also quite possibly, I myself owe the Jews a lot of money. It's more expedient to simply expel the Jews and start with a clean slate, even if I have to, as the Frenchman, invite them back 20 years later, 3 times in a row. All money to the Jews, and you expel them, so you need them to work the tax farming system so you'll bring them back, and you borrow money from them, you owe them a credit, and kick them out again, and so on. This is, exactly. It provided for the insular nature of Jewish society because you couldn't exactly make friends with all the peasants here. Yeah, absolutely. Please. He's a one-time business. No, absolutely. No, absolutely. Very, very true. Please. Yeah. He was the grantee. He was a tax farmee. No, he was a tax farmer. He was given the control, okay, you farm the taxes over here. Which means you collect the taxes. Yes, absolutely. Okay, so now let's talk a little bit about the Inquisition. It's a major element of the story. The Inquisition is basically a Spanish institution that spread beyond Spain that was directed at searching out heresy among Catholics. One of the widely held misapprehensions is the notion that the Inquisition was directed against Jews. It was not actually directed against Jews, and in fact, Jews were to a certain degree immune from the Inquisition per se. What it was directed at were the so-called conversos, or the derogatory term moranos, those Jews who had sometime prior, perhaps after the 1391 eruption, accepted Christianity in an outward fashion, but did not actually believe what they were behaving. And the church in Spain was very concerned about rooting out these false Christians, so to speak. They actually had a distinct term for them, new Christians, and you could retain that distinction for 3 generations. One of the great scholars of the Holocaust, Ronald Hilbert, introduces his magnum opus, the destruction of European Jews, by comparing the Nazi Nuremberg laws to the 15th century Spanish laws regarding the so-called New Christians. Because there was really a kind of a blood-based racist attitude taught that you don't see anywhere else in Europe, really until the 19th century, that discriminated against these new Christians because the Spaniards felt that they weren't actually believing Christians. And the truth is, they were right. The so-called conversos or crypto Jews were definitely still practicing Jewish services in secret. They were highly endogamous, meaning they were only marrying other conversos. They weren't marrying regular Spaniards for the most part. And they were basically creating that kind of Sephardic niche of, well, everybody outside thinks we're Christian, but everybody who's important knows that we're actually Jewish. And they could do this quite comfortably for decades or centuries, as it turns out. There's crypto Jews that are still detected in the American Southwest, even well into the early 20th century. Mr. Rodriguez, a little further than that, 20th century? It's right up to the 21st century, even. It's an amazing phenomenon. So the purpose of the Inquisition was that the church in Spain was trying to root out these false Christians, the Jews who had converted to Christianity but did not actually believe what they said. The Jews technically speaking, had a false sense of security because they felt like, well, the Inquisition isn't bothering us. As long as we keep the rights of the openly practice as Jews, then we have nothing to worry about. That turned out to be a false sense of security, but nevertheless, much of the bulk of the animus was directed at these new Christians, including even old Christians who were suspected of Judaizing, of being tempted by Jewish values and so on. And all these Christians, so Christian, the first example, the practice of Christ. So you got the holy Christians as yeah, and that was certainly not the best moment of Jewish history. Can I tell you a joke about the guy who wants to join the country club? Yes? Well, Steve, you remember all my jokes. Do you like to tell me again? The joke goes like this. So, in the, for those of you who are younger, up until, Mr. Schwartz, here's up until Mr. Schwartz. Okay, so, up until, really, it's ancient history, mostly, but until the 1990s, a lot of these clubs, even here in Miami, were so-called restricted, right? They only joined with Gentile clientele. And there was no problem with this. I joked about the 1990s. There were some that were still like the 90s, but they were openly like this until a great film came out called Gentleman's Agreement that really turned around the way people thought about these things right at the end of World War II. But anyway, up until the 1940s, Jews could not get into in a place like this, like ridiculous, and hotels, forget about it. So anyways, the joke goes that there's this Jewish guy who wants to belong to this restricted country club. And so he goes to the membership director and he says, listen, these are my assets, I have these boats and these apartment buildings, and I really think that I belong in your crowd here in the Flaming Crosses Country Club. And the membership director says, listen, what's your name, Cohen? I can't help you because, we're a very exclusive club and you can only join if you have a sponsor. And I don't think you're going to find a sponsor. I said, well, who's on your membership? I'm sure I know someone. So he says, look, here's the membership. Shows it to him. Cohen looks down the list and sees someone named Schwartz. And so he says, oh, I know this guy. I'll go talk to my friend Schwartz. So he leaves and goes knocks on the door of Schwartz. And Schwartz opens the door. And Cohen says to him, Charles, listen, I wanted to join the Flaming Crosses Country Club. And I need a sponsor. So I was thinking, maybe you're a Jew, I'm a Jew, can I be out? So Mr. Schwartz looks him in the eye and says, listen, Mr. Cohen, what's your name? Let me tell you something. I am a Presbyterian. And my father was a Presbyterian. And my grandfather, was also a Presbyterian. All right, so let's go on. Main position. Now, so you have this scenario where the position is directed primarily at these new Christians, these conversos, and Jews who are remaining within the tradition of Jews who felt immune to the pressures of the church were exerting. And even though there were some really distinct warning signs, the edict of expulsion took them completely by surprise. A couple of the expulsions are significant in Galicia and Aragon in the 1480s. Some really nasty trials and executions that occurred in a few places, including traditional Jewish approach was, you know what, these things, they're like individual sorts of occasions, and we shouldn't put it, I mean, we shouldn't connect the dots here. It's ironic, there are many similarities between Jews in 1930s Germany and the Jews in late 15th century Spanish expulsion. I don't want to overburden that point, but it's certainly what we're talking about. What did Jews rely on? They had two basic ideas that they felt would carry them through, like if they had for hundreds of years. First is the Jewish reliance on Rabbi, or the Hebrew term would be Shtagunus in English, where basically, as a relatively unprotected minority, they're often quite wealthy. Jews said, whenever we feel threatened by local authority, all we have to do is we have to find a charismatic individual who knows the dominant culture, who speaks the language well. We'll give him a large amount of money, which he can use as a contribution, and he will essentially bribe our way out of this mess. And that worked so many times for the Jews that they relied on it excessively. They would, simply collect large sums of money for whatever this would be, and the Shtabman, the intercessor, would go and take care of it. Secondly, and more significantly, and also similar to Germany, was the reliance the Jews had on Spain as a Rechtsstaat. This is a German word which basically means a society governed by law, a society governed by order. Jews, as a minority, are very comfortable living in societies, even if they are mildly discriminatory, like South Africa, or let's say more than mildly, let's say Quebec. They can live in those countries as long as there's no anarchy. Anarchy is a worse enemy to the Jews than a little bit of corruption in government. Because Jews know how to deal with corruption. They know the rules, they know who they have to pay, they know what has to be done, and they can live within those boundaries. But anarchy, people living in the streets, destroying property, no rule of law, no reliable police force, no reliable judiciary, even if they were corrupted, that's the kind of thing that's very dangerous for Jews. Spain was ultimately a Rechtsstaat, a society with an effective system of governance, and in fact, it was centralizing its power over time. And the Jews felt that these two factors, our Stadtmodus and Spain as a Rechtsstaat, they'd be fine. We have nothing to worry about. Of course, they had no idea what was going to happen. The decree of expulsion was prepared completely in secret. Ferdinand Isabella didn't let anyone know about it. I'll talk about some of the reasons for it in the next slide. This is actually a picture of the decree. And it was announced to the close circle in the early part of 1492. It was not announced to the larger population immediately. So when Abbonavano heard of this, he went together with the 80-year-old Don Adam Sindar, who was also a major figure similar to Abbonavano in terms of his position, and they asked to meet with Ferdinand to be neutral. It was a pretty severe decree and came out of nowhere, but they thought they would do the same thing they'd always done, and they would terrible. So right away, Ferdinand said no, which they could expect as well. So they went and they got a huge bribe, and they brought back the money. At this point, even though Ferdinand initially said maybe to the money, he ultimately said no. And so that was kind of a huge surprise to Bourbon that, wait a second, the old strategies are not working. Much like, imagine, I'm sorry, it's 3 times now I'm mentioning it now for Germany, but Hitler could not be bribed. He was not interested in money. Only perhaps towards the end of the war, Jews for trucks came with Eichmann, but in the initial years, it was not about money at all. And money and the Jews were simply not ready for them. So Abbonavano said, maybe it's not actually Ferdinand who's doing this, maybe it's Isabella. She has the power behind the throne, go and talk to her. We went to her, and we have a record of their conversation that he presented. He spoke in prophetic tone, speaking about how many countries decline after they persecute the Jews, speaking about the kind of negative repercussions discussions that would occur if this would happen. And Isabella was obviously prepared for him, as she gave back arguments based on Hebrew scripture, indicating that the will of the king is the decree of heaven. She quoted chapter and verse from Psalms, indicating that the heart of a king is guided by God, and she rebuffed him, sending him out of the chamber. This was a completely unexpected event, and in fact, it signaled that the expulsion would in fact go through. John Abraham Senior, that I mentioned earlier, actually converted to Christianity. Many of the commentaries in some centuries looked down on him for this, although some researchers questioning, to what degree that's merited. But many refer to his name Senior as so many more the hater of right because of this capitulation. But let's turn to what's the main reason for the expulsion. So I like to tell my history students and undergraduates there's such a thing as the Abramson rule in history. The Abramson rule is, I have a history major here, is what is the Abramson rule in history? It's all about money. That's good. Thank you very much. When you don't know how to explain something, it's probably about money. In Russian, you have the expression kodo, it's basically who's taking from whom, who's eating whom, that kind of thing. So in this case, just look at the economics of it. The annual tax revenue from the Jews nationally in 1472 was about 500,000, I forget the difference, I said it's about maybe or something like that. But the value of confiscated Jewish property in Burgos, one region alone, was like 7 million. So you just think about the immediate first term economic loss of expelling all these Jews was overwhelming, too tempting to resist, even though should the Jews remain there and be generating tax income over years, that would generate a greater profit. But the short-term run in cash flow was so overwhelming that this cash-strapped kingdom that was engaged in rapid centralization and at the same time fighting 7 wars simply said, you know what? This is a great source of income. Let's simply expel the Jews. I'm not going to go there. This microphone only reaches here first. Okay, so the edict was made public in late April, and the Jews were told that they had to leave Spain by the end of July. Ironically, the last week of July was Tisha B'Av, National Jewish Bad Blessing, the day upon which so many great trials came to the Jews. Created a mass panic as Spanish Jewry rushed hither and yon, selling their homes at ridiculously low rates, getting rid of their property because, like in Germany, the Aryanization rules, it was impossible to remove from Germany more than a very minimal amount of currency. So in Spain, same thing. Germany and Spain, same laws. So people are trying to liquidate their currency, trying to buy diamonds, sew them into their lines, their coats, to flee the country. But severe limits were placed on these things. As I mentioned here, Abravanel himself was pressured to convert. He was offered a huge rock by the crown. They wanted to keep him. They wanted to keep his financial expertise, and they begged him to become Christian. And as I mentioned, Senior in fact took that offer, although it was unlikely that it was done perhaps with the most open of motives. Abravanel refused, and in fact we learned later that one of the last-ditch efforts that the crown was going to do to try to keep us in place is they were trying to kidnap and baptize his 1-year-old grandson. So he immediately left him. He was told this by an informer who was possibly inclined towards him, and he managed to rescue his son, his daughter-in-law, and their infant child, and escaped Spain at that time. They followed a route that was common to many Spanish Jews. As you can see, the expulsion took Jews out of Spain up here into the more tolerant regions of Northern Europe. Of course, you have Spinoza and others up in Amsterdam as a result of the Spanish expulsion. Many Jews took the somewhat dangerous sea route here over into North Africa. The strong populations of Sephardic Jews in Greece come largely from this expulsion. And Abravanel ended up kind of island hopping his way throughout the Mediterranean basin for the remainder of his life. Nevertheless, wherever he went with great success. His expertise in finance was valued by whichever ruling power he came into contact with, and he once again engaged in rapid, prolific writing, completing his commentary on the Torah during this very difficult period of separation from his family and of the total devastation of his entire kingdom. I'd like to speak just a little bit about some of his ideas here. We're almost out of time. This is a great word for my undergraduates. I like to use this word a lot. It impresses strangers, makes them think I'm smarter than I am. Weltanschauung is a German word meaning way of looking at the world. The Welt means world. Anschauung is like onlooking, and it refers to political philosophy, religion, your optimism or pessimism, your extroverted nature or introverted. It's a large term that refers to basically how you look at the world around you. So his Weltanschauung was obviously colored heavily by his political experience and then his terrible personal experience. So one of the things that's fascinating about his later writings in particular is his fervent belief that the Messianic period was nigh. And in fact, in a publication issued in 1407, that should be 1497, not 1407, he believed that 1503 would be the year that Mashiach came. He lived past 1503, and of course, that was some disappointment once that year went out. But he believed that the tremendous persecution of the age clearly indicated that God would not tolerate this much longer, and it would be time for the Messiah. Unfortunately, there will be much more pain and suffering in place over the next 25 years. By way of conclusion, for much of the scholarship on Agravano for the last few hundred years, he comes across fairly weak as a leader. And to some degree, there's a lot of arguments to be made. He failed to perceive the warning signs of the expulsions of Spain. He failed to understand the dire implications of the Inquisition. And given all his political experience, surprisingly, he put so many of his eggs in one basket, so to speak, so as to be reliant on any left change. Nevertheless, new scholarship by Mark Saperstein has significantly reevaluated a lot of Agravano's role in the leadership of the Jewish community at this time, emphasizing much of the work he did, for example, for Pidyon Shuyin, for the rescuing of captives, because many of the Jews, by the way, when they were expelled, they were taken captive and sold into slavery. And so it was quite a job just to try and ransom all these Jews out of slavery and set them up as communities again. But a lot of Saperstein's research has focused on, the disability we have of working with hindsight. It's much easier after the events have passed to be able to say, well, why didn't you see this? And did you see how that related to this? And so on and so forth. We know, of course, from our own times in the 20th century. And he evaluates Agravano's scholarship on a much higher level, along with, in general, the leadership of Spanish Jewry in the 15th century. This was truly a bolt from the blue, something that would have taken a genius to anticipate. And he believes that much of the negative assessment of Agravano is undeserved. So finally, with Don Isaac Agravano, we have a rather amazing example of someone who was at the very highest peaks of political activity, an incredible exemplar of Torah scholarship, producing many works that are still studied today in the original Hebrew and translated into English, Spanish, and many other languages. He's an example of a leader that would not be repeated for the next 500 years, and ultimately one of the more profound individuals of the 15th century. I want to thank you very much for your attention and your endurance, and I look forward to seeing you next week when we'll talk about Rabbi Moshe Cordovero and the Tzfat Circle. Okay, thank you. Changing voice is practically never recognized in China, so he has heard about it from places where he had gone. So let's look a little bit at policy and why we think source of capacity he never described why he's on this massive force, but it's most likely to be one of the most two purposes. The first is obviously business. Mr. Lax is able to rule history. Not exactly how it actually stepped into black orders to the West. So he probably traveled, for business opportunities. And as he goes through each of these places, there's a and very robust descriptions of how he details of the spice trade, liquor trade, diet, in every town from outdoors to nearest seaport, outdoors to the nearest river. This is obviously concerned how to Okay, so let's see. What is dislike Jews operated by both Christians and Muslims were able to travel freely and also engage in the same trade. The fact that whereas Christians have difficulty traveling in Muslim lands and vice versa, Jews can travel. So that's that fact, the idea that there are little outposts of Jews all over the place, so that the Jews traveling like especially from Delta up to Constantinople, you can easily find a Jewish Indian show up and say, I'm here, I'm listening, I'd like to find a place to stay, and I'd like to do some mutual trade and so on. So these literally created frontiers to create social connection. I don't know whether it was the first, but this particular signal works. I have a few friends who visit China. Regularly drive over to China and they buy on they come so the first Jew in China has to be some kind of connection over there. This country, one of the language of themselves, Benjamin's spreading this exactly that kind of okay, so you said you're flying across their synagogue is located on the roof, but even so much the kinds of trade and these pillars resurrection happened behind them up. The pillars in front of the water that stuck behind them up were a very interesting caves of the Vatican, which are considered like a deep temple, as well as graves of saints of Cuba and of but it doesn't matter. Churches is part of Tudela is in Spain. So, mass historians of the idea of great thinkers. France was fairly well organized. Germany just chaos. It's all visited by various different characters and times. The whole man so the question is, the organized Germans, however, were entirely different. Germany, people like before the hate culture, as the British Empire, as the and saying, look, I have been granted by the Lord, I'm back, I have crossed my shoulders. And so there's a thing to say, this means that we're supposed to follow this cross. This cross, because yes, it's not just the other place is actually sort of a goose that kept on turning. And what we did is as a sign to follow the goose all the way to Jerusalem. And there was a trace amount of chaos with them. Unfortunately, the chaos will be historically fairly loudly and as we continue to keep it today in some societies, for example, self-reported societies are not necessarily by law, but as long as there is no chaos, choose to manage it. There's not rely on entirely dealing with government, not protecting at all. So, is that the Crusaders said, wait a second, why are we fighting small Christians? Why should we shut all the doors to attack the infidel? We have infidels that are right here. And so instead of taking these bands all the way to these kind of ragtag Christians, which most many people, they actually attack the Jews. Captured one of them and had his hands cut off. Demonstration that this kind of behavior was not tolerated. He also said that these big huge fire without any casualties. The nearby towns of Warren up there and these observations about the Crusades are questions. Well, what ends up happening is these so-called Crusades, they actually take all they should be alive for the end of days, in order that they can witness the second coming of Jesus. That's the idea of it. And in fact, it worked very well because we can rely on the church basically to uphold this doctrine and to protect the Jews. So the bishop was a reasonable person to go to keep them out. It also indicates a big separation between dark, hungry masses who are Christians and the literate and more educated and more organized clergy, which may have had a much more political state painting very much towards their secular. That's an interesting observation. Okay, so let's go back to Benjamin's Gallery. This is the environment in which he's traveling. Right? The first crusade is 1095. He's traveling just 75 years later, 85 years later. It's still an environment which is, by the way, ongoing for 700 years, where there's back and forth between Christians and the Muslims. So he gets to Israel from the Asian Minor left into Israel. He encounters Akko and Haifa. He right away runs to all the biblical places he can find. Talks about the way the Jews live, and he's also quite interested in the whole makeup of the population of Israel. It's sad because he lists all these biblical towns and he says there's only one Jew living here, there are only 3 Jewish families in this place, which is quite limited population. And he says that there's 200 Jewish people at this time. Although when we get to Babylon, it talks about there are 20,000 Jews living in this location. He's also very interested in these so-called Samaritans. Although the Talmud has not workers. These are people whose conversion was suspect. They had been in Israel for generations upon generations, but the rabbis of the Mishnah period found that perhaps their conversion to Judaism was not sincere. They were descendants of insincere converts. And for quite a few generations, the rabbis were not sure exactly what to do. Are they Jews? Are they not? Don't have to be so on and so forth. Ultimately, you know what? They're not Jews. They're close to us, but they're not exactly Jews. Known in English as the Samaritans. And during this time, when the status of Samaritans were in doubt, the Jews and the Samaritans were at each other's throats over 1,000 issues. You may have heard the phrase in English, the Good Samaritan. And so, most people don't understand where that comes from. It's a passage in the Gospels where there is, where Jesus describes a man coming up like beat up by robbers and such in the street, and a Tony walks by him and says, a Jewish guy is beating him. And Tony walks by and says, I don't want to touch him, you want me dead, I'm going to come get him. It's wild, paraphrasing. But Levite walks by and says, no, this guy, walks right by. Israel, like Jew walks by, says, I said, I do it. And then all people, a Samaritan comes by and helps him. You read it in the context, it's like, here's a Jewish guy, no Jew will help, but other people are Samaritan will help. Even someone who hates the Jews, he's the one who helps. So that's what we get this concept of good Samaritan, or anyone who should have the word Samaritan. You expect a Jew to help, but in fact, this should be right. about the Totel, talks about the stables of King Solomon, and exactly as we have today's weapons. He also describes the Rothschild and the Rafaela. The latter is especially fascinating. He describes how from Rome get down into the actual caves, and there are inscriptions on these graves and so on. More detail than us today. You see that it's clear as a real reinforcement of the historical significance of many of these locations that are revered to this day, 2,000 years later. Also, some tobacco, and he's especially interested in this light of the city, which Talbot, and they're really quite thriving as traditional population centers. He describes the exit arcades, we talked about that last week, the Carite transformation of Jerusalem, and so on. He talks about the modern tropes of racial Jerusalem by the non-Jewish population. They're required by state laws that non-Jews must stand in the presence of head and so on. And he describes kind of interesting data about how the Jewish community is organized. And the Reish Lahuta is the one who confirms the appointment, the ordination of local rabbis, and is responsible for collecting taxation, diversity, social welfare, and so on. And also the Reish Lahuta, as the descendant of King David, actually receives foreign donations from all our populations as well. A tremendous amount of great interesting demographic data. Shushan is a particularly interesting town. There he describes a Jewish focus over the province of Israel. Which apparently were very originally on one side of this river, and the Jews living on that side of the river were very wealthy. So the Jews on the other side of the river were maintained. The only reason they're wealthy is because they have privilege of living in proximity to the Romans and the Neolithic. So therefore they petitioned successfully to have the Romans transferred to their side of the river. And they have their labor there every year. The Romans would profit from one side of the river to the other in order to spread the wealth. So they would move, and so this would not be quite a while for the Persian Empire and for himself, practically himself, is going ungospel here in the books. They don't use that kind of disrespectful and transport it like that. So he said, no, we do this differently. He had encased in glass coffin and suspended from the middle of the bridge between the two settlements. So that way, it was like this was fair, and they could ship fishing from the bridge was prohibited from that time. That's why they have those signs here in Florida. You go fishing from a bridge. And memory, that's what the bridge is there. Also interesting, he has a first reference of any link to the Walls of Messiah of David Wildwood. Fascinating individual, because he was significant, but apparently was something of a wonder who claimed to be Shia with the old Israel. He was a bit of a irritant to the local status quo in many ways. He was challenging traditional centers of power. So he was actually captured by the Persian king and imprisoned, and then miraculously somehow escaped. And then when he escaped, he kept on maintaining that he was in fact the Messiah, and practiced various wonders, like he had the original invisibility show on Harry Potter, showing around and he disappeared. It's also useful as a mode of transport. So he landed on water and walked on the water. People were totally amazed at this. Ultimately, both the XLR, the Reish Lahuta, and the Yeshiva did some Alaska. Obviously, more are Saturday nights. There are some scriptures to it, sites that are plants and stuff you've never visited, like China, and so on. The language changes when he talks about them. But he does have some interesting references to Eastern Europe, places like Kiev and Prague, he's apparently visiting, and everything, kind of material there that are fascinating to scholars. So, just to conclude, I would like to show you this last half, this extension, what's going to happen in the very near future after conversion of the Rothschild. Began to see Ashkenaz going and changing as Jews from Germany began to make their towards these Benjamins, the Polish most famous of the Latin Jews to be certain that first of the Rothschild and last as the Jewish population began to move from the central regions of Rothschild into Eastern Europe, where they have the economic reality of the in terms of that, I think we're going to make the so with that, let's conclude our time. Thank you very much for your attention. Hello and welcome to another edition of This Week in Jewish History. Today we're going to speak about an extremely consequential Jewish astronomer and historian named Abraham Zacuto. His role in Jewish history is especially important this week because we're commemorating the anniversary of Columbus's departure from Spain for the New World, and Zacuto's work was of signal importance in getting Columbus to the New World. So let's have a quick look at his life and work. So Zacuto his family originally came from Castile, and they migrated to Spain. Zacuto received his education at the University of Salamanca, and he spent much of his time studying astronomy in particular, although a good deal of his training was especially in the Jewish sciences, the study of Torah in particular. One of his teachers, besides his father, was the great Rabbi Abuab, the author of the Menorahs HaMaor, very important Kabbalistic work. He made his claim to fame primarily with the Chibur HaGadol, which is a translation of the term the big book, the great book, which is essentially a collection of highly accurate astronomical tables, which was later translated into non-Jewish languages and played an important role in a lot of the exploration that happened in the late 15th century. Columbus himself owned a copy of the Chibur HaGadol in obviously a language that he could read, and we have his marginal notations on the side, and he directly credits Zacuto with an exceptional event in his memoirs when he describes how he was taken captive by natives of some type at one point and was threatened with death until he used Zacuto's timetables to be able to accurately predict an eclipse, which of course demonstrated his superior knowledge and so on and allowed him to be safe. Zacuto's work also played an extremely important part in the travels of Vasco da Gama, and particularly his improvement of the engineering of the astrolabe, which was a device that was originally made out of wood. Zacuto switched to metals and also calibrated it in such a way that it was possible to actually calculate one's position at sea far more accurately than had ever been done before, and ultimately led to the circumnavigation of the globe. Zacuto was, of course, highly regarded in his own lifetime for his astronomical work. He was the astronomer to the King of Portugal, actually. After he had been, along with the other Jews, expelled from Spain in 1492, he resided in Portugal. And he is justly credited with the many great discoveries of that great age of exploration. One of the modern recognitions is the fact that a crater on the moon has been named after him. However, his life did not end well in Portugal. He was exiled from there as well, along with the expulsion of all Jews in 1497. He made his way with great difficulty to Tunis and then eventually to the Holy Land, where he is believed to have passed away in the year 1550. One of the most important aspects of Zacuto's work outside of his astronomy was the compilation of an amazing book called Sefer Yuchasim, which is a truly phenomenal 15th century history book that gives us tremendous insight into Jewish history as a whole. Well, that's it for this week in Jewish history. I hope you found this interesting, and I wish you an excellent week. Welcome to another essential lecture on Jewish history. Today we're going to focus on a very important aspect of Jewish intellectual history. We're going to look at a period known as the period of the Rishonim, or the first ones. It's an exceptionally important aspect of understanding how Jewish intellectual history develops and how really the massive corpus of rabbinic literature works by understanding what exactly was this period of Rishonim. Here's a basic fundamental idea that is deeply ingrained in the Jewish psyche and is very much a relevant aspect of contemporary Jewish hermeneutics, particularly within the Jewish Orthodox way of looking at the universe. Specifically, there is this idea known as the Midas Hadoros, or decline of the nations. The concept that from the moment that God gave the Torah to the Jews on Mount Sinai, it's been all downhill. As my father used to say all the time, Henry, it just gets worse. So the idea is that on Sinai, the Jews reached a spiritual peak, and their sensitivity to the divine message was at its highest. And as the Talmud says, the Midrash actually, at Sinai, even the lowest household servant saw things that he could bring prophet Ezekiel did not see. But ever since then, we have been slowly losing that ability to be sensitive to the divine message, losing our level of spiritual community to understand the meaning of these classical texts and so on, and we've been struggling to try and tread water and become harder. That does not mean that our intellectual skills have diminished, and in fact, this is not trying to go off on a great digression here, but when it comes to halakhic decisions, that is decisions according to Jewish law, one must follow contemporary opinions, even though the earlier opinions don't have this weight on the earlier generation. That said, it's not exactly a steady slope downward. It's kind of like stepped plateaus, and Jewish religious and intellectual tradition generally recognizes several key periods of Jewish spiritual decline, and they correspond to, let's say, the following four periods that I'll talk about this slide. There is a period known as the period of the Amoraim, or the speakers. This refers to the era in which the Talmud was written, roughly the 3rd to the 6th centuries, give or take 100 years. Following the period of the Amoraim are the Geonim. It's a difficult term to translate based on the word pride. So I can the definition here of pride, but really it means like glorious ones or great ones, that kind of thing. You may have heard the term the Gaon of Vilna, or the Vilna Gaon. That's the correct usage of the term. It's a title for Rabbi of Vilnius. But that term is used anachronistically. He was so great, he was like one of the only people who lived, over a century, maybe, or almost a century, over a century. But then we have the period that we'll talk about today, that is the Rishonim, the first ones. The Rishonim is first. And that spans roughly 900 to 1500, although there's some, kind of pedantic dispute over exactly when that period begins and when it ends. And then finally, the period of the Achronim, the later ones, which goes up to roughly the year 1900, and it has not yet been determined what we call contemporary 20th or 21st century thinkers, but that's kind of like the nature of Jewish history. The art of Jewish history, as they say, is long, and these things need something over time. So let's focus in on point number 3, the period of Rishonim. The names, if you've had any familiarity with Jewish religious tradition, you'll certainly recognize them. There are perhaps a few dozen, maybe 100 at most, authors who correspond to this title of Rishonim. But to choose 3 of the most famous, there are, of course, Rashi, Rabbi Shlomo Yitzchaki, who lived in the 11th century. Here is an extremely accurate picture of Rashi. I'm just kidding, I have no idea if this is accurate, but the representation is often given by common form. And I'll speak in the next slide about what's the kind of work that Rashi did. Secondly, the incomparable Maimonides, known by the acronym of his name, Rabbi Moshe ben Maya. He lived in the following century, the 12th century. Here is another equally accurate rendition. I really like this one, especially with kind of like the view of the background. We have no idea if the Rambam looked like this, but nevertheless, this is sort of an iconic image that you'll see all over history, things like that. And finally, not a single individual, rather a school of Rishon known as Tosafot, which means literally additions, and they are, that's referring to their contribution as additional to the work of Rashi. So if you look, for example, here at the page of Talmud, this is great. Taken off the web, it's colorized here. Let's walk through very quickly. We'll see where they fit in. So the sort of coral color number one at the center is the Mishnah. This is the first page of Tractate Rothschild. And we spoke about the Mishnah in the earlier essential lecture. And directly below it in the center of the page, number two, yellow, that is the Gemara or Talmud per se. That is the commentary on the Mishnah. And then on the right, number three, that is the commentary on Rashi. And if you look closely, you'll see that in this particular printing, so it's like the Talmud edition, some passages are bolded and some are not bolded. They're in the characteristic italic font that is associated with Rashi ever since it's known as Rashi script, although just a common font typescript or pen script sort of an expression, an impression. You'll see that some passages are bolded and others are not bolded in regular font. This gives you an indication as to what Rashi is doing. The bolded passages are quotations from number one and number two from the Mishnah Talmud, and then his comment follows in regular form. So Rashi is kind of providing us incredible service, walking the reader through the text, phrase by phrase, with many little comments that in a very, very economical use of words express what the text is meaning. So Rashi is an incredible means of understanding the Talmud. He also wrote an incredible commentary on Rash, or the first five books of the Torah, as well as the entire Tanakh, actually, that really helps the reader walk through the difficult language very, very basic level. And Rashi is, of course, essential to the regular and modern Jewish philosophy. Then number four on the outside, and that's actually blocked out a lot of different things here, but actual color that the number four appears in, which you can see is sort of like C-shaped, and it wraps around the top and the bottom of it. That's actually Tosafot. These are additions to Rashi. And if you look carefully, you see that the amount of bolded text is much less than Rashi, because Tosafot is performing an entirely different function. Tosafot is analyzing the Talmud itself, raising objections, comparing passages elsewhere in the Talmud to the one on this page and so on, and we take an entirely different approach to the Talmud than Rashi criticism. Tosafot represents several dozen scholars that lived roughly the 12th to the 14th centuries, and their ideas of modified language. Now, the other materials around the outside are various other commentators that go all the way from the 10th century up to looks like about the 18th century is represented here, and they perform various functions. You'll see my lecture on the Talmud and various functions in greater detail and so on. So those are three very basic things Rishonim. There are lessons more. Now, what exactly did the Rishonim do? What is characteristic of this period in Jewish collective? Well, the first thing I've already alluded to in the slide, some of the Rishonim were incredible explainers. They took texts, often ancient texts like the Torah and the Mishnah, and they basically rendered them in more readily understandable Hebrew. Many of those texts are not in Hebrew, like that, or in Aramaic, for example, some in Aramaic. So there was a lot of confusion on the language itself. Of course, significantly, unpacking the arcane and coded nature of many of these texts, synthesizing the oral and the written tradition, as is something that Rashi did tremendously, and generally making the text which access the shonen who are helping us access the original text. But that's essentially what they're doing. For example, Rashi was, so to speak, the art school on this day. That is a phenomenal compliment to art school. Right? Rashi was the mediator that made a lot of those ancient texts accessible to many readers. Secondly, very important, the shonen engaged in codification. And this is a larger topic. Basically, Jewish law or halakha is spread out throughout a massive amount of literature. It's throughout this huge Talmud. There are passages that are derived from the Tanakh, of course, from the Torah itself, and the commentaries have their own and their correspondence, known as Teshuvot and so on. And a lot of this material, is just too much for most people to keep in their heads. So therefore, a lot of it is shown. Most famously, perhaps, Maimonides brought all this together as a point to reorganize this, therefore, just piece it out, chapter headings, subject headings, so that you can look up in these massive endiums of Jewish law. Maimonides, as I mentioned, probably one of the most important codifiers of the era, wrote a book called the Mishnah Torah, 14 volumes of Jewish law, and you have other commentaries which culminate in this work, the Shulchan Aruch, or the Set Table. This is written at the very end of the period of Rishonim. Some would consider the author Rabbi Yosef and early Ashkelon, but basically this is the authoritative code that upon which all later codes have been built. So that's the second major activity of the Rishonim. First is basically they were explainers. Second major issue was they were codifiers, various methods. And the final area that you find the commentators working on is their analyzers. For example, one of the areas in which the Rishonim expressed themselves was the area of Minyan HaMitzvot, the counting of the commandments. The Talmud has a passage that says there are 613 commandments. Taryag Mitzvot. It's a lot more than 10 commandments. And, like thou shalt be guilty. So they have all these commandments, but nowhere in the Talmud or in any other text were they ever actually listed. And so many of the commentators in the Shulchan period began to say, okay, well, let's get them all down. What are those 613 commandments? And so Maimonides and others piled these lists. There were some disputes over this is not actually a commandment, this is actually a suggestion, things like that. But basically, one of the major activities is counting. And in particular, this book, here's a Hebrew English edition, published in the 20th century by Kohan. The Sefer Achim, an amazing work that's written by a later Rishon, probably one Rabbi Aaron of Barcelona, who lived in the 15th century. This is a great book. If you want a general introduction to English Jews, basically what he did was he anonymously wrote this book as a bar mitzvah festival. Oh my gosh. When I was growing up, bar mitzvah presents were fountain pens. My sons generally got things like iPods, but back then in the 15th century, this was Taka, amazing birthday present. It's basically he goes through every parsha of the Torah, the five books of Moses, that's divided over weeks. And in each of those parshiot, the author lists the commandments, or not even describes how they're performed, the historical background, and then really interesting, he talks about why. This is an area of activity that most of the Rishonim shy away from, at least. Right? They don't talk about, the commandments are there, God says do it, and that's all there is to it. But the was very interested in giving over to his son, as far as a present, some ignorance as to why these commandments exist. And it's really fascinating reading, especially when it gets to the arcane, strange commandments, like, for example, each will not mix together, things like that. Fascinating reading, definitely worth very much watching. Another philosophical activity that's extremely important is that of largest fish, depicted here by Maimonides, seated on the right, wearing tefillin, instructing his students in philosophy. And this is something that only a few of the Rishonim really engaged in, an area which is known in contemporary Israel as Machshava, as thought, which basically expands on this idea of the why. Why did God create the creation? Why do we have these obligations? How does it all work and so on? And more in the way of the kinds of reflects is one of these great philosophical works, for which, of course, Maimonides is heavily criticized by other Jews, and in fact, his book is even burned in the 13th century. Not a particularly kind of Now, that's basically a quick overview of the Rishonim. We understand that a little better, especially when we contrast that with the Rishonim have a pride of place, again, going back to that concept of you guys that don't know the line of generations, because they come earlier than the Rishonim, and their activity, particularly in codification, explaining the text and so on, give them a huge pride of place in the traditional yeshiva curriculum today. Acharonim, picking up afterwards, generally spend a lot of energy trying to explain the Rishonim, synthesizing their work, and in some cases, adapting their ideas, which are expressed in theory, to novel situations that occur in contemporary period. Changes in social norms, changes in economic realities, changes in technology in particular, are very much the activity of the Acharonim, trying to understand, for example, what does electricity mean when it comes to Shabbat? Can one use distance communication to fulfill a mitzvah like hearing the shofar? All kinds of interesting things like this. That's more the domain of the Acharonim, particularly the later contemporary thinkers of the first and 20th century. So that's a quick overview of who the Rishonim are and what the engagement is, especially fascinating part of Jewish intellectual history. Thanks very much for watching. Okay, thank you very much for coming. It was fantastic having you last week at the book launch. I really was very gratified by it. Anyways, thank you. Tonight's lecture on video is dedicated by Kay Wiggs, who wants to honor her grandfather, who always told her to look it up, by Mr. Rothschild Matos, and by Barb and Kellen Malikwa in memory of Lou and Jenny Erwin. As I mentioned to you in the previous class, all of our lectures are actually subscribed. We've got people who given to the donated to the Student Scholarship Fund for the lectures, and that's great. But what I especially like is the fact that people are still giving to the overall scholarship fund, which is amazing. So you've got a couple more anonymous grants of $100 and $101. We're now at $10,249, and we've got a few weeks left to hit $100,000. So we'll somehow make it. I also want to give a special thank you, as I mentioned, to those of you who came last week. selling really well. I'm pleased to say it feels great to know that many people are appreciating it and it's getting in the hands of readers who will enjoy it. Also, if you're interested in learning more, I will be having another book signing, this time in the Five Towns. So if you're out in Long Island this Thursday night, it's Kristallnacht. Of course, that's a very important date in the history of the Holocaust. And I'll be speaking about the new book in that context, and I'm welcome you to come out and or send your friends to the Five Towns to come see it. Okay, so let's get the material per se. First of all, I want to say something general, and I have to say I'm a little embarrassed about this. You know, I have a PhD. I've been teaching Jewish history for like 30 years now, and I always pronounced our subject's name wrong until about 3 weeks ago. And someone pointed out to me it's not even Gabriel, it's Gabriel or Gabriel. I put the I in the wrong place. So I changed everywhere that I ever spelled it wrong, but it's not even Gabriel, not Gabriel. So there was a said it to a rabbi, the rabbi corrected me. So it's humiliating, but it's good because it's gets rid of my sins. Anyway, so we're going to look at even Gabriel. That's our subject for tonight. Fascinating figure who lived a rather troubled life. He's, of course, directly within the period that we've been focusing on for the entire semester, looking at Al-Andalus, and we will continue with Al-Andalus right up until for a couple more weeks, and then we're going to look at the Jews and Christian Spain up until 1492. His dates are roughly 1021 to 22 is born in Malaga, and then he died in Valencia, although he spent most of his life in Zaragoza, which is kind of central to the Iberian Peninsula. His life was rather short. There's some debate over exactly when he died, but quite likely he died before he reached the age of 40, which in Jewish thought is generally considered a misa meshuna, a strange death. He died before the age of 40, he's definitely out of the norm. He tremendously prolific. He refers in his own writings to having authored 20 books. Ironically, only 2 of them survived, and one of them was misattributed to another author for the last 1,000 years. We'll discuss exactly how it was discovered. The actual modification of heroes was rather fascinating. He lived a difficult life. He was orphaned as a young child. He found a patron, and then before he turned 20, the patron died. And he was regarded as a brilliant individual, a fantastic poet, and of course, in Spanish society, poetry was the acme of all virtues. So he had always an audience to attend to his poems, and he had customers for his poems when he was writing for hire, but he was not well loved for his personality. He was known to be quite irascible, and the greats of that era all spoke of him as this kind of enfant terrible that was, very talented, brilliant, even tremendously prolific. They all had fantastic respect for his poetry and, as we shall see, for his philosophy, but they found his personality very difficult. Even the great Moses, even Ezra, has some things to say about that. We'll see in a second. But it contributes to the fact that he died alone. He was never able to marry. Never able to form that kind of relationship with a person, as far as we can tell. And even his supporters, like Shmuel Hanagi, who we discussed earlier, wanted to keep him at arm's length because of his difficult personality makeup. Also, Ezra writes, although he was a philosopher as far as intellectual attainments were concerned, that his anger always got the better of his understanding. He was unable to control his temper and was easily led to ridicule great men and to subject them to contempt in his writings. A little bit of a glimpse of the contradictions in Gabriel's personality, because we will read just a little bit of his incredibly refined and passionate religious poetry, in which you see the depth of his personal tshuva, his personal repentance, and self-awareness, at least in the poetic verse. But his contemporaries report that he had episodes of his eccentric that make it difficult to get along with others. Here's a reference from his own poetry. He writes, "When my anger is roused, the heavens rumble with my thunder. I am not like the man who speaks mellow words and vows and scrapes." So, in the sense of there's some fire burning there in his personality. That's where it comes from. Here's my favorite though. Check this out. My light is diffused through the world, yet I am dirt beneath the feet of my true friends. Meaning, if I love you, you're one of my friends, I'll do anything for you. I'm like dirt between your feet. Just ask whatever you want, I will do it for you. Dust to those who keep faith with me. And you will find a more loyal or true associate than I. But to my enemies, I'm in the sky with fire on their heads. And this is in a letter he writes to his former friend. Now that you have failed me, I untie the bonds of friendship. I blot thy name from thy speech. I will never stoop to mention it again. As a person you don't want to cross, see why you would regard him as rather negative way. You get a sense of his personality from just a few snippets of the kinds of things he wrote about this. It's ironic. Let's go straight to the mistaken identity because it's so. There is a great historical irony here in that the contrast between his elevated ethereal writings and his personal inability to control his anger are expressed in this being outside the major corpus of great Jewish writers in the area where he was most brilliant, which was his philosophy. Not so much his poetry, in my humble opinion. It's kind of like shunted away from Jewish trajectory for a couple of reasons. The first is the disappearance of, without question, his most famous work, which was called Fons Vitae. Fons Vitae means the source of life in Latin. The ironic history of this magnum opus, his philosophical masterwork, is that it did not, he wrote it originally in Arabic, as we've seen many of the Jews in Al-Andalus who wrote their great works, Maimonides, of course, right, Judeo-Arabic. So he's written this book, and he was also, there was a certain level of hubris in his writing in that he wanted to so distance himself from the Judaic tradition that he did not cite any Jewish sources other than the Bible in Fons Vitae. It's written as if, it's just reason and scripture, without, any of the rabbinic works, the Midrash, the Talmud, any of the Kabbalistic mystical writings are not present in Fons Vitae. It's just quoting scripture, and he's expressing a real Platonist philosophy, which I'll describe to you in a couple of slides from that. The Arabic original did not survive vicissitudes of history. It was not picked up by Jews in any significant way as a core text, like, let's say, Maimonides' writings. But it was, as we saw in Ezra last week, translated into Latin in the 12th century by one John of Spain. The only thing that we have hanging around that was sort of like it was a 13th century Hebrew version, which only took extracts of it by someone named Shemton Rothschild, and it was copied and copied and copied, and the author's name, even Kabiro, was eventually changed to Latin, Avi Sabron or Avi Sabron. And so for many, many centuries, until the 1850s, it was believed that this work, which was in Latin, Fons Vitae, was originally written possibly in Latin or maybe in Arabic by some Christian perhaps, but there was no idea that it was associated with Jews. There was no association with traditional rabbinic texts, and so it was simply lost. For 800 years, it became incredibly popular with Christians. St. Thomas Aquinas is very much involved with Fons Vitae, their core text, and it became a runaway popular book with Christians, but Jews are basically forgotten about it. It was in the 19th century. Here's a publication which is associated now with places there. Until a 19th century French scholar named Solomon Monk found an abbreviated version of a Korachaim, which is the Hebrew title, Korachaim, the source of life, and he read through it and said, "Gee, that sounds a lot like Monk's Vitae," and he was able to match them up and finally associate once and for all, and it's widely accepted now that Bill is the author of this core Christian text. In fact, if you look at many of the covers of the medieval versions of it, you see like huge, pictures of Jesus by a well and things like that. That's the way that Christians appreciate it. But Bill, don't realize that the Jews actually have the authorship of this important book. So it's ironic that, despite his boastful words, which were not out of place in general in Arabic Jewish culture, was largely forgotten to his own people in his philosophy. That is not the case, however, with his poetry. In fact, at least through his poetry, very prolific poet, with over 300 poems that have survived. He's very precocious. He's a young man at age 16. He wrote his first famous poem, which rendered all 613 commandments into verse. And you should recall that the Andalusian poets had a special affinity for acrostics, where they spell out words in the first letter of each line, things like that. And it's amazing when you see that the meter works, the rhyme works, and the letters are all absolutely essential to the entire poem. That not add another line, not take away a line, without building the entire puzzle. And it's built of tremendous intellectual gymnastics to be able to put all these things together into a poem. At age 19,